Good morning and a very warm welcome to the opening day of Lancashire against Middlesex in the Rothesay County Championship fixture, live from Emirates Old Trafford across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, where the news from the middle, as our two umpires head out, is that Middlesex have won the toss and have elected to have a bowl first. So Middlesex bowling first. We'll run through the two teams for you in a moment or two. Scott Reed, Kevin Hand and Phoebe Graham, your commentary team through the course of this opening day. Good morning, Kevin. Are you well?
I am, Reedy. All the better for seeing you, old chap.
Lovely.
All the better for seeing you.
Is that
what you?
Well, all the better, obviously, now, because I have to say it. I'm obliged to say it now. The players are heading out. There's a little guard of honour, which is lovely, because it's Schools Day today. We're going to hear all about that, actually, in about half an hour's time. But the guard of honour from local school children.
Sounds like we're not going to hear the end of it all day.
Yes, well, indeed, it is the background noise.
No, I
keep
love it.
Going through the course of the day. Yeah,
it's just the grumpy one for the morning. Get it out of the way early. No, I love it. It's great, isn't it? When you've got the kids in.
It is,
noise,
yeah.
Bit of atmosphere.
Yeah, and there's lots of activities taking place, and we'll hear all about that in the next kind of half an hour or so.
I was doing the wall climbing this morning on the way in. Did you have a little climb up the wall downstairs?
No, I didn't have a climb up the wall. Lancashire trying to climb up the table, as indeed are Middlesex.
Do we have to talk about the cricket already?
Yeah, I'm afraid we do.
Go on then.
So this is how it's shaping up for this fixture. Durham are top, 2 wins from 4, 71 points. Northamptonshire second, with 1 win from 4 and 3 draws, with 65 points. Interesting that Darren Lehman, not a fan of draws, but draws are doing all right for Northants at the minute. Lancashire are third, with 2 wins from 4 and 60 points, and Middlesex in 5th position there. So relatively early days, but Lancashire made a pretty encouraging start with a couple of wins from 4. Could easily have been 3 from 4 had they beaten Northamptonshire on that first day. As for Middlesex, what's the kind of sum up of their start to the season, Kev?
Mixed. I think performance-wise overall they'd have been pretty happy, but a couple of bad hours here and there have cost them heavily. Against Worcestershire, and indeed against Northamptonshire, it didn't cost them heavily because it was a draw, that one, as was the Durham game. But the couple of bad hours have mostly come with the ball, and having won the toss and elected to field this morning, I'm sure they'll want to make sure they get off to a very, very good start. And it will be Roland Jones who will lead the line this morning, just down below us. He's got 3 slips and a gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And last year's skipper opening the bowling here at Lancashire this morning. Balderson and Jennings out in the middle. Balderson on strike and up on his toes and off the mark. First ball with a punch through the covers for 4. Lovely shot that. It is just going to make it, to my relief, having called it so early, but lush outfield clearly here at Old Trafford. It pops over the boundary rope and Lancashire are up and running.
Yes, lovely shot to get started for George Balderson. We're playing on the pitch as we look from this Brian Statham end, the media centre end of the ground, towards the right of the square, which means that the boundary to the left-hander there on the offside towards the hotels is relatively short.
I can tell you now, there's going to be a few threes running this game, isn't there? Because if that on that short side barely made the boundary, it's going to take some hits to find the boundary on the other side. As here's Roland Jones following up with a length ball playing inside the line. Balderson, it lifts through to the gloves of Cracknell. So that Middlesex side, you finished the Lancashire team, didn't you?
I've not. But
have you not? Go on, right, go on then, host first.
Okay, there's 2 changes for Lancashire with Chris Green, who's arrived a little earlier than planned, coming into the side, and Tom Hartley. So they've gone with 2 spinning options there of Lancashire in Green and Hartley. The 2 changes from the defeat at Durham, with Arav Shetty, who's injured, and Paul Coughlin, who has a slight knock as well, coming out.
Roland Jones is past the umpire. Bowls just fuller on this occasion. A forward defence from Balderson onto the other side, onto the offside. So Middlesex are Sam Robson, Ben Geddes, who's going up to open because Josh De Carey's drops out. Max Holden at 3. Elias Deploy, the skipper, at 4. Caleb Faulkner's in at 5. That's the replacement. Up the order in terms of the 2 changes that Middlesex have made. So Faulkner comes in for De Carey's. Ryan Higgins will be in at 6. Joe Cracknell at 7. Zafar Gohar, Seb Morgan, Toby Roland Jones and Navia Sharma. So Sharma coming in for Ethan Bosch. As here's Roland Jones coming into bowl. And a length, it's wide outside the off stump. And nothing to do with that one at all, Balderson, as he leaves it alone and watches it through. So yeah, a couple of changes for Middlesex, and a couple of disappointing games actually in terms of the weather. Northamptonshire and Durham. They didn't lose too much time against Durham. In the end, it would have been a good 5-day game. But as it was, a draw last up, draw at Northamptonshire with bad lights, taking away a full day of that game, really, and contentious stuff that was as well. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls just full of a length, and this is pushed back up the track on a greenish Lancashire surface here at Old Trafford. That one's fielded at mid-off by Deploy, rubbing away on the ball, having won the toss, and electing to field, I guess that grass out there. I haven't actually had a chance to have a nass with any of them this morning, but the grass out there will have played a big part. A little bit of cloud cover, but thin, patches of blue here and there. As Roland Jones passes the umpire, he bowls close to the stumps on this one, but wide outside the off stump. That angles away, and through it goes for without loss. End of the opening over here at Old Trafford. Yeah, that game against Northamptonshire at Northampton, they went off pretty early on the first day in pretty light conditions for bad light, but then that set the tone for the match. And some of the conditions we went off in, because it was the meter reading was set so over officiously, I think was the summary of everybody. Everybody admitted, or so, acknowledged that they thought the umpires were just a bit too trigger happy on that first day with the light. And yeah, in the end we lost a whole day of play when, as Darren Lehman said, floodlights on. It barely felt like there was bad light at all in the game, so bit of a shame, that one, but there we go.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah.
So that was it, Middlesex's start to the season, in answer to your question.
Yeah, it's very comprehensive. Well done, that, Kevin.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Yeah. Did you take notes?
No. I'll try and do better next time. Don't ask me any questions on it, since I wasn't paying any attention to it.
Well, we played Durham last week, so we've gone through all our Martin Emerson stories already. So
yes, yeah.
Off air.
Most definitely. It will be Higgins from the Anderson end with 3 slips and a gully. And the keeper standing up. He's around the wicket to Jennings. That's worked off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Jennings gets his first run of the game as well. Lancashire 5 without loss. Lancashire having a bye week last week. They had a rest week, having played 4 on the spin, which was quite a tough start for them, really. 3 of those 4 were away from home, and back-to-back games at Bristol and Durham. So, I think they were quite happy to have a few days break.
Are you rested, Scott?
I was also quite happy to have a few days off over the weekend. Yeah. It's Higgins into to Balderson down the leg side. So yeah, they come into this game on the back of a defeat at Durham, but so they've not played for 10 days or so.
It's got to be the worst place to lose, Durham, isn't it? Because you've got to get home afterwards.
Well, it's not as bad coming back to Manchester as it would be for you guys.
It's still not great, though, is it?
No, especially when the M62 was shut.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That was a diversion around the moors. Is Higgins over the wicket to Balderson. That's just clipped into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. See, that wasn't... It was a strange game, actually, at Durham, because it was a game that kind of...
It was ever thus.
Well, quite. That kind of went one way and then the other. It seesawed a lot, and then you weren't quite sure how that final day would go. And Durham was set 3-36 to win, and they only lost 2 wickets in that run chase. Emilio Gay and David Benningham both with centuries. Higgins to Balderson, he's playing at that ball. Through it goes to the keeper.
Yeah, listening to a bit of that. Self and Marty.
Not
for long.
No, I don't blame you. It was, it was a fantastic run chase by Durham, but it would appear that I think as soon as the ball got a little bit soft, it became quite difficult to prize wickets out. I think Lancashire probably had to get 3 or 4 in the morning session on that final day. Higgins to Balderson off his hip, down towards fine leg. That'll run away for 4, actually. There is a fielder on the fine leg boundary, but he's gone fine to his left and disappears down the rope for 4. Balderson moves to 8, Lancashire 9 without loss. 1 ball left of this second over of the day. A slightly hazy day, but it's dry. I think the forecast is decent for today. I don't think we should have too many problems on this opening day. Maybe just a possibility of the odd shower over the weekend, we shall see. Final ball of the over. Ooh, that's come back in towards Balderson, and he's got him. He's gone for 8. And Middlesex strike with the final ball of the second over of the morning. And it's Ryan Higgins trapping George Balderson for 8. Lancashire 9 for 1.
Yep. It looked good from up here, but we'll ponder it at the end of the day. It says in the scorebook, it's out and it's out. He wasn't forward, was he? Was part of the problem straight away. You just thought he's giving the umpire a chance there, and if that ball, as it appeared to, nipped back and straightened on him, then it was always going to be a very, very good shout for Higgins, it looked like.
Has to depart for 8. Early strike for Middlesex. They won the toss and elected to field first, putting Lancashire into bat. So got themselves an early breakthrough here. And George Balderson, who was given the task of opening the batting last week against Durham. Lancashire have been rocked a little bit by injuries. They've lost 3 players in the first 4 games, of which 2 of them injured in one match, with Ajit Singh Dale and Luke Wells both out for, I think, basically the rest of the season, and Arav Shetty fracturing his thumb last week at Durham. So the Wells dislocated shoulder, which he suffered at Gloucestershire, has required surgery. So he's unfortunately set for quite a lengthy spell on the sideline. So Balderson was given the chance to open the batting last week at Durham.
The Wells dislocated shoulder. Sounds like a 1800 biology tome.
Oh, it was a horrible injury he got in Bristol. He did when he fell.
Nice fella as well, isn't he?
Oh, he's a cracking fella, yeah. Yeah, that's hopefully
always the good ones, isn't it? Always
it is, yeah. It was horrible to hear him kind of on the floor. You could actually hear the cries of pain from up in the commentary box.
Where was it? Did you say?
It's in Bristol.
Bristol. There was one in Hove for Middlesex. Robbie Weiss, I remember. It was awful watching him. And he was back playing within a week. But at the time, it looked like one of the worst things he'd ever seen. He was off and away. He was in so much pain at the time, he said. Here's Roland Jones beginning the 3rd over. He's in, bowls, and first ball to Jennings, who leaves alone outside of the off stump. Jennings is 1 from 1, having picked up his single against Higgins in the last over. Big news for Middlesex in this one, though. Big news, full stop, really, I suppose, is Caleb Faulkner making his debut. His last match was that under-19 World Cup final against India, 115 to his name. A right-arm seamer as well, so filling an all-rounder role, which De Carey's would have filled as off-spinner as well, behind Gohar. As here's Roland Jones hitting the crease now. He bowls just full of length, and it's eased defensively into the offside by Jennings. There's no run. So yeah, that's an interesting call that they've gone with another seamer rather than a second spinner. Now De Carey's is light on runs this year. There's no hiding away from that. I may have said it to you off the mic earlier. I thought he's looked in good nick, but the runs just haven't come. But he has managed to spend some good time in the middle. And openers at this time of year, it can happen, can't it?
Absolutely,
so, yeah. I felt for him a little bit, but it gives Faulkner his chance in this game, so we'll see him with the ball at some point. As Roland Jones bowls to Jennings, a little straighter this time, and clipped off the legs through square. This is the big boundary now, and it's a big chase for Faulkner, who will collect. They've only taken 2. As large a boundary as it is over there, but as I say, I dare say there'll be a few 3s running this game. When the legs perhaps aren't quite as fresh for the fielders, but that is young Faulkner down there, 19 years old. Born in 2006.
Oh my goodness.
It's getting ridiculous now, isn't it?
It's not right, really, is it?
It's just getting silly now.
Yeah.
2006.
It's not fair.
Here's Roland Jones. Still 3 slips in a gully. Jennings 3 from 4 now. As Roland Jones bowls, and that one comes back in slightly from just outside, but left alone once more.
So who opens with Robson then?
Ben Geddes will go up, is the expectation. That's the word that has gone around. But yeah, it could have been Max Holden, who, he was another one. He was an England under-19 captain, wasn't he? Max, back in the Lions, seemed quite well. He scored that century against Lancashire, didn't he? It was 2 seasons ago now. Was it 2 seasons ago? No, it was last season, wasn't it?
Last season, yep. Opening game of last season.
It was. Here's Roland Jones. Bowls and forward goes Jennings, pushing into the offside. That set up a really good game from Middlesex's perspective, because Lancashire were well on top. And it turned the game on its head, didn't it? But I think there were 2 wickets standing when the draw was called on the final evening, but it was Lancashire all over Middlesex until Holden's century. So yeah, he'd have been an option to go up. But it sounds as though it'll be Geddes, and Holden holds on to his position at 3 with Leas deploy at 4, and then Faulkner will slip in at 5 just ahead of Ryan Higgins, as here comes former England's international Roland Jones. He bowls, he's pushed into the offside up to mid-off and no run. 3 bowled, 11 without loss, and of course Roland Jones, well, his finest hour was playing in the same side as the Lancashire captain. 2017 against South Africa, and had the world at his feet at that point, but injuries dictated otherwise thereafter, which was a real shame for him. I think there'd have been some attack. Anderson, Broad and Roland Jones. When you get past Anderson and Broad and all of a sudden Roland Jones is thumping you in the ribs as he used to at such pace and bounce. What could have been? Story of our lives, Scott, really, isn't it?
Every time I look at you, I think, what could have been? 11 for 1. Josh Bannon then taking strike for the first time. Ryan Higgins from the James Anderson end, having priced out the wicket of George Balderson, LBW, for 8. 4 slip catches, and still the keeper standing up, and Bannon off the back foot just drops it into the offside, and he's away for his first run. Lancashire move on to 12 for 1. Yeah, it was a good game, wasn't it, 12 months ago at Lord's, that opening game of last season. It was real kind of seesaw between the two sides, and it looked like 2 good teams that would be competing at the top end.
I can't remember much of day 3, I'll be honest with you.
Unfortunately, didn't work out that way for both sides last season. Higgins around the wicket, left by Jennings, and taken by Joe Cracknell, and there's no run.
I have to make sure I've got my thinking cap on tomorrow, though. You booked a table at a fancy place tonight, apparently, didn't you?
I booked the table at the place that you asked.
Tongue in cheek, didn't mean it. Fortunately, you're close, so you're paying.
You can't get sarcasm on text messages, can you? 12 for 1. Higgins balls again. Jennings trying to work it away off his hip, it just deflects out towards square leg. Keeper goes scampering after it.
Speaking of which, where's the Scott Reed party stand gone?
It's not up yet. No, I think it'll be constructed at some point. The party stand for the summer.
So it is being brought back.
It will be, yeah.
Resurrected.
It will. Oh, definitely. Because
Scott Reed party stand.
I think it's the Scott Reed party stand, but it's yeah, it will be here at some point. As Higgins is into Jennings, who's playing forward off the inner half of the bat. Again, that ball just coming back in towards the left-hander.
It's a single. That's where the schools are today, isn't it? Over there, where the stand would have been and will be again.
Where the bouncy castle is and the indoor nets. Inflatable nets, I think they are, aren't they?
There's loads of them. Yeah, there's that one where you can play like cage cricket in there by the looks of it, but then they've got bowling lanes and all sorts over the other side, and the climbing wall.
And the climbing wall, yeah. Is the fire engine here?
I didn't see
that? Okay.
I didn't see it.
It's always exciting when the fire engine turns up. 13 for 1. But I think the party stand will be built at some point this summer, because there's World Cup matches here, and obviously the 100 games are here as well, and so international cricket, and for the summer of T20 and the 100, I think it'll be in place at some point.
No, yeah, I can't remember the last time I was here, and that stand wasn't there, so it's quite interesting to look over the back now. That was where the press box used to sit, wasn't it?
That's
on that
right.
Side? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Stretford end.
Oh, that was a rough old press box, that in the end, wasn't it?
He's charm. He's kind of. Well, there was the broadcast section on that side, and the written press was on the opposite side, the Red Rose Suite.
You used to worry about sneezing in case you bring the whole thing down.
I think you might be thinking about the one on this side.
Oh, was that even further back?
Yeah, the Red Rose Suite. That was where the written guys would used to be.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, that used to be on this to the right as we look. For the viewers on the screen, that was to the right hand side, where the old press box used to be, the Red Rose Suite. The red brick building. That was kind of the last kind of monument to the Old
Trafford.
Old Trafford, yeah. Short leg in place. Here comes Higgins. He's over the wicket to Bohannon. It's defended into the onside, and there's that short leg fielder in the game straight away. Reaching for it to his left, and then having a little shy at the stumps, making sure Bohannon had not left his ground. Hardy
Soul on the balcony up there of that hotel that's replaced that stand now. He looks as though he's wrapped up outside. Is it a bit nippy out there today? I can't decide whether
it was too bad, was it? Higgins to Bohannon. That's left. And taken by the keeper. End of the over. Good stuff from Higgins. 13 for 1, Lancashire. Bohannon on 1, and Jennings on 4.
I couldn't tell. I built up a bit of a sweat. I was in such a rush to get here after waiting for my tomatoes this morning at the breakfast. No tomatoes. How can you not have tomatoes at the breakfast bar?
Did they arrive eventually?
Eventually.
Well, they did, you know, sometimes they run out, don't they? You have to cook some more.
Grill a few tomatoes for 30 seconds.
The people complain that they're undergrilled then, won't they? How many eggs did you go for this morning?
5.
5, that's outrageous. I would charge you extra for that if I was the manager of that hotel.
Growing lad.
I'd put a bill under your door.
Just not in the right places. It's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Jennings defending. No run. 13 for 1. Did you ever hear about the hotel in Bristol which had a 2-egg limit?
I didn't know.
That wasn't a popular one. You can only have 2. Does that mean you can't go back for scrambled eggs then? No, you can go back for the scrambled eggs, but you can only have 2 poached eggs. And what about the fried eggs? Yeah, you can go back for them as well. But I can't have 3 boiled poached eggs.
So it's just the poached eggs that are limited on, right?
You're limited to 2.
5's excessive.
I've got a whole hour of moaning out of that during the Gloucestershire game with Ed Seaborn one morning. And here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and just pushed away into the offside, no run. 13 for 1. Oh, they were playing you a few weeks back and they were pointless, weren't they? Which I delighted in, the fact that Gloucestershire were pointless.
Yeah, they got a doctor point for overrate or something. I think they had a point from a couple of points from a game, but then they lost them because of...
It was against Middlesex, first game, yeah.
Was it? Right, okay.
And then didn't they get a bowling point which got them to 0 again? So they actually, not only pointless, they were minus.
They were minus. Right. Not ideal, is it?
Then they got to pointless.
It's a TV programme.
Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and this is eased just wide of mid-on for a single. Round scrambles Sharma to ensure there's no more. 15 for 1. But then didn't the over 8 go again, and they were minus again. So they were no longer pointless, they were minus. Poor old Seaborn. He was facing up to the wooden spoon at that point, but they've won a game since, haven't they? Can't remember who, but they've definitely won a game now, Gloucestershire. You just went through the table a minute ago.
I've forgotten already, haven't I?
All right, here's Bohannon. I think this is his first ball from Roland Jones. I think he's bowled only to the left-handers so far this morning. He takes his guard, 4 slips in place, points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, 6-3 to field, and Roland Jones hits the crease now. He bowls just full of a length and a forward defence from Bohannon, fielded at mid-wicket.
Yes, they have. They're bottom of the table, Gloucestershire, but they have...
You see, you think I'm making it up half the time, don't you? Well,
you normally are, but they have won... they beat Derbyshire last time out by 10 wickets. So I think everyone's won a game now, haven't they, in Division 2?
Yeah.
No, Derbyshire, so winless.
Are they?
Yep.
And everyone was saying Derbyshire would be the team to have a look out for this year. Good first 11. As here's Roland Jones bowls, and that's driven straight to mid-off. Deploy fields it. There's only a mid-off now, no cover in place. But straight to the field. Didn't quite time it, Bohannon. On that occasion. There you go, in the background. They're all a bit wrapped up today out there, aren't they? I couldn't quite decide whether it's warm or not. What is the forecast for the 4 days? Have you had a look?
I think it's all right today.
I heard chatter of showers later at the breakfast bar this morning.
Right, let's have a look. Oh, yeah.
Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. Actually, it was good fun this morning. Sat there. There were 4 ladies sat next to me at the table that I was sat at breakfast. Those were the ones who mentioned about the showers. I've forgotten about this, actually. But they were obviously here for work, but they still had the hotel to whatever time today, so they're going to stay around and watch the cricket in their room. So they might have the sound on there. Good morning, ladies, if you are. It was a cracking story about the sticky carpeted karaoke bar that they were at last night. That made the wait for the tomatoes worth it.
That sounds like quite a good fun night out, doesn't it?
They tried 2. One was smelly and one had sticky carpets. Karaoke bars.
Right.
If you're on the balcony of your hotel somewhere, ladies, give us a wave, wherever you are. They've got the sound turned down, haven't they?
14 for 1. Here's Higgins to Jennings. The ball Glance down towards fine leg. It will be scooped up down below as there's no bat on there. It's just brushed off the thigh pad of Keaton Jennings for a couple of leg byes. He remains on 5. The score moves on to 16 for 1.
Does that narrow it down for you much? Sticky carpeted karaoke bar in Manchester or smelly karaoke bar in Manchester?
If anything, it's too broad. That it covers too many options. Does that? 3 slips in the gully. Higgins around the wicket to Jennings. Appeal for the LB again. It's Jennings on the front foot, trying to play forward. The ball deflects back to Higgins, and there's no run. The weather forecast, well, it's saying kind of like 40 to 30% chance of showers this afternoon. So that's actually changed. Because when I looked first thing this morning, it looked a lot brighter than that. So maybe we might have the odd shower, maybe. Higgins to Jennings. It's defended back to Ryan Higgins, and there's no run. Terrific start by Ryan Higgins here.
What's been the best bit at the start of the season for you so far? What's been your highlight? Other than my story about the sticky carpet karaoke ladies at the breakfast bar this morning.
Last weekend, the 3 days off.
Oh, you can't say that, Scott. I didn't like my weekend off.
Higgins in, balls to Jennings. It's defended into the offside. There's no run.
What do you mean 3 days off? 4 days off last week?
Well, no, I did a football game. So so just the 3.
I don't like it.
Kind of what, cricketing highlights or just the highlights in general?
On and off the fields, at a cricket ground, or in the bars in the evening, or the breakfast bars in the morning.
Well, Bristol was good fun.
Oh, what did you do?
Bristol was excellent.
We out with Seabourne.
I was. Higgins in, balls to Jennings. That loops away in towards the onside, again off the thigh pad of Keaton Jennings. It's caught by the short leg fielder. And there's no run. So yeah, that was Bristol was a good. It was a good game as well. Helped because Lancashire won. But Bristol was good 4 days. I did enjoy Durham actually. A couple of nights in Durham,
It's not what you
city
said earlier.
centre. Then I went over to the Roca Riviera to spend the night with Martin. His runs here for Jennings, who just glanced it off his hip out towards the square leg boundary. In fact, it reaches the rope for 4. We mentioned the short boundary to that side of the ground where the hotels are. Jennings there has just gently leaned into it and steered it away towards square leg. But watch the ball here rattling towards the rope. There's a couple of Middlesex fielders trying to catch up with it, but it is a relatively short boundary that.
The perfect
nicely
four.
timed. Yeah. 20-for-1, 6 overs gone. Jennings on 9 and Bannon on 1.
What day of the game did you go out with Ed Seabourne? Did you get drawn into Ed's
Every night.
shenanigans? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you remember any of the game?
Yeah, it was just quite nice, but there's lots of places to go in Bristol, isn't there?
Is it the Montpellier wine bar, Marseille wine bar?
Oh, we didn't go to the Montpellier wine bar. No, that's far too posh.
That was where you were telling me to go.
Was it?
Oh no, that was Cheltenham. That's Cheltenham, isn't it?
Oh, Cheltenham. Yeah, that's
yeah.
a nice wine bar in Cheltenham. Yeah.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is turned back on the square on the leg side, and they'll think about 2, and they'll settle on 1. Safa Gohar down there returning the ball. 21-for-1.
So Bristol was good, and it's a good win for the Lanky boys. In terms of kind of the highlights so far on the field, I reckon probably the final day against Derbyshire here, when Derbyshire were only set 140, I think it was, to win, and Lancashire bowled them out for 110. That was.
What did Fletcher have to say about that?
He got a bit miserable.
I bet. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls and beats Jennings. Forward defence from the tall left-hander. Through it goes.
So that was quite good fun.
How miserable?
He kind of stopped speaking for a while, which wasn't ideal when you're trying to commentate.
That's rare, a speechless Fletch.
For viewers on Lancs TV, you can see all the activity in that gap between the two stands where the temporary stand goes. The kids are there on school day, taking advantage of having a day away from class.
Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump.
We will hear all about that shortly, actually. I know it's an ongoing...
You're good at this, aren't you?
an ongoing thing. Most counties, don't they, have a schools day now? A couple of thousand schools.
They should have a schools day per game at all counties. They really should.
It's good.
It always annoys me at Lords. Massive ground like that, and
they don't do it at Lords then?
They do.
Right.
They were one of the first, as I seem to remember it. 5,000 in.
Nice.
You must have heard David Townsend's line on the first school days. Here's Roland Jones in bowls, and it goes through to the keeper. The great fanfare. The guests up talking to us about it, and it got to lunch. And that's it. The lunch is called. The bails have been removed. Yeah, the bails have, but the kids haven't. Tell him to keep quiet. Oh, he was in a grumpy mood, Mr. Townsend. Have you seen him much this year?
I've not seen him for a couple of years.
The erstwhile third voice.
Didn't see him at all last season or the season before.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. Must have fallen out with me.
He'd fallen out with himself, TT, wouldn't he? Here's Roland Jones, just full of length, full defence, 21 for 1 it is. Made it into the Cricketer magazine, that line, that year. He was very proud of himself. The fourth slip for the left-hander is just a little wider for Roland Jones. He's remaining over the wicket to Jennings, deep within his crease. He starts his stance. Roland Jones in, bowls true, and there's the almost leap forward out of his crease just before the bowler bowls. He turns a single backward a square. 7 bowled, 22 for 1. Who's going first, you or me?
You go first.
Okay.
We'll bring Phoebe in, and then I'll let Phoebe take over.
When have I got to come back?
And about 3 o'clock this afternoon. and then Jen can come and replace me, and we can hear all about the schools day here at Emirates Old Trafford. And half an hour of this opening day. Lancashire put into bat by Middlesex. Have lost the wicket of George Balderson. LBW, the bowling of Ryan Higgins for 8. Been a good start by Higgins and by Roland Jones. Jennings on 10 and Bohannon on 2. Higgins has been probing away looking for another breakthrough. He's in bowling to Keaton Jennings. That's just clipped off his hip. Down to a deep backward square leg for a single. Jennings moves on to 11. 23 for 1. Good morning, Phoebe. You well?
Good morning. Yes, very well, thank you. It's been a good start by Middlesex here and managed to get the opening wicket of George Balderson, who looked a little bit uncomfortable up top as he did last week, but it's a difficult skill to come in from batting number 8 to opening the batting against the new ball, so trying to protect the other batters, but potentially a detriment to Balderson at the moment.
There's 4 slip catches in place with Bohannon on strike. Higgins over the wicket. Ships away from Bohannon. It's a lovely delivery by Higgins. He started superbly here, backed up by Toby Roland Jones, and I guess you're expecting a pretty tricky hour or so this morning when Middlesex put Lancashire into bat, and the 2 bowlers here, the 2 opening bowlers here, haven't let Middlesex down.
Yeah, I think both teams would have taken the new ball at this stage this morning, so they're doing a good job with it at Middlesex.
Higgins to Bohannon. Good judgment as he leaves that one. Through it goes to Cracknell, the keeper. He's got 4 slip catches away to his right-hand side. There's a short leg fielder in place as well.
It's a fabulous atmosphere here at Emirates Old Trafford though, Scott, with thousands of kids in today. Huge fan zone.
There's lots of activities taking place. Higgins to Bohannon forward in defence, and there's no run, including the climbing wall. Have you had a go on any of these activities yet, Phoebe?
No, there's a few that have taken to my eye. There's a fire engine and truck, which I'd be quite interested to see what that's all about.
Excellent.
There is a big climbing wall where the kids are wearing a harness as well.
Brilliant.
So there's a lot going on down there. We've got a special guest in the commentary box at the moment who's going to fill us in and give us some more insight into the schools day.
Higgins to Bohannon off the back foot in defence, and there's no run. Yes, we'll hear all about what this is. It's a well-established thing now, isn't it? But it's always nice to kind of get a broader picture as to the story and the meaning behind it, as well as the kids just having a great day away from class.
Yeah, it looks a fabulous day
It does,
out, doesn't it?
Yeah. Final ball of the over, 23 for 1. Here comes Higgins in to complete the over. Balls to Bohannon, that's left, and through to the keeper. End of the over then. 8 gone, 23 for 1. Bohannon on 2, Jennings on 11. I know Jen will come in and join you to talk all about Schools Day.
Brilliant. Well, a great start from Middlesex with the new ball, 23 for 1. They've been nagging away at a tough length, and Bohannon and Jennings are navigating it very well. I'm going to be joined now by Jen Barden, who is Managing Director of Lancashire Foundation, who's helped organise and navigate the whole day today. Jen, we've got hundreds of kids in. Tell us a little bit more about today and what it's about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's Schools Open Day. Always great to get more children watching cricket.
Roland Jones into Jennings, who defends that to point for no run.
Yeah, we've got schools as far away as Derbyshire and Windermere, but also some local schools across Preston, Burnley, Manchester, and all the surrounding areas as well. So it's great to get sort of 1,500 children in watching some county championship game. Yeah,
it gives a great atmosphere here at Emirates Old Trafford. And what's the purpose behind it? What's the connection with the schools, and why do you get the children into the stadium today?
Yeah, it's just great to get them watching the game, but then also seeing a fantastic international stadium as well.
It's Roland into Jennings, and that plays through. Big ripple from the keeper and 4 slips. It just moves away from the outside edge of Jennings' bat.
I think just giving them the opportunity to see the game, but we've got lots of activities going on, so silent disco, cheerleading, rock climbing, remote control cars, but then also lots of cricket activities too. So from our partners Ace and Chance to Shine, it's great to be able to showcase some of the programmes that we offer out and about across the county to the children in the ground as well.
Roland into Jennings again, who just defends off the front foot. And how important is it that these schools get the exposure to cricket? Do you have connections with them already? How does this work?
Yeah, we have some connections with a lot of them. Some of them they've historically always come, so we've done this for a number of years now, and it's grown and changed and developed to kind of suit the audience. But then equally we've got some schools who are coming for the very first time into the ground, so some of those children have maybe never ever seen a game of cricket before, never mind being to a first class stadium as well.
Roland preaches the crease, and Jennings advances down and defends that into the leg side. And what is the history of this event? How long has it been going?
So we've been running it for a number of years now. I don't actually know the number of years, but for a long time, probably close to 8 or 9 seasons has been running. And we've historically had different formats. So this year we've got 1 day, just with how the fixtures have fallen. Previous years we've sometimes managed to do 2 days, so year 3 and 4, and then years 5 and 6 as a bit of an end of year after SATs kind of away day. But this year it falls just before SAT, so just with how the fixtures have fallen, we've got kind of a mix of year 3, 4, 5 and 6 attending, depending on what the schools wanted to kind of bring. But yeah, just great opportunity for the children to get exposure to some more cricket.
Definitely, I'd have loved to have joined in as a kid. As Jennings defends up on his toes, and that goes past the umpire, and they don't take the single. So as your role as Managing Director for the foundation, what are the most important things at the moment with young kids and getting them into cricket? What sort of things are you focusing on?
Yeah, so just having a great first experience. So if that's coming here and doing remote control cars and silent disco and not picking up a bat, that's absolutely fine. But we hope that they can build that relationship, and if they get the opportunity in the future to come to Emirates Old Trafford, or they see a cricket bat elsewhere, they've got that engagement to pick it up.
Jones in and pulled out into the deep. It'll go all the way, will that? It's a 6, and we hear the crowd ripple. The schools have enjoyed it, and so have the members in the pavilion. Lancashire 29 for 1 off the 9th over.
Yeah, so I think just keeping the children engaged is really important, and giving that first love of cricket and developing it as we go. I think just ensuring that the teachers see the support that we can offer as well, so ensuring that they can come and speak to our staff on the day, so make sure we've got a lot of our team are here from all across the county, having conversation with teachers about what we can offer in the future, and signposting those children to their next opportunity, whether that's through a street programme, going down to the local club through All Stars or Dynamos, going to our ACE community sessions, or just simply looking to book a session through our Chance to Shine schools programme as well. So we've got so many different opportunities for those children to kind of engage at school level, but then also outside of school from a community or a club perspective too.
Yeah, it's so good to see so many Lancashire tracksuits down with the schools as Higgins in and left alone by Bohannon. And I think traditionally, from when we were growing up playing cricket, you only really got involved if you were from a cricket family. So it's so good to see so many schools involved, because it's important the game has that exposure. How do you try and tackle that with the foundation?
Yeah, absolutely, you're correct, and I think that's, we've done a little bit of research as to how people from clubs have got involved in cricket, and the majority of that is a family connection somehow, but having that role model, that person who can advocate for cricket within the school environment is so key. So knowing that we're influencing the teachers who've brought those children here today, they've stepped out of perhaps their comfort zone to bring them to Emirates Old Trafford today, and ensure that those children have a great opportunity through cricket, but just ensuring that we've got some engagement with the teachers in the main.
Higgins in and worked off the legs by Bohannon. They'll just take the single.
So we run a lot of teacher training, so cricket for teachers courses, both at university level, so those who are doing their PGCE, opportunity for them to add to their repertoire of coaching, but then equally for those who are already in the profession, primary and secondary, we've got teacher training available throughout the county, so teachers can come and feel a bit more confident and have the skills to deliver a cricket session in their school.
That's so important, isn't it? Because if teachers are keen and want to drive the sport forward, that's often when you get the after-school clubs and more participation. As Higgins in again and defended, keeper has come up to the stumps for Higgins now, who has been probing a length consistently for his first 4 overs. So it's trying to get those advocates through teachers as well as that fun and enjoyment from the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we've got a team of over 50 staff out delivering cricket, but we can only be in so many places. I'd absolutely love to be in every primary school across the county.
Higgins in and worked off the back foot. 1 bounce into point.
But that's probably never going to happen, that we would be in every school all of the time. But our legacy is that schools continue our cricket journey once we've kind of left them with the skills. So we encourage teachers, when we're going in and delivering a 6 or 8 week programme, that they get involved and they're active in the sessions and they engage, and we provide them with resources for when we've disappeared, so that they can still carry on that cricketing piece and it's not a one-hit wonder.
Higgins in and defended into covers, which they take the quick single. It's very good running by Jennings and Bohannon. So the score goes up to 31 for 1 off the 10th overs. Well, they'll certainly have a great experience today. Just talk us through some of the stations. I've seen some rock climbing going on.
Yeah, so silent disco is always one of the popular ones. So we've got some non-cricket stations. So we've got cheerleading. So really pleased to have Amy and her little group of cheerleaders down, teach them some of the dances to get involved. We've got the silent disco. We've got remote control cars. We've got some axe throwing. Don't worry, it's inflatable. We've got plenty of cricket stations. So through our partner programs, through Chance to Shine and ACE in particular, we've got sessions both outdoors and in the indoor cricket centre as well. But yeah, we're really lucky to have some really good partners. So Altrincham Football Club, Burnley Football Club, the cheerleading and the fire brigade are here, and they've given up their time for free to be down here, so which is really appreciated.
That's awesome, and I think for young kids you just want them playing as many sports as possible, so the fact that they're kicking footballs, climbing up the rocks and bowling some balls is great, as Roland Jones continues from the Statham end and left alone by Jennings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if you're active, you're more likely to fall into one of the sports, and if that means that a child today takes away and heads to a football or an athletics or a rugby or a netball session, then that's a win for us. Ultimately, we'd love them to play cricket, but the more active they are, the more likely they are to pick up a bat in the future, because they've gained that confidence in sport in general and running around, and that's exactly where we want them to be.
And as well as the schools day, it's a huge summer for women and girls cricket. Jen Barden, what's going on with the foundation ahead of the Women's ICC World Cup?
Yeah, it's a huge summer for the women's game.
It's Roland advances the crease, and a Yorker that is dug out by Jennings. I think it's taken him by surprise as it came off the dud end of the bat. It probably created shivers through Jennings' hands.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic events linked to the World Cup this summer. So we've got a Dynamo's Girls' Day down in Preston. We've got some fantastic glow-in-the-dark and Colour Me cricket events, so watch the space for some more details.
I've heard a lot about this glow-in-the-dark cricket.
Yeah.
I'm doing some coaching with the under-12s and they talk about it all the time. Roland Jones in and defended off the splice of the bat.
Yeah, it takes some setup, and obviously you need it to be dark, so it can only be done in certain places.
Yeah, I get a lot of "I've played in the dark" miss. I'm like, I don't know what this means. I've not heard of this before.
Yeah, so but you're basically using the UV lights, taking advantage of, in the main, most of the stumps glow anyway.
Nice.
But we can add some UV tape. We've got UV face paint. The vests, the bibs that we use, they all glow in the dark as well. So it's a fantastic intro to the game.
Roland Jones in, advances down and just waft at that, and it goes through to the keeper. Ball's that slightly shorter, does Roland Jones, as he sees Jennings come down the pitch.
Yeah, so and we're really lucky that we've got that equipment now. So we invested over the winter. It was part of one of our staff suggestions that we'd raise some money through our Three Peaks walk last year, and we were really keen to do something for the team to kind of take forward. So they kind of put forward the idea of the glow-in-the-dark kit, and it's now doing the rounds across the county for various programmes.
Roland in and defended again off his toes by Jennings.
Yeah, so we're really keen to see more and more of that taking place. I think it's a really great introduction. I'm not sure it would be a weekly glow-in-the-dark session that we would set up, but who knows? I think some good little mini festivals through the holidays is definitely going to be something that we're going to be looking at moving forward.
I think sometimes it's making cricket fun as your first experience, and playing cricket in the dark with UV lights sounds an absolute hoot. It's Jones in, and that's left alone once again by Jennings.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you've not played cricket before and that's your first experience, you'll just want to go back and back again, which is what the foundation's all about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're really lucky. We started doing some research and some monitoring of our interactions. So last month in April, we had over 15,000 interactions of cricket with under-16s from our staff. So they've been recording how many under-16s they've kind of been teaching cricket to. That might be in a school setting, it might be in a community setting, it could be a club young leaders session, but they have engaged over 15,000 under-16s just last month. So yeah, we're really proud of those numbers and looking to continue to grow them as we move through the year.
That's brilliant, working your staff hard there, Jen, as Higgins in and goes down the leg side, tumbling stop from the keeper.
I will say that some of those were me going back and delivering at my primary school as well, so it's not just the team, but yeah, for schools, National Schools Day, pretty much every member of our staff team went back to school in some shape or form. Some delivered some cricket history sessions, some delivered some science through cricket, some did some cricket, some did assembly visits as well.
In and defended, they take the quick single, and it's a good piece of running once again. Both Jennings and Bahanan keeping the scoreboard ticking as it moves over to 32 for one. Really helps with this left-hand combination as well to make sure they're rotating the strike early. Yeah, I know some of the Lancashire girls were going around with the 2 trophies with some of the schools as well, and their girls' activations throughout the winter, which I know is so important to help grow that club scene with girls' cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. There's quite a lot of pressure on clubs at the moment to do lots more, and we're trying to make it as easy as possible for them, providing that support and that extra little bit of help to perhaps make sure that when they do put a girls' taster session on, there's some girls there to attend.
Higgins in, and that's pulled away to the leg side for 4. by Jennings, who moves up to 22 from 41 deliveries. Lancashire 36 for 1.
But I think for me it's keeping that engagement going. So you might have a brilliant Dynamos or All-Stars summer programme, and then all of a sudden it becomes the winter, and that group of girls that you had really engaged disappears, and bringing them back is, 6 months later can be quite a challenge. So keeping that momentum going, providing some indoor festivals through the winter time is important.
In, advance down the track, but just defends into the ground. We've got 3 slips here for Higgins, and the keeper has gone back to Jennings. I think there's a lot of lateral movement in the crease from Jennings, so staying back in the crease is the keeper.
Yeah, we're very lucky that we've got lots of good volunteers across the county. We know it's a tough one.
Higgins in, and Jennings advances again. A big cheer once again from the slip cordon. They're enjoying Higgins' work at the moment. He's not really letting Jennings play any explosive shots, even though he's trying to create something at the moment. So it feels like something may happen. Lancashire 36 for 1 off 11.5. 1 ball remaining in this over as Higgins glides in and worked off the legs for a single. Lancashire go up to 37 for 1. And are there any more schools days happening this year, or what's the big events in the calendar for the foundation?
Yeah, absolutely. So next Thursday we've got our Spirit of Cricket Day, which is here at Emirates Old Trafford. So it's our one day where we can get onto the outfield. So we'll have, I think it's Year 7 girls this year, have the opportunity throughout the day to come and do some skill stations, some mini games. And then in the evening we've got our community groups from Street, MCC Foundation, Hubs, ACE, Wickets, and then some girls clubs coming in to play on the outfield. So a great day of, in the main, women's cricket on Emirates Old Trafford. So a fantastic opportunity for some of those young girls to play here at the ground.
Sometimes it's just that feel as well of what it feels like. That creates such a lasting impact in memories. And I remember, unfortunately, it wasn't Emirates Old Trafford, it was actually Headingley, going and playing in the interval of a test match, and that was my first experience of playing a game of cricket, which then obviously went on and played a lot of cricket myself. But I'm sure for you as well, Jen, they're memories that you last for forever. As a change of bowling here as Sharma advances in, and a quick pace of Sharma has Jennings defending off his front foot, hurried there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my first memory of Emirates Old Trafford will be very similar, playing at the interval test match with my kind of club team at the time.
You have a yellow or a green top on?
I had a white top on.
Okay.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it was some form of quick cricket related activity. I do remember kind of post that handing out a lot of red tops and trousers at the time. They were very thick trousers. That was an interesting concept of thick tracksuit pants in the summer.
Sharma in again and comfortably defended by Jennings. Bit of a change of pace here, not as much movement from Sharma, but everything about his action here is quick. Very lovely run and approach into his bowling action.
Yeah, we get lots of feedback from the schools and the pupils that come on these days, and they always love the fact that they can come into what is an amazing ground here at Old Trafford and just engage in lots of different activities. That's the main thing, is leaving that lasting legacy.
Sharma running into the crease and defended again by Jennings. Well, yeah, definitely the work that you're doing with the teachers as well to advance their knowledge in cricket, give them the love for the game. The kids won't stop talking about it with the amount of activities that are going on. There's a blow-up station, which I think might be the silent disco. There's another inflatable that's kicking balls into different nets. A big climbing frame with a harness that kids are jumping up and down on. So there's so much going on, which is also, I think there's a fire truck as well when I came in.
There is a fire truck, indeed.
Sharma in, and that squares up Jennings, and that just clips the edge of the bat as they look to come back from 2. But
the highlight of the day will be the mascot race. So keep your eye at
Got to
lunchtime.
Ask about the big event.
The
So
big event is the mascot race, so keep your eye out for who is going to be winning that. I think Lanky and Twinkle have got their eyes on the prize. They would like to be the winners, but who knows?
So we often see it at the Vitality Blast final days, but who's contending in the
Yes.
in the race today?
So we've got Bertie B from Burnley Football Club. I'm pretty sure the Fire Brigade have got some sort of mascot. I think it might be a dog. And I think some of the other partners who are here too.
Sharma in again. So there'll be a few.
There might even be a shark, I think. I think Sail Sharks might have a shark.
Oh, nice, yeah.
So there's quite a few different animals going to be competing.
There'll be some split allegiances here. I know Scott Reed, big Burnley fan. Got Jimmy Anderson, who follows them week in, week out. So hopefully they are supporting Lanky. But
Yeah.
you can't guarantee it, can you? Even in this,
can't.
even
You
in the
can't.
dressing room, you
I
can't
think that
guarantee
Bertie
it.
B won last year. I think he did actually win by quite a long way. I'm surprised we invited them back.
Sharma approaching the crease, defended by Bohannon.
I think we've got so Altrincham Football and Stockport Football Club are here as well, and I think their mascots will be running too. So it'd be interesting to see the football clubs are getting the in here as to whether they win the coveted trophy at lunchtime for the mascot race.
How good! Well, I know there's. I think, do you say over 1,000 kids?
Yes,
over
1,000
kids. Then we've got the members in the pavilion. It's a great atmosphere at Emirates Old Trafford today. Grey day, bit of blue sky, so you never know in Manchester whether it's going to break through and the sun will come out. But that is the main event of the school's day today, is the mascot race at half time. So it's going to create some more atmosphere in the stadium.
There will be some huge cheers. You can guarantee lots of cheering. We know that the teachers get told, make sure your children are in their seats for the lunch break to cheer on the mascot.
Yeah, they're not sat down watching the change of bowling here from the James Anderson end. So Morgan is coming into the attack. Seb Morgan.
No, they don't watch. They don't watch an awful lot, but there are quite a few actually watching at the moment, which is good to see.
Morgan into Jennings. That's short and dismissed. Pulled into the leg side for 4. Very dismissive shot as that just sits up. It's quite a poor delivery to start from Morgan. I think you'd have pulled that for 4 as well, wouldn't you, Jen?
Oh, quite possibly. Maybe not now though.
I don't know. Jenna also played for Lancashire. How many years did you play for Lancashire women?
I think it was about 14 years.
Very
Just
good.
short, yeah.
Do you get to
Just quite a
talk
long
about
time.
that in the boardroom much anymore?
No.
Morgan in much better length. It does drift through into the leg side.
No, I think my playing days are over. I try and play a little bit of hockey now, but yeah, my cricket playing is on the has gone back into the suitcase for a long time, I think. Yeah.
We've had a great journey here with Lancashire, playing for the club, and then you were the academy lead and then moved over into the foundation more recently.
Yeah, I've been here for quite a while, over 20 years in various different roles. Starting as kind of test match activation support.
Morgan in short again, but gets away with it as it's wide down the leg side. Just struggling to get his radar here is Morgan.
And then through into kind of our schools program. So I've been and delivered out in the community through our schools program, and then into various women and girls roles. Spent time obviously with the academy as regional talent manager, and then took the step back into the recreational game. So 2 years just gone in the managing director role with the foundation. So really good.
It's Morgan in from the James Anderson end, and that's worked off the legs. Shorter again. They'll take the single. Lancashire 43 for 1. Just struggling to find his length here is Morgan after what's been a very disciplined start with the new ball. Yeah, that's important though, isn't it? So that you understand the entire ecosystem of cricket, the barriers that it faced for entry, and I guess with that, making it more accessible is your number one job and getting more girls, boys into the game, which having over 1,000 kids here today is so good for the schools day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that understanding of, and deeper understanding of what I'm asking some of the team to go out and do, some of the challenges that they may face.
Morgan, much better length there to Bohannon as that shapes away from the right-hander. Couldn't find his area or channel to Keaton Jennings, but straight on the money to Josh Bohannon. That left-right hand just shows how it can change here. We're just seeing on the camera here the kids playing with the blown up swords.
Yeah, we've got the balloon stall making the swords. I think they're props for the silent disco as well.
Morgan, much better delivery once again. Beats Bohannon on the outside edge. Finishes his over well there, does Morgan. And Lancashire are 43 for 1 after the 14. Just taking another look at this. It's a beautiful delivery. Angles in and then nips away. Beats Bohannon, all ends up.
That would have beaten me as well, I think. It's a fantastic delivery.
Almost too good there from Morgan. That's what we know he can do.
Yeah, I've seen the growth of the women's game in particular has changed so much since, well, me and you started playing, and it's incredible to see where it's got to now. And yeah, really proud of kind of the investment that Lancashire have put into the women's side.
Sharma running in from the Statham end, and Keaton Jennings has to kick that away from his stumps. Yeah, even since the 2017 World Cup, the last time we saw a home World Cup for England, the investment and infrastructure has changed dramatically. It feels like this summer, with the influx of cricket being played in stadiums, we've got the setup for young girls to actually go to clubs, whereas we saw a boom last time. There was no infrastructure, which is going to make a massive difference.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen that with other sports when they've had a World Cup, particularly in the women's game, football and rugby being the two recent ones, where they've seen a lot of girls go down to clubs, but the infrastructure hasn't been there.
Sharma pushes that down the leg side and is left alone.
But we're quite lucky. We've put in quite a lot of hard work in the last 12 months to ensure that those clubs are ready now. So should that phone ring or that message ping through, that we've got an infrastructure there for girls to kind of go and play, both at club level, but also kind of moving into the pathway, and then also in the community as well. So they're not having to just go to one space. They've got a choice, which is the most important thing for me.
Definitely. And I'm looking after the under-12s at Lancs. We trialled over 200 girls, which was awesome to get around that many girls in the county in and defended off the front foot. I don't think I knew 20 girls that played cricket when I was under 12s.
No, absolutely. I would be the same. I would be absolutely the same. It was a miracle if we had a team, and we all had a matching shirt to play in. That was the achievement at that level. And yeah, it's fantastic to be able to see, over 200 girls getting the opportunity to showcase their talent, and whether they're successful or not at this stage, like they're still so young, and that pathway is continuing to emerge in front of them, and there's so many opportunities now to play the game.
Sharma running in again, and defenders a LBW appeal, but I think it got a thick inside edge into Jennings' pads. Yeah, a bit of pressure for the England team as well, with the Roses winning when they had a home World Cup rugby, the Lionesses winning with a home World Cup, or Euros was it?
Yeah.
So
that momentum's there, and hopefully we can do the same from the cricket side. But for me, it's around creating that legacy piece, ensuring that it's not just the month of June that we see some fantastic cricket activities, but also clubs taking that forward throughout the rest of the year.
Sharma running in, and there's a edge there, but it just trickles down past first slip. The keeper's running after it, is Cracknell, but it goes away for 4. Jennings just taking a look at his bat there. He got a little bit of movement, did Sharma, off the pitch there. 47 for 1 at Lancashire. It just dropped short of first slip, and manages to nutmeg him. Goes all the way down to the boundary. And that's why you're doing such a great role, Jen, making sure that everything after the World Cup is set up, creating that legacy. As Sharma in and beats Jennings again, the outside edge. Leaves him stumped and putting all his weight through his bat. Now doing a bit of a garden as Sharma finishes that over. 47 for 1 after 15 in Lancashire.
Yeah, the legacy for post-World Cup is really key for us, keeping that momentum going, whether that's through clubs or schools, community groups. So we're looking at how we can ensure that we don't just have a big boom through June. We ensure that we keep that continued momentum throughout the rest of the year. And, things like playground markings, have schools and community groups, faith groups got the opportunity to kind of put some playground markings down to ensure they've got the creases marked out for some cricket to be played afterwards, and it's very small things.
Morgan in short again and cut off the back foot by Bohannon. Straight to cover though. Disappointed with that and not putting that away. Another poor ball for the first ball of the over from Morgan.
Just creating that culture and being led by the children to get involved.
Yeah, it's so key, isn't it? You see football markings everywhere in playgrounds, but cricket not so much, and they're leading the way out there, just doing some star jumps and all sorts. There's big appeal here for LB from Morgan.
I think that might be the cheerleading that they are twirling around with. We've got some reaction gates. So Burnley Football in the community have brought their reaction time game across. We've got some chance to shine going on with the batting off a tee, see if they can hit some zones. So yeah, so much going on out there. They will sleep tonight.
Does it finish with the mascot race? Is that the finale event?
So usually they drift off
Morgan
sort of
in and just shovelled off his hip by Bohannon for a single.
To be home for kind of end of school day, so around 3:30 everyone will have disappeared. We sort of see people leaving, sort of after 2:30 to try and get back in time for close of school.
So there'll be the mascot event as one of the main events. They'll have a little rock climb, a little kick of a football, a little bowl of a ball, and that'll be the day. How good.
Absolutely.
For the school kids and teachers today at Emirates Old Trafford. Just a snippet of the work that's going on in the foundation to make sure that cricket's more accessible for young boys and girls across schools and across Lancashire. Morgan coming round to Jennings, who just uppishly drives that. I think he was thinking of leaving it, but punched it into the ground. And is there anything this summer in the cricket calendar you're particularly looking forward to, Jen?
Well, aside of the World Cup, I think getting the new ground at Farrington up and running. So we've got some big plans across the community in that space. Obviously 2 big ovals.
Morgan in and defended again by Jennings.
We've got quite a lot of our schools' finals days will be held at Farrington this year. So both our girls' secondary on our mixed and girls only primary school competition. So the winners of each of the local authority mini competitions will come through and play the county finals days there. We've got a couple of girls dynamos, taster sessions. We've got some of our disability programme fixtures and mini festivals happening out there. So there's lots going on there, and I'm really keen to get more and more out at Farrington and speak to the local community groups and what they want to see there.
Morgan in and shapes away from Jennings, left alone. Lancashire 48 for 1. Yeah, and it's a really impressive site as well, isn't it? I've been up there and it's amazing space.
Yes.
2 cricket pitches.
It's incredible space. Yeah, so lucky to be able to have that as a second home of the Red Rose, but then also to be able to offer that out into the community and bring different groups in there. So we've kind of penciled in a Monday as our we've got table cricket, sporting memories, and then hopefully moving forward a walking cricket group there as well. So Mondays will be that kind of less fast paced, but still some great opportunities for people to get involved, and watch your space for more information on how you can get involved in that.
That sounds brilliant. And I've heard a lot around the pathway cricket being played there, the men's and women's team being played there, but the fact that there's 2 more ovals for community cricket is also so important as Sharma advances in and wide of the off stump. Bohannon has a look at that, has a look at the umpire, but doesn't get signalled a wide. So yeah, Emirates Old Trafford, less easy to access from a community perspective, but like you say, you've got the festival here next Friday where there'll be some young girls and boys playing on the pitch.
So during the day it'll be just girls, but in the evening there'll be boys and girls from our community programmes.
Fabulous. There's Sharma in again. Left alone once again by Bohannon. He is 5 off 26. So navigating the new ball, happy to take his time here. Lancashire 48 for 1 after 16 overs. Jennings the other end, 33 from 61. So we've got Schools Day today. Jen Barden, Managing Director of Lancashire Foundation, with us, and she's given us a great insight into some of the work. Sharma in and left alone again by Bohannon. Another dot ball. Some of the work that the foundation are doing across the board to drive participation of cricket, making it more accessible for different communities, and sounds like there's a lot of work going on. Was it 16,000 hours?
16,000 young people, so
16,
under 16s, yeah.
16,000 under 16s that you've had contact hour with so far this year?
Just in April.
Just in April, there you go. So times that by 12 for the amount of work that's going on in the foundation every year. Sharma in and punch to cover. Much straighter delivery there from Sharma. Lancashire 48 for 1. And Jen, I know we've had you for 40 minutes. So any last words that you want to say with the foundation, or anything that we haven't covered so far?
We've covered a lot. I think the only other bit for me, so we've done a lot of work obviously in the female game for both playing but also coaches, grounds, volunteers and scorers and umpires. Our workforce of the future is really important to us, so both female but also those underrepresented communities, whether that's South Asian or just getting more and more young people involved in the game in different spaces is really key for us.
Another dot ball from Sharma as that goes through to the keeper. And how do people get involved? If you're a male, female, adult child that wants to get involved in the game, whether it's playing, umpiring, what's your advice to them?
My biggest advice is if you're between 5 and 11, most clubs now have got an All-Stars or a Dynamos program that you can get involved in, so find your local club. Our website is a hive of information, so all our girls' taster sessions, all our girls' contacts are on there. And we've also got a contact us form, so send us a message and we can point you in the right direction.
Sharma in, left alone again. That's another maiden over, 48 for 1 from 17. Well, thank you very much, Jen. You've been amazing, and it's been awesome to hear about all the work that's going on in the foundation. If anyone's listened, been inspired, wants to get involved from either a participation for your children, or if you want to play or help behind the scenes, like Jen said, teachers, umpires, scorers, they're all greatly appreciated in cricket. And Jen, thank you very much for all your insights into what's going on in the foundation. It's been brilliant to speak, and keep up all the awesome work.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me. Thanks, Phoebe.
So Lancashire are 48 for 1 off 17 overs here. Bohannon and Jennings have been navigating the ship since the early wicket of Balderson, who's been opening the batting since the injury of Luke Wells down in Gloucestershire, who dislocated his shoulder. He was dismissed for 8, LBW bowled by Higgins, and we've got Morgan continuing his spell from the James Anderson end, who comes over the wicket to Jennings and goes down the leg side again, struggling with his line to Jennings. We've got Scott Reed back in the box.
That was good to hear, wasn't it? That's a good insight into what this is all about and the work that the foundation do.
Definitely, and I think sometimes you forget what's going on behind the scenes in cricket to drive the game forward, and that's just a snippet of what's happening in Lancashire. There's all those roles across every county, and I know Jen Barden is a driving force to make cricket more accessible in Lancashire, so awesome work that she's doing. Morgan in and squares Jennings up, hits him on his pads, but going down leg side, so no hope for the for the Middlesex camp.
It's been a very good hour and 15 minutes of cricket as well, hasn't it, in the middle of all that conversation as well. It's been really kind of gritty work, this, hasn't it? You mentioned Bannon, 5 off 30 deliveries, which is a reflection of how difficult it's been for these two Lancashire batters.
Morgan in and defended off the front foot by Jennings. His soft hands there, tries to navigate a single. They've brought cover in mid-wicket in tighter to stop any singles creeping in. They were running really nicely between the wickets and rotating the strike, but it's slowed up a little. 40 for 1, 48 for 1.
Just good kind of hard cricket, isn't it? Good fought, well fought cricket, this. Good battle between bat and ball.
Well, it's gritty, isn't it? This is the difference between proper openers and number 3s. Jennings defends that with the full face of the bat and holds his pose wonderfully. They're able to navigate that new ball. Balderson got a good ball that nipped back in and squared him up on the pads.
Yeah, I was looking back on the replay of that just while I was off commentary. It looked like a pretty sound call from the umpire. It hit him in line, so it just straightened a little bit, didn't it? It was coming back in towards Balderson.
And bowled some good balls as well, haven't they? But like you say, they're navigating well so far at Jennings and Bohannon, as Jennings manages to get a bat on that as it squares him up and it hits the splice of the bat. Just going down for another little chat. And it hits his area. Morgan's difficult to play. You can see he's a young jet that's come through the Middlesex Academy. I think he's 18, 19 years of age.
A young jet, like that.
18 years old. He was in the England under-19 squad. I think he opened the bowling in the under-19 finals, did Morgan. Comes in and squares him up again, Jennings, but not straight enough, that delivery. Causing a few more problems now, and looks way more threatening coming over the wicket. Does Sebastian Morgan. 48 for 1, Lancashire after 18.
Yeah, it's been a good start by the 4 bowlers there, so set up beautifully by Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins. 6 overs for 15 for Rowland-Jones, Higgins 6 overs 1 for 20, and then Sharma and Morgan have sent down 6 overs between them. They've only gone for 11 runs, so they've bowled beautifully here. All 4 Middlesex bowlers used in this hour and 15 minutes, and it's tough going for Lancashire's batters here, having to try and get through this this passage of play which belongs to the bowling side at the minute. Here's Sharma to Bohannon, that's left, and through to Cracknell, and there's no addition to the Lancashire score. Remains on 5, Josh Bohannon. Again, having a little wander down the pitch. We've seen both batters do that quite a bit in between deliveries. So the ball nibbling around, we mentioned before, but Balderson got one that just came back in towards him to trap him LBW. Sharma from the Brian Statham end. 3 slips and a fine leg. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Sharma over the wicket to Bohannon, plays forward, steers the ball down through the gap between third slip and gully. Shuffles back for a couple, moves on to 7, and that brings up the Lancashire 50 as well. 50 for 1, Lancashire, 2 balls into the 19th over.
You can see with Sharma's approach that he reaches his ultimate speed quite early in his approach to the wicket and runs in quick for a long period of time. Often you see that change of pace gradually up to the approach of the crease, but he almost goes full pelt from step number 3 or 4, does Sharma. Really feel his body and energy behind it, and his arms are a little bit sprayed. putting everything into it.
He sets off again. Striding purposefully in. Ball to Bohannon, tries to whip it away to the leg side. The ball maybe just keeps a fraction lower than he was expecting there. He's played over the top of that, Bohannon. Try to pull it through mid-wicket, and again both batters coming down. Tricky this for Jennings and for Bohannon. Not an easy hour and 20 minutes of batting here. It's a good examination by two experienced bowlers in Roland Jones and Higgins, and then equally as intriguing, if not even more so, by two youngsters in Sharma and Morgan.
Yeah, they've got some good youngsters, have Middlesex. Caleb Faulkner also making debut today, who played in that under-19s World Cup final against India.
Sharma balls to Bohannon, that's lovely carry through to the keeper. This nips away from Bohannon and then taken by Cracknell, kind of shoulder height, dancing across first step.
Thomas Rue got a lot of coverage off the back of that World Cup, having a brilliant tournament, has played some games for Somerset in the county championship without really scoring, but great to see him playing county championship cricket. And Caleb Faulkner also turned up in the final. He scored 115 in that final and was a really brilliant middle over player, so it's good to see those players coming through into the county championship scene.
Sharma in balls, Bohannon drives. It's a good stop by Lias Duploy, the Middlesex skipper at cover, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a healthy sign then, isn't it? Getting some good young players into the first 11.
Particularly for Middlesex, who are challenging and will be challenging for promotion again this year. Both these teams we thought would be the front runners last year. Neither got the promotion, but both will be hungry to get themselves out of Division 2.
Sharma to Bohannon, that's a lovely ball that beats him. And through to Cracknell. It's a super over that by Sharma. It's a very, very exciting little passage of play with two young bowlers bowling to two high quality batters. And that's a fine delivery to end the over. Angled in, straightened. What a beauty from Sharma to beat Bohannon. 50 for 1.
He's bowled a couple of those. He's got almost hyper-extends in his action, so when everything gets behind the ball, which happened then, he's able to get the ball angling in and then moving away from the right-hander. It's a perfect concoction for a fast bowler, but yeah, does hyper-extend in his action, so just keeping everything behind it there is Morgan in and clunkily defended by Jennings, who in frustration pretends to hit the wicket, which would have been a terrible way to be dismissed. Yeah, there's a little bit of frustration you can sense that now. When these two came on, they had a few loose deliveries to start, both very young, both played in the... No, they didn't both play, but Morgan played in the under-19 World Cup final, so establishing himself in the team. Jennings defends with a very high elbow on his toes, straight back to Morgan.
And the two batters here that will be, you would think, a match for that challenge of kind of sticking in and getting through this period. I mentioned that Jennings looked just got a little bit of a frustrated figure a moment or two ago, but I think these two are perfect players in this Lancashire team to try and just absorb this bit of pressure and realise at the minute the bowlers are on top.
Morgan in and defended with a full face of the bat by Jennings. And they're not giving a lot away, are they? They're niggling at that length. Now they're in rhythm. Morgan 3 overs into his spell. The first delivery was a half tracker that Jennings put away. They've now got a deep square leg, but 3 in the slips, backward point, cover, mid-wicket, mid-on. Morgan advances in and defended up on the toes once again by Jennings.
Yes, Sebastian Morgan, born in August 2007.
It's crazy, isn't it? Do you think that's a sign that we're getting significantly older when that becomes...
Undoubtedly, that is the case. That is, without doubt.
I couldn't cope with playing with players born in the 2000s. That just blew my mind. It's Morgan in and worked lovely off the legs down to fine leg for a single. Manages to rotate the strike there. Lancashire go up to 51 for 1.
Sharma born in September 2005. He's an old boy now, isn't he, compared to Morgan? But it's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, the contrast that we're seeing with Higgins and Roland Jones, and then the change bowlers here first up, an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old. They've been terrific for Middlesex.
And I think having that exposure in the Under-19 World Cup that seems to get a lot of coverage, doesn't it? I think it's on at a time of year in February where there isn't a lot of cricket going on. Morgan in and just shoveled off his hip again with one hand on the bat by Bohannon. It's called a leg bye. And Lancashire will be 52 for 1 after 20 overs.
People are thirsty for cricket in February, aren't they? Thirsty for a bit of...
They are. And I think for the young boys and girls that play in the competition as well at Under-19, covered by Sky Sports, you know you've got all eyes on you. So if you're able to perform in those competitions, it breaks you through and stands you in good stead for either a county championship season, a county season. We've seen players like Seren Small have a great Under-19s tournament and be picked up in the 100, then establish themselves as a regular first teamer for Lancashire. It's happening in the boys game as well, so that platform's massive for them. If they get a good cohort in that Under-19s and can go on to finals, makes a big difference to the cricket careers. As Sharma again strides in, defended. I think this is actually your end, Scott. I think I've taken...
It's fine.
I'm interviewing you now, you see.
Like, doing a fine job. Your own kind of
talk show.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what you need. Yeah.
Started with Jen Bond. Now I've got Scott Reed.
Bring Kevin in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The history of Middlesex. We'll cover that with Kevin later.
You've started the over. You might as well finish.
We'll do a switch as Sharma glides in and left alone by Bohannon. 7 off 39, 52 for 1, Lancashire.
It almost feels a little bit like the Under-19s. He's almost more significant than the Lions. Would that be a bit wrong to say?
I think it almost establishes that breakthrough moment of rookie contracts, which is so important for you to then go on to Lions. So it's a make or break era because not everyone in the academy goes through and gets a rookie contract. I think it's 1 or 2 a year, if that. Sharma running in, another beautiful delivery that angles in, nips away and leaves Hannon looking at his bat. Once again gets everything behind that. I don't know how it misses the bat. He's got 4 slips in at the moment.
But Hannon's reaction was lovely, wasn't it? He just smiled and a little nod towards the bowler. That's an absolute peach, isn't it?
He's bowling really nicely. Really nicely. So yeah, I think you're right in terms of that exposure. Sharma in and get defended by Bohannon, but almost how hungry they are to perform doesn't always necessarily performing well for Lions mean that you're going to step into an England shirt. But I think performing well at Under-19s almost guarantees you're going to get yourself a rookie contract, which is the start of your cricket career.
Because if anything, you perform well for the Lions, as you say. Doesn't appear to be any kind of natural succession then to step up and play at Test level. Or at least that hasn't been the perception I've had for the last couple of years.
Sharma in, and that one is short and wide, and Bohannon cuts that through. Point for 4. Moves up to 11. Lancashire 56 for 1.
Yeah, well, not much width on offer here for Bohannon to work with. This has been a brilliant spell from Sharma, but just enough on that to allow him to flash it down to third man for 4 runs.
You can see he puts everything into that run up. arms are a little bit wide as well, and really important with his alignment there that he doesn't let it over hyperextend as he's approaching the crease once again. And beautiful delivery. Corrects himself. Bowls another nut.
I'm loving Josh Bohannon's reaction to it.
How good is that? Everything behind the ball, angles in, nips away. Could get a reel of those on repeat. I think he's faced about 5 of those deliveries. That's why bowlers should have another column that's just absolute seeds. It deserves more than a dot ball, does that, from Sharma.
56 for 1. Well, a little smile on the face of Josh Bohannon because he's been on the end of some absolute beauties from Sharma. But he's still going. It'll be Morgan to continue from the Anderson end. That's pushed away by Jennings out towards point. There's no run.
I think it's been a really patient approach from both Jennings and Bohannon here. And actually, if you look at this scorecard, 56 for 1 off 21, you'd be reasonably happy from a Lancashire camp. But they're navigating a tough period of play. I think if they come away from this first innings or first session, no more wickets down, they'll be pleased.
There's runs here for Jennings. Just guides it away past the reach of third slip. Down towards the third man boundary. They'll get a single for it. Keaton Jennings moves to 35. The score ticks along to 57 for 1. Yes, almost regardless actually of the runs that Lancashire get now between now and lunch in half an hour. It's more the wickets that they don't want to lose. 1 down at lunch. If they've got 65 for 1 at lunch, they'd be 70 for 1 at lunch. They'd be, I think, delighted with that. Oh, that's a beauty from Morgan to Bohannon. Through it goes to the keeper.
Well, they've bowled some outrageous balls today.
Especially to Josh Bohannon in particular in this last half an hour.
Yeah, Bohannon seems to be on the end of it. Once again. Does him on the outside, and I don't know how they've not found the outside edge yet. They've put another player in slips, 4 slips for both bowlers.
Morgan to Bohannon. There's runs here, 4 of them, punched away off the back foot through cover. And I'm sure welcome runs for Josh Bohannon. He has been on the end of some brutal bowling at times. He put that one away nicely to bring up the 50 partnership as well. 52 from 118 deliveries.
Yeah, well, with the arrival of Chris Green, the batting lineup looks a lot stronger as well. Obviously, missing Wells up top through his injury, so Balderson went in early doors to try and navigate that new ball. But with Chris Green coming in 6-7, it does look healthier for Lancashire.
Morgan to Bohannon, dropped into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Green kind of almost like the bat signal was raised by Lancashire. They flashed up the bat signal, wanting some help from Chris Green. Come to our aid, Chris Green. And Batman flew in. Lancashire have got plenty of injuries to bowlers especially. And Green's arrived, cape and all. Here comes Morgan in and bowls to Bohannon. Play back towards the bowler. And there's no run. End of the over. 61 for 1. So yeah, he's like Lancashire's superhero, Chris Green. Took the emergency call from Mark Chilton. Don't worry, I'll be there. I'll land into Manchester and come and help you out. And the injury to Ajit Singh Dale. Jack Blatherwick's injured. He's not fully fit yet. Tom Aspinwall unavailable. Arash Shetty fractured his thumb at Durham. So they flashed the bat signal and Chris Green came to Lancashire's rescue. Arrived a couple of weeks early.
Someone mentioned superhero.
Speaking of which, here's Kevin Hand.
I was thinking the chef is delivering lunch downstairs right now. Here's Navya Sharma, hopefully a hero for Middlesex fans for years to come. He's made a bright start to his fledgling career. It was 4 wickets at Grace Road with the high-flying Foxes at the time in Division 2 last year. It blasted open that game and sent Middlesex on their way to victory. He's in now, right arm over bowls and lifting ball outside the off stump, beats the edge of Jennings. Well, he's playing inside it really, but he comes down and taps away at the surface. There was a fair bit of seam movement, I dare say, there. Unless it was a little bit of late swing, we couldn't detect it from our angle, but the march down the pitch from Jennings suggests it went off the surface.
It's been a brilliant spell from Sharma at this end and Morgan at the other. They're both
promising, aren't they?
They're really exciting to watch on the evidence of the last half an hour especially.
Noah Cornwell to add to that list, the left armour who Middlesex, and indeed I do as well, I think great things of him. He'll play a big part in the blast coming up as this ball's on a length outside the off stump. And poor old Blake Cullen, who's been battling with injuries, but he's been eased back and expected to play a fair part in the blast as well. Yeah, they're blessed in the seam department at the moment, Middlesex, for youngsters.
Handy to have that.
It is, and that's why Ethan Bosch, he's not in the side for this one, but that's why he's brought in, because he kind of bridges, as much as you've got a whole load of youngsters, what comes with youth and experience and inconsistency. So that's why Bosch as much has been brought in to bridge that gap between them and Roland Jones and Helm, the more experienced seamers. Here's Sharma in. Ooh, down the leg side. It swung sharply on passing the batter down the leg side, and Cracknell had to move back towards slip to take it. That really went, didn't it?
Yeah, there has been quite a bit of that in the morning to the right-hander Bohannon especially. He sent some beautiful deliveries down.
But it was the lateness with which that one swung when it just before hitting the keeper's gloves. It was a test that for Cracknell.
Yeah, it went kind of sharply back into his left, didn't it?
Yeah. How do you judge the morning so far?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it's been a really good hour and a half.
What about the cricket? Here's Sharma to Jennings, 35 off 77. It's around the wicket to the left-hander. And, oh, now up on his toes. He's punched that away in front of point. Lovely shot. Thought for a moment he was going to get himself in trouble with that. It was just playing away from the body a little, and after that one that had seamed earlier in the over, but over the top of it and looked imperious.
Yeah, change of angle from around the wicket to the left-hander. Just a little bit of width there for him to work with.
I guess he fancied that width from around. Mind you, I say that, well, I reckon that did seem as well, that one. Maybe it was my eyes deceiving me, but I say probably around the wicket he fancied that he could keep control of it more, that if it seemed, than if it was over the wicket and he was playing away from his body, then he's stretching that a little bit more. As, oh, what's going on? Umpire spotted somebody. What are you up to, he said. Dead ball signalled. Threw out his arms a bit there, didn't he, the umps? It's not the kids, they're over the other side. They're well behaved. It's the old lot, isn't it?
Always is.
Beyond caring anymore. It's Sharma. He's midway through his run-up, bowls and length ball beats Jennings on this occasion. That's better. He's just got a lovely rhythm, hasn't he, Sharma? Alan Coleman, the director of cricket, was with me a couple of weeks back and was just describing, actually, you'll see it now, look at how late the arm comes through. We're watching the replay on the stream here. Oh, that's a lovely ball, that. Just nips away from the right-hander at the last, squared up.
Well, that's the impressive thing here about Sharma, is that he sent that delivery and beaten the left-hander Jennings and the right-hander Bohannon. So he's not been unsettled by the left-hand right-hand combination.
Off he goes. Bowls again outside the off stump. That's left alone. Only the 23rd, 65 for 1.
I've had to say, I bet Jennings is on the move here. This next delivery he was a couple of paces down the pitch. You can see that outcome coming from Jennings using his feet to Sharma. Brilliant spell. Whether that's his last, I'm not sure. He's bowled 6 there, hasn't he, Sharma? Lancashire have lost the 1 wicket so far. George Balderson, LBW, to Ryan Higgins for 8.
So far. It's like broadcasting at Cheltenham with Ed Seaborn. He goes all posh when he's there.
And they're the 4 bowlers used. Morgan 5 overs for 12, Sharma 6 overs for 15, Higgins 6 overs 1 for 20.
Yeah, that's the unusual one. Higgins is never usually that expensive.
Roland Jones, 6 overs for 15. We are going to see, I think, a bowling change here, aren't we? I think that's Higgins.
No Faulkner yet. The youngster, the 19-year-olds. But I guess, you know, it is the first morning. The ball's hard. They want to give it the best chance. And as I say, the unusual part is Higgins, but he, of course, is the man who has the wicket.
So he returns for a little spell prior to the lunch break, about 20 minutes away from lunch. Bohannon's on strike. Higgins in balls. It's a lovely ball to Bohannon. Has he nicked it? He has.
Well,
little edge off Bohannon's bat. Caught by the keeper. It was a beauty first up from Higgins. And Lancashire lose their second wicket, 65 for 2. It's been hard going for Josh Bohannon this morning, but he has been on the receiving end of some outstanding bowling. He's gone for 15, caught behind.
Have you ever seen the like? I mean, it was a long, long time before almost the appeal and the finger went up. Whether they were so convinced that they had him. Cracknell takes the ball and, yeah, I guess it was a celeb appeal from behind the stumps. I'm just watching Higgins now as well, but it was an almighty delay. I think we just both thought it was a Jaffa, didn't we? And, whether it was bat on pad, was it? It was definitely bat on ball there. You're closest to the screen, has the eyes. The umpire, Bohannon, looks back down the track. The finger goes up. I know we didn't see his reaction on that one. But Higgins, yeah. Was it a celeb appeal? Was it a... I know I haven't got him, but I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure neither.
I mean, he may well have edged it, but it seemed as though Middlesex weren't wholly convinced themselves at first. Then they went up as if to say, well, haven't you given him? You know, a bit belated. And then the finger did go up. So it was an odd series of events.
It was, and Bohannon's reaction wasn't that of a man who didn't think he's hit it. He kind of just set off, but I mean, it's a lovely ball angled and it just pitches and straightens on Bohannon. It's a beauty from Higgins, but as I say, there's been some outstanding deliveries sent down this morning. There's the delay, finger goes up, and no particular complaints from Josh Bohannon, it would appear, so maybe he has just snicked it.
Yeah, that was what I was looking for, was the reaction of Bohannon. Because it was one of those where the toe end, inside toe end of the bat clips the pad for sure.
Marcus Harris, the new batter. That's defended into the offside for no run.
Did it clip the ball as well? You say Bohannon, no great upset.
Well, Sebastian Morgan will be thinking that Higgins has got my wicket there. It's a brilliant spell from Morgan, which he beat the bat on numerous occasions. As Harris defends and there's no run, and then the first ball that Higgins sends down of his latest spell, he does find the edge of the bat, where Morgan was so close to doing that on a number of occasions, but every time as you see that happen. 65 for 2. So Marcus Harris joining Keaton Jennings. 3 slips and a gully. Ryan Higgins around the wicket to Harris. Oh, and that's disappeared down to fine leg. It's going to be runs, 4 of them, off the inner half of the bat. The ball flashing past the keeper's right-hand side, down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. It's gone past his off stump and then past the keeper. Gets Harris off the mark. A little streaky, but he's up and running. Oh, and he's beaten a ball that has him on the front foot, just pushing at it. Just a fraction of movement to send the ball away from Marcus Harrison through to Joe Cracknell. 69 for 2. Really has been a terrific hour and 40 minutes of cricket. Higgins to Harris, this time off the inner half of the bat, trying to push to the offside. The ball squirts up to mid-on. End of the over. Wicket taken over for Ryan Higgins, his second, and indeed Middlesex's second wicket of the morning so far. 69 for 2. Harris on 4, and Jennings is 39 not out.
Yeah, important wicket that before lunch, I think, for Middlesex. They'll be happy enough with the run rate, 2.88. I think they'd like to bring it down a little. But if they walked off now with 3 down in the morning session and not 3 figures on the board, then I think they would be pretty happy. We've only had 24 overs, though. A little slow on the over rate. Where's the... there's got to be a minus on there already, hasn't there? Where is it? Over 8 says nothing at the moment. Hasn't woken up yet.
It's having a snooze.
Yeah. Sharma's around the wicket. 3 slips behind the left-handed Jennings. Leaves alone with a plunging front pad. Pushed forward outside off. Deep backward point and deep third are the 2 back. 4 on the single. In fact, deep square is now being pushed back. So potentially in response to that plunging front foot of Jennings. The message from Deploy, who's just sent back the deep square, is you won't sit so happily on the front foot for long. What will Sharma do, though? I don't think he was involved in the square being sent back. Will it be the bluff, or he goes full again? It's onto the pads, but I think there might have been a little inside tickle. The angle against him around the wicket's the left-hander, of course, but the fact that they started and stopped so quickly suggested there may have been a little bit of wood involved. So the fire engine was here, was what I managed to garner from that. That was your question for me.
It was, yeah.
That was our intrepid journalism for the morning.
It was, wasn't
the
it?
fire truck
He's
here
the fire
now?
engineer.
And it is. 2 journalists. Excellent work. Yeah, busy over there. The kids still jumping around, making noises. Here's Sharma in bowls down the leg side. I just think it's so good for cricket. I just think all these big grounds, all these championship games, look at them. They're having the time of their lives. They might see a little bit of cricket, and one of them might come back one day. But so much good done, I would suggest, away to our left today. You just really want to see so much more of it at the grounds. You can see it on a couple or 3 days a year, maybe, at Lords per year.
As you said,
But it's always been my bugbear.
At big grounds like this, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah. But even at the little grounds, I don't think anybody's going to particularly kick up a fuss about the noise of kids. As here's Sharma in bowls, and it's a low full toss. His right arm over now to Jennings. Just slipped out that one. Deep squares coming around. They'll pick up a couple. 71 for 2. But yeah, for all my years, it's been the biggest bugbear that, especially at Lords, where so often you're one side of the square or the other, so that half of the ground's shut off. Well, in that half of the grounds, get the kids in. It's not as though there's a shortage of schools around Lords. But no, it's good to see.
Mascot race at lunch as well.
Who are you dressing up as?
Coming as Kevin Hand.
A clown. Here's Sharma past the umpire. He bowls just short of a length. It's onto the hip and falls for a leg by into the onside. 72 for 2.
I think there's a bit of controversy last year at Schools Day in the mascot race, because Burnley Football Club's mascot, Bertie B, won the mascot race at lunch. But I seem to recall that maybe he jumped the gun. He started a little bit before his rivals. So I think there's a bit of controversy over Bertie's mascot win in the Schools Day last year. I thought he won it fair and square, but apparently not. Home favourite, of course, is Lanky.
Sharma over the wicket again to Jennings. Digs out full ball into the 25th. 72 for 2. So there's the bee, the giraffe.
Bee, the giraffe. I think
Was
there's
there a
shark
shark mentioned this morning?
There's a shark.
I mean, if David Attenborough's 100th birthday doesn't get a mention while this is on at the same point. Big bash at the Royal Albert Hall today to celebrate it, isn't it?
Is it
100th
nice?
birthday.
Very nice.
Apparently he'd prefer be at home with a cup of tea. Unlike you, you'd have been in there in the middle of it. With all your followers.
15 minutes left of this morning session.
That'd be a good night. I think it's on the Beeb, isn't it, tonight?
Is it?
I think so. Not that we'll know. We'll watch it back on
Watch
the
it back
iPlayer
on
in
the
morning.
iPlayer. Yep. Well, it'll be Higgins to Jennings. He's taking guard from umpire Lloyd. He's keeping Jennings. The keeper standing up. 3 slips in place. That's turned into the onside by Lancashire opener. Just tickling it out to mid-wicket for a single, so he moves to 42. 73 for 2 now. Brings Marcus Harris back on strike. Keeper standing back with Harris. Jennings does have a tendency to, if not to bat out of his crease, but certainly to take a step or two towards the bowler. Cracknell drops back with Harris on strike. Just defends it into the offside. And there's no addition to the score. Quite a still day. The flags on the roof of the pavilion are pretty still. There's not too much breeze around. Hazy conditions, but dry so far today. Hopefully that will be the case through the course of this opening day. Higgins bowls again to Harris. Just trying to work it out towards the leg side. Just quite a fraction there, Harris, and the ball squirts up to mid-off instead. And there's again no run. Halfway through his 8th over of the day, Ryan Higgins. There's a single here for Harris. Pushing off the front foot, the ball off the inner half of the bat. Deflects away to the leg side. Harris takes a single. He moves on to 5. Lancashire 74 for 2. Brings Jennings back on strike, and as a result, the keeper with the helmet back on. He's up to the stumps. And crouching down now as Higgins is in and bowls to Jennings. Again, that's defended. Just tapping it out into the offside. And there is no addition to this Lancashire score. They've worked hard for these runs. They've priced out 2 wickets so far. Have Middlesex made the most of, or tried to make the most of, this new ball and the conditions both on the pitch and in the air. It's been a good display of bowling. There's been some beauty sent down, some really good spells from Higgins and Roland Jones to begin with, and then from the 2 youngsters as well. Jennings reaching for it off that front foot, just drops it into the offside for no run. He's had to work really hard for his 42. Keaton Jennings, Harris alongside him on 5. 10 minutes before the lunch break. Lancashire 74 for 2. It looks like we will end the session as we started the session, which is Higgins from one end and Roland Jones from the other.
Yeah, and I'm for 15 from 6, Roland Jones. Good economy. Sharma and Morgan have had 2 wickets for Higgins. They'll be pleased with their morning's work, but they desperately love to drag off one more wicket, wouldn't they? That 56-run partnership between Jennings and Mahanan. Story of the morning for Lancashire. They'll be thinking, welcome back this afternoon, 2 down and go big. Can Roland Jones upset that though before the interval? He's over the wicket now to the left-handed Harris, who defends.
Just looking at some of the other scores in Division 2, then St Derbyshire against Northamptonshire today. In Derby, Derbyshire 94 without loss, batting first. Gloucestershire Kent in Bristol, Gloucestershire 84 for 1. And Worcestershire against Durham, which is the a game which has seen Ben Stokes take a wicket on his return. Worcestershire 75 for 4.
Roland Jones hits the crease, bowls full. Oh, it's chipped and it's taken at mid-on. Can you believe it? Harris offers a dolly. It was a good catch in the end by Sharma because it was straight of him and he had to move and he had to dive two-handed to get there. Once he was there, he'd have been disappointed not to hold it. So he had work to do, but in effect the ball itself was lofted. Just a little chip. Toe end of the bat. Harris looks at the toe end of the bat before walking off. But the left-hander mightily disappointed, and Middlesex, well, over the moon as Roland Jones has his first wicket.
Yeah, what a Brucey bonus that is for Middlesex to take right on the stroke of lunch. Harris, such a key batter. He's looking at the toe end of his bat. He just, in the end, saw the ball loop up to Sharma, who had a little bit of ground to make to his right at mid-on, and then took a tumbling catch. But you mentioned trying to prize one more out before lunch. Well, they'll be thrilled that it's Harris. They'll take neither, but Harris, such a key player for Lancashire, and in the runs already this season with a couple of centuries to his name. So a real bonus for Middlesex, right on the stroke of lunch.
That feels a big wicket, all right. Now, these 7 and a bit minutes to go until the interval become very, very big for Jones and Jennings. If Middlesex were to walk off with them 4 down at lunch, that would be quite the morning. Tense moments in the build up to the interval now. Yes, it's amazing what a difference a wicket can make.
Absolutely is, yeah. He felt 2 down. Lancashire would have been absolutely thrilled with that. It's been a very tricky morning to try and bat, and we've mentioned that plenty just how well the 4 seamers have bowled for Middlesex. 3 down, and the loss of the Harris wicket makes it feel like a good morning for Middlesex. If they can prize one more out, it would be a pretty outstanding morning for Middlesex.
Jones, right-hander, awaits. Roland Jones runs in, bowls to him on a length, and it's turned just fine at the mid-wicket. Holden retreats. Is it Holden or Faulkner? It's Holden. Taken 1, so back to Jennings. 3 to go, the over. Oh, goodness me, if they picked up Jennings before lunch now. 42 from 88.
Harris on the back of 146 in the first innings against Durham last time out, and 125 in his first match of the season against Derbyshire, so a couple of centuries to start the season for Marcus Harris.
Third slip coming out to mid-wicket. That's Higgins. Well, we've just seen that ball chipped up to Sharma for the wicket of Harris. He moves a little straighter now, having had to move quickly to come straighter to claim the catch. So short mid-wicket, quite fine in there. Roland Jones running in just as he's about to bowl. Roland Jones doesn't like it. Jennings points quite deliberately down the ground. It's not quite Crawleyan. Was it Bumrah? But Roland Jones certainly stood there for a while and looked back and forth at the batter and whatever it was. Was it Bumrah? I got a feeling it wasn't. It was it Siraj? Here's Roland Jones. He bowls now and up on his toes. Jennings defends back into the offside.
Yeah, it got a bit spicy, that one, didn't it? With
yeah, it was good fun.
Involved in it.
We like spicy, don't we? Oh, there's the giraffe and the bee and a bear. What else have we got? A star. Oh, now polar bear as well, is it? It is. It's a David Attenborough special down there, isn't it? Roland Jones up to the stumps. He bowls, and this is turned back of a square on the leg side for a single. 76 for 3. 2 to go. Is there the over? No, 1 to go. The over. Kids, where have they all gone? They're looking at the cricket. Oh, they know that the mascot race is coming.
Yeah, they're in the seats, aren't they? Ready for the.
They're getting in there early, aren't they?
You've got to get a prime seat for this, haven't you? It's the big event.
There's Roland Jones thinking it's all about him right now. Look, they're watching because I've come back onto bowl. He's in now. Bowls last ball of the over and full defended by the right-handed Jones. Taken at mid-wicket, all along the floor by Holden, and it's 76 for 3. Is it brightened up a little bit out there? There were little patches of blue first thing this morning, but otherwise it's been pretty grey. It's high, thin cloud though, isn't it? Not overcast or leaden skies.
And there has been no interruptions in play anywhere across Divisions 1 or 2 in the morning session. Take a look at some Division 1 scores. I've gone through the Division 2 latest scores.
Have Hampshire been relegated yet? Oh, he must be terribly upset, Kevin James, mustn't he?
Here's Higgins to Jennings, looks to cut it on the edge of the bat, and it bounces out to point, and there's no run. Hampshire are at Essex this week. They did. They had lost
that's going to be tough, isn't it?
3 early wickets, but they have recovered.
Yeah.
They're 83 for 3, but they were 15 for 2 and 30 for 3.
Poor old Jamer. He doesn't like Division 2, does he?
I don't know why. I've enjoyed it.
Hey?
I've enjoyed it.
He won't read the scores. When Hampshire in Division 1, he refuses to read the scores from Division 2. He dislikes Division 2 that much.
Well, they're 84 for 3 at Essex this week. It's Higgins to Jennings. Turned into the onside for no run.
If Middlesex don't go up, I'll put a word in and make sure that Hampshire gets sent to Merchant Taylor School for 4 days next season. That'll really cheer him up, won't it?
Somerset are at Glamorgan this week. Somerset 104 for 1. Batting first in Cardiff. Nottinghamshire 103 for 2 against Surrey.
Who?
Higgins to Jennings, forward in defence, and there's no run. So that's the top 2 from last season, isn't it? Duckett 41, Clark on 39, Hamid and Slater the 2 wickets out for Notts. 103 for 2 Nottinghamshire against Surrey. Leicestershire 109 for 2. They're at Sussex this week. As Higgins is into Jennings, that's always allowed that one to go through, and it's caught Cracknell a nasty blow on the fingers.
What's the chant down there? Scott Reed.
I think
Scott
it might be
Reed.
Lanky.
Scott Reed.
It might be Lanky, I think. Could be chanting Lanky's name. I mean, it's their home favourite, Lanky, isn't it? So, it'd be a big support for Lanky. Final score in Division 1 is at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Yorkshire. Warwickshire 79 for 5. Higgins to Jennings, that's clipped down towards deep backward square leg. Jennings through for a single. We've got 1 ball left of the over. It's 12:59, so Michael Jones will be hoping that he can eke out enough time between deliveries here that the clock will tick over to 1 o'clock, and that will be lunch, and then the school kids who are in today will have a chance to watch the mascot race through the course of the lunch break. This is the final ball of the over and potentially of the morning. In fact, it's now gone to 3 o'clock, so yeah, final ball of the morning session. And Jones to face it. 4 slip catches in place. 77 for 3. Oh, Lancashire. Here's Higgins over the wicket to Michael Jones. Full ball, and he'll squeeze that away into the offside for a single. And he'll pinch the strike after lunch as well. And that brings to an end a very enjoyable morning session. It's been a very good couple of hours of cricket. Lancashire have lost 3 wickets. Jones on 2, Jennings on 44. 2 wickets for Higgins and 1 for Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, honours even. I think you put in. We're still early season, aren't we? 8th of May, even though it's round 6 of the season already. But yeah, I think 78 for 3 at lunch. Jennings on 44. Obviously, they'd have loved to have got off 2 down, especially the manner of the Harris dismissal will frustrate Harris more than anybody else, of course. But overall, 2 down would have been Lancashire's morning. 3 down, pretty even Stevens, but I think Middlesex will say to themselves, look, there's enough out there that keep it tight, and they shouldn't be going anywhere quickly after lunch. So whoever's mind is best focused after the interval, I think, will be the winner of the afternoon session.
Wise words as ever from you, Kevin. That's how the scorecard looks. Those are 3 wickets that Lancashire have lost. Balderson for 8, Bohannon for 15, and Harris for 5. So 78 for 3. Jennings and Jones to resume after lunch. An all-round fine bowling performance by Middlesex. The 4 bowlers used. Sharma and Morgan bowled beautifully in their spell together, but the wickets belonging to Higgins and to Rowland-Jones. And we get to the lunch break with Lancashire put into bat by Middlesex at 78 for 3 at lunch on this opening day.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Old Trafford, Lancashire. Middlesex, the visitors in the County Championship. A feisty Division 2 fixture, this one. Two sides that would very much like to be finishing one of the top two positions, if not top itself this season. But a tightly contested morning here this morning between the sides. Middlesex winning the toss. Picked up a couple of wickets, and then just before lunch, a little dolly from Harris to mid-on, and all of a sudden, 78 for 3 at lunch. Middlesex will be feeling a lot happier about life in general. Phoebe Green is alongside me this afternoon. Kevin Hand bringing you the first over of the afternoon. Scott Reid will be back in a little while. We're pretty happy with life because lunch was good.
It was indeed. Chili con carne. Can't complain.
We're an easy bunch to serve, aren't we? Just there was a. I don't think he wouldn't mind being named. The former Ireland media manager said it's quite simple to keep the press happy. Make sure the food's on time and the Wi-Fi's working. And other than that, it's a very simple job. So
and
we're all
you'd
very
be
happy.
even happier that you've got Lancashire 3 down.
Well,
at
I
this
think that
stage
was a
of
big
the-
wicket. I think that was a very big wicket. I think 2 down at lunch. It feels like the difference between 2 and 3 on a first morning feels big to me. 4, it's obviously the bowling side session, but if they'd have gone in 2 down, I think that would have been Middlesex would have been having to think hard about their afternoon session and know that they really would have to be on top form. Speaking of which, there are rumblings, aren't there, that the Middlesex keeper may not be on top form now. Joe Cracknell may have taken a blow and may need replacing in the game whilst collecting a ball that was left alone by Jennings off Roland Jones, I understand.
Yeah, I think he dislocated one of his fingers, so looks like he has been subbed. Can you?
I'm trying to see. That still
spot
looks like
who-
him, doesn't it? I think that is still Joe Cracknell, unless I'm... Oh, thank you, binoculars. Are these yours or Scott's?
I think they belong to Scott Reid.
Oh, they won't work then.
Binoculars.
It is still Cracknell. So he's all right. They've popped it back in, and on he goes. I suppose of all the positions, keeper's the one, really, isn't it? Like, and everywhere else, pop it back in, you're either good to go or you're not. But pop it back in as a keeper, it's still got to be a little bit tender, hasn't it?
You would have thought so, yeah. Tend to always get the knocks on the fingers. I think they're the worst candidates for hands at your end of your career, going off in different directions.
Yeah. Roland Jones, he's in, right arm over, he bowls. First ball after lunch, and it's edged away by Jones down to the vacant deep third. The slips are giving chase, and they'll get a couple. It's a very lush outfield here. One of the very first shots of the morning, in fact. Only just about made it to the short boundary. Off quite a meaty blow as well, but 2 more to the total. Jones is on to 4, 80 for 3.
It's always quite a slow outfield at Emirates Old Trafford. Huge, wide outfield as well. Known for running 2s and 3s a lot of the time when you're batting.
Roland Jones in bowls. Leg side on this one. He's clipped down to long leg. Well, coming around to deep backward square is Zafar Gohar, and a single taken.
But back to that third wicket, huge wicket for Middlesex. Marcus Harris, you don't often see him giving his wicket away so softly. It was quite a soft stroke to mid-wicket. He usually plays through that ball and clips that away for 4, but sort of lofted drive straight to mid-on. It was a good catch in the end, but you don't see those sort of dismissals come from Harris.
Yeah, I was going to say, too early in the piece from Harris. Bit of a green tinge out there. We have seen movement. Mid-wickets come into place, by the way. 3 slips go down to 2 as Higgins has moved across. Roland Jones is in bowls, and that's a little inside tickle. Backward square on the leg side for a single. 82 for 3.
Obviously, Chris Green back in the side, so that strengthens Lancashire's attack with the bat and ball as well. Their blast signing for that'll be 3 years now, Chris Green. And yeah, he got the emergency call from Mark Chilton to come and join the county championship team early. I think he's got 4 games that he'll be available for.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and full and straight, no run. The cry might have just picked up on our effects, might to mid-wicket. What I've just realised, it's very quiet out there. Where are the kids gone? Oh no, they're still going. The mascot race was good at lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Breaking news as well.
The big event of the day, actually, wasn't it?
Burnley were in it, and they didn't lose. And not only that, they won.
First win of the season.
First win of the season. There was a tear in Scott Reed's eyes, I can tell you. Here's Roland Jones. Up to the crease now. He bowls a length ball left alone by Jones, the right-hander. One to come. Yeah, it wasn't even a close contest, was it? It tore away.
Well, it was all the Lancashire mascot legends. So it was Lanky the giraffe, Bumblebee from Burnley. I think there was a Altrincham dog. There's all sorts going on.
The less said about that, the better, probably.
Chance to shine star. So there was a few contending in the race at half-time. Lots of cheers from the kids in the crowd.
It's Roland Jones. Takes high up the outside edge. Along the floor, though, from Jones down to the vacant deep third, and they'll take 2 more. 84 for 3. I feel like the star. I mean, surely there would have been a lot of wind resistance there, wouldn't there?
Yeah, outfit-wise, I think you'd have wanted to be in the Bumblebee outfit. Oh. Lanky obviously has a lot to contend with height-wise, with the big neck. But saying that, has won the Vitality Blast mascot day in previous years. So
wasn't there suspicions of cheating that year, though? Is that the year? Was it Lanky the giraffe? Wasn't there a conspiracy?
I don't think we talk about that. We just put the trophy in the cabinet and we keep going forwards.
Oh, it's just like being on a sorry commentary. 84 for 3 here at Old Trafford.
So it'll be Higgins from the Anderson end. So we have the opening attack from the day starting up after lunch. There are 4 slips.
Although geographically, I should have said it was like being on a Manchester City commentary, that shouldn't I? But oh, you're a City fan?
I'm not. I'm a Newcastle fan.
Oh.
That's where my dad was from. So, yeah, born and raised as a Geordie fan. As Higgin approaches in, keeper up, and that goes straight through as it nibbles off the seam. Higgins hitting a 50p pence as always.
Yeah, his economy was a little loose. I say a little loose. His economy was more expensive than usual this morning. That doesn't necessarily mean he was loose, because runs do come in funny ways sometimes, don't they? But what is he? 2 for 28 from 9 now in his 10th.
Higgin in and work to mid-on for no run. Yeah, so Cracknell up to the stumps.
Dislocated finger and all.
4 slips in place. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. But yeah, difficult period to navigate. Jennings, 45 from 98. As he comes in, and he works it off the inside edge. Getting a lot of nibble off the seam. So that hit that then pad.
Yeah, and you see Jennings edge making the movement with his glove, suggesting that wobble indeed. And that's why, again, that 3rd wicket felt big just before lunch. I think they'd have dearly loved, of course, 4 or more. But 2 down, I think, would have been a slightly nervy lunch for Middlesex.
Yeah, Higgins in and left alone by Jennings.
Because if there's one area this season so far that they'll perhaps just look at what needs to improve that little bit more if they are going to be contenders at the top, it is the bowling.
There's a few young guns coming in that bowled second first change.
Exactly, and that brings inconsistency quite understandably with experience.
Higgins approaching the crease and ball tails away again from Jennings, who holds the pose, but lovely delivery there from Higgins. You can see it angling in and then just hitting the seam and straightening. Yeah, when they bowled a good ball, it was very, very good, as Higgins in again. And once again, just misses the outside edge. He's doing a bit off the pitch here.
I wondered if that just was a little bit of late swing on that one as well. It really did go. Because if that was off the pitch alone, see what the replays show us. If that was off the pitch alone, then That really did move, so I just wonder, was there a little bit of late swing on that one, as well as the seam movement? It feels like it's all happening. I think Jennings' reaction probably tells us everything we needed to know. We've seen it from side on his left, leaning on his bat, looking ponderously back down the pitch.
Yeah, there was some good deliveries early on from Sharma and Morgan. We're seeing now that lateral movement off the pitch again from Higgins and Roland Jones.
Who's in now to start the new over? He bowls, and I think that was an attempt at a leave, but got rather big on him outside the off stump, Jones, and he steered it with somewhat of a late cut dab to deep third. Are you going with it? Did he intend that? I think at the last he did, but I think his early intention was to leave that well alone. Or maybe it just got bigger on him and made it look uncomfortable, but 86 for 3 it is. Yeah, they bowled nicely this morning, didn't they, Morgan and Sharma? And to be honest, I wouldn't suggest it was the youngsters. There was the start of the Worcestershire second innings, where all of a sudden, in a low-scoring game, in an absolute flash, they were 100 without loss. And in a low-scoring game, you know, it's almost the game gone. And so it proved. Against Northamptonshire, they had a bad hour at some point as well, although it was a draw, that game. As here's Roland Jones in bowls, and starting wide, it's left alone, shapes away. Higgins, my apologies, Cracknell dives away in front of Slip to take it. And yeah, Gloucestershire was a very good start to the season. What was the other game in that? Worcestershire. Oh, of course, it was Durham last week. Yeah, again, similarly, there was just an off hour, it felt, with the ball.
That can happen, can't it, with the young, inexperienced attack?
But like I say, it's been the whole thing. I wouldn't particularly label it as the youngsters. Added to that, as here's Roland Jones bowls, this is pushed back, and there's Durham. So that's why I just think at lunch today, that difference between 2 and 3, psychologically, knowing that they've had a couple of 3 bad hours in 4 games so far that have probably pushed games away from them. They lost one of them, they drew 2 of them. And it may have been that bad light and weather affected the other 2 anyway, and they would have been draws. But they'll be aware. They'll know, won't they, that they've just... If there's one thing so far this season that they could have tightened up, it was just with the ball, which is an unusual thing to say of Middlesex. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and forward goes Jones, pushing back to mid-on. For the best part of 12, 13, 14 years perhaps even now, if there's one thing you know with Middlesex, it's that the bowling's going to turn up. Game in, game out, session in, session out. And the batting has perhaps been an area that's always been a little up and down over the years, apart from the title winning year. But this year the batting's the one that's looked pretty good. And yeah, it's the bowling that just perhaps needs to fire properly. As here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and now was there a little inside tickle on that? Roland Jones was about to get very excited. The ball goes fine, and the umpire signals a run indeed. So yes, they were all about to go, but that little inside edge onto the pad from Jones, it brings him a single. Cracknell was the player who set off to retrieve it at 45.
I think Lancashire have probably been the opposite this season, with an hour play with the bat in hand that has caused them...
Well, it more often than not is the way, isn't it? It's
the game,
a bad hour with the bat and things go wrong. Although they did have Middlesex, funnily enough, the chap stood at deep backward point right now, Zafar Gohar, put Middlesex to the sword a few years back for Gloucestershire, and a mad hour, I think it was described then as Roland Jones is in, bowls. That's a lovely flowing drive by Jennings, only as far as deploy at mid-off though, and no run. End of the 31st, 87 for 3. Yeah, Gohar hit 70, 75 or so in no time, and in a game that Middlesex seemed on the verge of winning on the 3rd evening, all of a sudden Gohar turned it on its head and Middlesex was skittled the next day, and a mad hour, as they called it, cost them the game. But other than that, you never really think of it happening, especially with Middlesex with the ball. It's usually, as you say, with most teams it's more often than the bat, because things can usually go wrong quicker with the bat than they can the ball, can't they? But
it's navigating those tough periods of play, which it has felt like that throughout so far for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings 45 from 103, Jones 10 from 13, but it's been moving around as the ball today. Higgins continuing, keeper back now. Cracknell will stand back to Jones. He comes into the right-hander, advances down and in a thick inside edge out to square. They pushed for 2, but Jennings sends Jones back. That's one way to play a moving ball, is try and counter in an aggressive way, and successful-ish in the fact that it didn't miss everything, just managed to get that thick inside edge.
But that'll give us an idea, won't it? And up comes Cracknell now with the helmet on for Jennings, but the use of the feet suggests the batters feel that they need to get on top of this.
Well, Cracknell up for Jennings, and that misses everything once again.
Oh, I think that's hurt, hasn't it, Cracknell? Standing up, yes. Ouch. I think Scott Reed is putting this all down to the fact that he doesn't have black gloves on. Is that what you're saying?
Black gloves this morning, white gloves now.
Oh.
It's Higgin again to Jennings, and screams of catch. Whether that's it's taken off the pitch, and almost I think it's hit the shoulder of Cracknell.
The amount the ball's doing, you feel the keeper may have to stand back here, because it's fizzing around, and if he's already carrying, well, we say a slight knock, a relocated finger.
Well, you need to be able to navigate the one that does get that outside edge. As Higgins in again, and a nice fluid drive from Jennings takes his score up to 49. Goes out to the members in front of the stands. We've still got a lot of kids here. Emirates Old Trafford Schools Day. We were speaking to Managing Director of the foundation, Jen Barden, earlier today. She's telling us about all the work that's happening across the community in Lancashire. It's been a nice atmosphere today at Emirates Old Trafford as Higgins approaches the stumps and Jennings works that through to mid-wicket for one, and there's a bit of football and footwork done out there. And some laughter from the Middlesex teammates. He raises his bat for 50, does Jennings. 50 from 107 deliveries. It's been a good start from Jennings. He's navigated some brilliant bowling from Middlesex. Lancashire 93 for 3 as Higgins comes in to Jones. Jones leaves alone. And that'll be the end of the 32nd over.
Yeah, it's doing a bit out there, and poor old Cracknell's in the wars. It'll be interesting to see if he continues to stand up. But that use of the feet by Jones, I don't think we needed telling it. It confirms the ball's doing a bit, doesn't it? And the result of that is use the feet. Cracknell was back for Jones, but up for Jennings.
Well, we saw Jennings moving his feet and trying to counter the movement of the ball earlier. So I think that's why Cracknell's stood up to the stumps, but he's had difficulty taking the ball. So even if you get that outside edge, he just needs to make sure he can take it.
Roland Jones begins the new over. Forward defence from Jennings. His right arm over to the left-hander.
But you can feel the frustration building up in Jennings in the fact that he's not sure how to navigate Higgins, who's pressing a length. So keeper up feels like it's creating something. But like you say, Cracknell struggling a little bit behind the stumps.
Roland Jones down below us in a lofty position in the media centre. He's in now, bowls, and onto the hip of Jennings, a leg by. Will be signalled. Good sprinkling in today of spectators.
Looks like all the inflatables are coming down as well from the Schools Day.
Oh, it's a sad sight, isn't it?
I think that might have been the silent disco that's just dissipating.
Oh, we thought it was like some version of cage cricket in there, but it was the silent disco.
It could have been both, who knows?
An inflatable silent disco. Is Roland Jones in, bowls onto the hip of Jones. It's turned through square for a 2. Mid-wicket retreating was Holden. Applause from the crowd, and rightly so, for a well-scampered 2. 96 for 3.
Classic Emirates Old Trafford 2. Slow outfield, big outfield. And these two know it very well, Jones and Jennings.
Am I going mad, or wasn't Reedy a mobile disco man or something in another life? Was it one of the cricket commentators was? It wasn't Reedy. Here's Roland Jones in, bowled outside of the off stump, no run.
I think it's worth
if he
spreading
was one,
that.
he'd
It's
definitely...
worth spreading.
He'd spread the rumour. Alright, if it wasn't Reed, who was it? You'd go Emerson, wouldn't you?
I thought you meant Chris Reed then. I haven't heard Scott Reed as Reedy before.
Well, what do you refer to? Well, can you broadcast it? What do you
Always
refer to?
full name, Scott Reed. There are certain people that you always refer with the full name, don't you? Scott Reed is one of those people.
Indistinguishable people.
Absolutely.
Here's Roland Jones. This ball's dabbed down to long leg for a single. Sorry, Reedy. 97 for 3. He's not listening anyway, he's reading. Have you not got through that article yet? He started that 30 minutes before lunch. On to the second one.
Trying to think other people. Emma Lamb. Always say hi, Emma Lamb.
Emma Lamb, yeah.
There's just a few people that you always bring two names together.
Kevin James.
Kevin James. You'll know who they are.
Fortunately, we don't have to say Tobias Skelton, Roland Jones every time he runs in, as he's bowling now full of length, and this is pushed back to mid-off and there's no run.
Maybe it isn't one that fits in the category then.
Great names, aren't they? Tobias Skelton, Roland Jones. 97 for 3, that was the end of the 33rd.
I was in the box a few doors down where the media team were going through the middle names of the Middlesex team, and that was one that I had to get in.
Skelton.
Tobias Skelton. Roland Jones, there we go. In and advances down, does Jones, and it's shy at the stumps. There's a lot going on there. But it's a wild swing of the bat from Jones. He's trying to counter this movement from Higgins by getting to the pitch of the ball and playing very aggressive cricket. First time we saw a thick inside edge down to square. There, just a wild waft. We'll see what's to come next as Higgins runs in from the Anderson end. Jones leaves that one alone. And the keeper rolls out of the stumps and appeals, but not given. Jones wandered for a while there, out of his crease. So they're on full alert. We're just going to have a look at this, I think, from behind.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, he's definitely back, but it's a good roll. It's a strike in ten-pin bowling from Grantham. Cracknell. It's Higgins in and left alone by Jones. Lancashire 97 for 3.
Still swinging, isn't it? 34th over. We were pondering, was it the last ball of his last over? Whether there was a little bit of late swing before that exaggerated movement.
It certainly was there. It seemed to have not stopped doing bits all morning. Ball's 33 overs old.
Well, that's why I thought that third wicket was so crucial for Middlesex.
Higgins in and jabbed into the ground by Jones. Keeper Cracknell does the work.
I think at 97 for 2 right now, they'd just be itching a little bit, Middlesex, with the amount that's going on.
Middlesex hour if that happened, couldn't it? It could be the Middlesex hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Will we see the Middlesex hour today?
They will certainly hope not, and especially not right now. If they put them in.
Well, Cracknell coming up to the stumps, helmet on, 4 slips in play, trying to stop that movement from Jones, who's advanced down the crease. 3 out of 4 deliveries as Higgins in and big stride forward and defends that. Does Jones. What are your thoughts on Middlesex chance of promotion this year?
I was going to say actually that they often talk, well, for many years that the conversation has been one bad session in Division 1 and you don't recover. You can have a bad session in Division 2 and recover the game still. Yet this season, 3 bad hours.
Higgins stride in, wide of the off stump, taken by Cracknell, and that's the end of the over. 9-7 for 3, Lancashire.
Let alone sessions have just meant that the game stretched away from Middlesex on 3 occasions. And I think that's a reflection on the fact that Division 2 is very strong this year. I mean, Derbyshire bottom is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Derbyshire have a fine team. And it is, I think, going to be a real scrap for promotion this year. Durham last week, like I say, I think Middlesex will be frustrated because similarly, Durham dropped 2. They dropped Robson and they dropped Higgins. Both were the top scorers in the first innings for Middlesex. Middlesex dropped Bedingham twice, either side of lunch, on the way to his century. As Roland Jones begins the 35th over, he's right arm over the wicket. Bowls a beaut past the edge of Jennings. The left-hander is left in position on the front foot, wondering what line that was and what he should have done. I don't think he did much wrong there, covering up. He's tucks the bat behind him, though, which is usually the sign of a batter feeling as though they've done something a little naughty and shouldn't have got involved with that. So, I mean, Middlesex would definitely feel that they should be challenging with this side because, I mean, their top 6 at the moment, I feel, is as good a top 6 as they've had in nearly 20 years. As Roland Jones in, bowls, and it's his turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Even the championship winning year in 2016, it was quite an interchangeable top 6. You know, the players in and out, Voges, Bailey is overseas. But yeah, the top 6 that they've got this season, really struggle to think of a side. And obviously Carey's has dropped out of this one for Faulkner, but there's also Luke Holman that you throw into that as a top 6 player, and a couple of others as well. You always think there should be one youngster in any given top 6, don't you, at this level? As here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and forward goes Jennings, dropping a single, just fine of cover. 98 for 3, but I do think they'd be very, very disappointed if they weren't in the mix at least for second spot come the final round or 2. But it is a tight division.
I remember Craig White, who former England player, was bowling coach here for the men and women, said to me, it's a tough place, Division 2, because it's hard to get out of once you're in it.
Yeah.
It's harder to get out of than it is having a successful year in Div 1, really. So
relegated 2017, the year after winning the title, Middlesex have only had 1 season back in the top flight since then. As Roland Jones has 3 slips in a gully now as he bowls to Jones. That's a good leave, just outside off.
The big difference is you've genuinely got to win games of cricket. You can get away in Division 1 with maybe finishing mid-table and only winning a couple of games.
I think the other thing with Division 2 is, what's the stat? 25% of the division get promoted. There's only 8 teams and 2 go up. So that's where I think you're very disappointed coming in. I think that's a good thing. That's a good change that they've made, because the worst thing was when sides mid-season were slightly disenfranchised with the second half of the season in Division 2 at the bottom. Roland Jones in, bowls, he's clipped through square leg, and they will take 2. Jones is on to 16, and Lancashire are on to 100 for 3.
Yeah, a ripple of applause there from the pavilion as Lancashire bring up the 100. Done it in the 34th over. We've said a number of times today already, but navigated some very good bowling from Middlesex.
Ripple's the perfect description, because unlike Lords, as we were mentioning earlier, you have one side of the ground open and one side of the ground shut on any given round, depending on which side of the square the pitch is on. That was a ripple that rolled around Old Trafford and was lovely. It's nice seeing every stand open as it is here. As Roland Jones, last ball of the over, he's in, bowls outside of the off stump, and 100 for 3 it is. Never mind a ripple of applause, there'll be cheers of relief and delight as I make way for Scott Reed.
So Lancashire are 100 for 3 after the 35th over. Saw the dismissal of George Balderson early this morning for 8 runs, LBW. Josh Bohannon 15 off 48. And then a soft dismissal caught at mid-on from Marcus Harris. So it's Keaton Jennings steering the ship, 51 from 113. And Michael Jones, 16 from 26, as Higgins in and left alone by Jennings. Cracknell, the keeper, stood up to the stumps. And I'm joined by Scott Reed once again.
Good afternoon, Phoebe. You okay?
I'm all good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Yeah, good, thank you. Can't complain.
That's very good. Good to hear. Higgins approaches the crease. Jennings works off his legs. 4 slips in place. Point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, fine leg. And Cracknell stood up to the stumps. He's causing Jennings a bit of a headache, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and he's causing his fingers a few problems, I think, as well. He's doing well to battle through this, isn't he? He's got the nasty blow in the morning session on his fingers on his left hand.
Jennings slaps at that, crouches into the back foot, and they look to come back for 2, but it's a good piece of fielding in the deep. Prevents Lancashire getting the second. 101 for 3.
It's a great effort from Cracknell to be standing up with the ball, kind of doing as much as it is. What's it like as a bowler, Phoebe, when the keeper standing up? How much does that kind of affect you as a bowler, do you think?
Doesn't change a lot, but
Right.
what it helps with is keeping Jones in his crease, so it stops him advancing down the pitch as Higgins in, and Jones just misses that off the outside edge. Good piece of work by Cracknell. So we saw Jones's first 6 or 7 deliveries from Higgins trying to counter the movement. He's getting a lot of movement off the pitch by advancing down the track. So you know as a bowler now just to hold your length and let the ball do the talking with keeper up as Higgins in again. And Jones with soft hands looks to go for the single. You hear Jennings' scream up in the commentary box. A very convincing no. They've taken a lot of those singles throughout the day though, so Jones sort of putting his hands in the air, but they go down for a fist pump. Mate, friends, everyone's happy. Lancashire 101 for 3. And a bit of a partnership creating here as Higgins in again to Jones and defended once more, and he gives the loud call to Jennings this time. And the bat point.
Can't beat a bat point.
I think you've got to be quite good at cricket to do that though.
To bat point.
Yeah. I feel like batting at 10, you never really could give it the...
No?
Well, maybe I should have brought more drama to the crease. There's always a lot going on anyway coming out at 10. The game was either gone or I had to do a bit of life-saving at that point.
Now, I've not spoken to you for a little while. Have you had your game at Lords yet? Has that happened?
That has been and gone, yes. So
and how did all that pan out? Here's Toby Rowland-Jones into Keaton Jennings. Jennings again with a half step forward, defends into the offside, no run.
I feel like I'm just going to come up with excuses now, but I think
it's a good start to this. I like it.
It's quite difficult as a pace bowler to just come in and play casual games of cricket.
Okay.
Because I'm running in off 17, 18 paces, and there's no way of tapering that. So I started off with a 10-yard run-up, which probably felt a little bit village at Lords, which maybe I didn't respect the ground well enough.
Rowland-Jones to Jennings, wide and driven. Out towards deep backward point for a single. Jennings to 53, 102 for 3.
And it was a great day. So MCC versus a combined state school 11. So there was lots of different coloured kits. There were some under 19 Leicestershire players, Middlesex players. Really great to see some young girls coming through. So I'm off 10 paces, sort of hitting a length, and then this young girl just comes down the track and hits me for 4. So then I think, well, I better come off my full run up here. And then she hit me for another couple of 4s. I'm now not enjoying this.
3 slips in the gully. Jones on strike. Here's Rowland-Jones in, balls. Plays forward, a thickish outer half of the bat. Squirts down to gully and there's no run.
And then in the second game I was captain, so I thought I better take the end where we've got the short boundary into the leg side as you're going down the slope at Lords. And I go, okay, I'm going to bowl a wide plan, which is quite ambitious in the death overs when you haven't bowled for 6 months.
You're backing yourself.
I backed myself. First ball into the slot, into the stands.
Not ideal.
Did execute my slow ball, wide ball, and got a wicket, but yeah.
Roland Jones to Jones. That's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think my expectation of myself was still the bowler that plays and trains 3-4 times a week, so I think if I taper that for my next game, whenever that may be, I might enjoy it a bit more.
But I'm sure it was lovely to play at Lord's.
Oh, it was an incredible day. Yeah, really, really good. So it was an ICC combined Europe 11 in the afternoon, so some really good players.
Yes, 2 games in one day.
Yeah, which also was tough for the body, but it was all good.
Roland Jones to Michael Jones. He's left a ball that comes back in. Is taken by the keeper just leaning to his left. Good leave by Michael Jones. He's on 16, 102 for 3.
The Netherlands have just qualified for the ICC T20 World Cup, so some of their players were playing in the tournament, so great for them to get out at Lord's. And then I guess for some of the developing nations, they picked their better players, but what a great thing for the Norway team to see that their players playing at Lord's. So it was a real cool showcase event of cricket.
It's deflected down to fine leg by Michael Jones. Scooped up in front of the boundary below the hotel, and a little inside edge of the bat of Jones, so he gets a single. Takes him on to 17. That's the end of the over. Lancashire are 103 for 3. Jones and Jennings continuing since the lunch break. The 3 wickets falling in the morning session. Roland Jones and Higgins with the breakthroughs for Middlesex this morning, but all 4 seamers bowled beautifully through the course of the morning session. That 56-run partnership between Jennings and Bohannon, the biggest so far in this Lancashire innings, but Jennings and Jones are hoping to at least match it, if not go some way past it.
Well, keeper Cracknell up to the stumps again, just getting the line of mid-wicket slightly closer as Higgins runs in. And Jones works off the pads. They look to come back for the second, and they will. Sharma doing the work out in the deep.
So you captained both times, didn't you? Is that right? You captained both games?
Just captained the second game.
Second game, okay, right.
Which felt a very big privilege to be captaining a game at Lord's. So yeah, that was quite a cool experience.
Yeah, I bet it was, yeah.
Higgins approaching the crease, and Jones plays that wonderfully down the ground. A lovely on drive with some assertion, but it's not going to go. They look to come back for the third, and they do. Lancashire 108 for 3. So yeah, another funny moment. So you put your blazer on to go down and do the toss, and the umpires took us to one side, so we didn't go out to the middle. We just did the toss at the side.
Right.
And I went to flick the coin, and I didn't get any spin, so it just like pancaked out of my hand, which was I felt really quite embarrassed. Like I felt like I'd done my job badly. Like that's Higgins into Jennings and left alone as it does angle back in. It's a good leave in the end. I've captained a few second team games for Lancashire, but not done any proing captaining. I was like, I'm excited to do the coin toss. So I'm going down the steps at Lord's, giving it.
So you practiced on the way?
Practicing it on the way.
And all of them spot on?
And then I just didn't look, terrible. Anyway, Higgins in and carved off the back foot to point for no run. So that was the day at Lord's, really.
Nice.
It was good fun, though.
Did he get the competitive juices flowing again? Did you think to yourself the following day, you know what, I wish I was still playing?
No.
Pretty
Well,
emphatic.
I've made the right decision here. I liked the feeling, like, I like waking up and feeling sore like you do as a bowler. Higgins down, and great piece of keeping there from Cracknell as the ball moves away from Jennings. He just looks a little bit stumped here, does Jennings, in how to play Higgins, beating him on the outside edge once again. Higgins 2 for 40 off his 13 overs, 1 ball left to come. Higgins over to Jennings, and he works it into mid-wicket for a single. Score moves up to 109 for 3. And that's the end of the 38th over. So yeah, comfortable with my decision still that I'm retired.
Nice. Okay, that's good.
That would have been, I think, if I was still hungry to play cricket at that point, I'd have been, I don't know, maybe knocking on different counties' doors saying, I'm ready.
I'm back.
I'm back, yeah. I truly didn't do that, so happy to be sat up here with you, Scott Reed.
Lovely. Because I was concerned, Phoebe, that you might think, oh no, what have I done that for? I could still be playing. That's why I was concerned you might have those feelings. So I'm relieved for you.
Well, I am the type of person that if I'd have felt that, I'd have found a cricket club or got myself back into the circuit. But yeah, very happy to be sat here commentating.
Bowling change.
Figuring out what's next.
With Toby Rowland-Jones, 5 overs after lunch, 5 overs for 17. Rowland-Jones replaced by Sharma. He's got Jennings on strike. Jennings works it across his front pad out towards the square leg umpire. And there's no run. Witnessed a terrific opening spell from Sharma this morning. That 7 over spell. He had Morgan alongside him at the other end. They were following on from the work of Rowland-Jones and Higgins, and it was terrific by these two young Middlesex seamers.
Yeah, Bohannon was on the end of a number of outstanding deliveries, angled in, nipped away.
Sharma to Jennings. Take a single here, just leaning into it. Just drops it into the offside. Jogs through for 1. Jennings moves on to 55, Lancashire 110 for 3.
I think that running between the wickets and singles is so integral, particularly for these young bowlers, because you've got that left-hand, right-hand combination. Don't think it matters as much when Higgins is coming in with the ball, but we saw earlier Sharma and Morgan just struggling a little bit with navigating the left-right hand. Bowled some wonderful deliveries, both of them, but 20 years of age is Sharma. Still early in his career.
Into Jones is off the back foot. Chops it down to the offside. And there's no run. 110 for 3.
Have you ever played any cricket, Scott?
Yeah, through school. I played through school. But then started commentating on football over the weekends when I was only 16.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I kind of quickly had all my weekends taken up.
Was that for Burnley at the time as well?
It was, yeah.
Wow, you've really been on a journey.
One way to put it. That's clipped away by Jones. That's a lovely shot. He'll probably get 4 to that shorter leg side boundary. He does. Nicely played by Jones. Snap of the wrist, clipping it out towards square leg.
So were you pleased to see the Burnley B win today in the mascot race for the schools day?
Comfortable win as well, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah. Yeah. It's brought some much needed relief for Burnley fans around the country. The mascots.
James Anderson's a big fan as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Do you ever get him in the comms box for the Burnley games, or
Jimmy? No, I don't think he's ever been in the comms box. No. I don't know how often he gets to games. Not sure.
Well, to ask him in your next interview.
114 for 3. It's defended again by Jones. It's come back into him from Sharma. Deflects it back down the pitch and there's no run. Again, Jones, like previous batters, have come down to take a look at this wicket. Jennings at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat.
We still need to build a decent platform here. It's 114 for 3. I think it is one way to counter the ball when it's moving laterally, is to advance down the pitch and play aggressive cricket. But they're building something here, so don't want to see it too much.
Let's take a single this time, Will Jones. Again, that ball just coming back in a fraction to him. Clips it off that front pad. Just singling to Jennings at the other end as well. And that ball just nipped back into him.
He played that so deep in his crease as well, so he's using the depth of his crease, advancing down is Jones. He's 27 from 40. We haven't seen anyone strike at a rate here. Jennings 55 from 124. Bohannon was 15 off 48, so hard to strike at any sort of knot here. And Morgan coming back into the attack, who bowled really well. 5 overs, 0 for 12. You think that first ball he bowled was a dirty half tracker to Jennings that he put away for 4. So take that ball out. He was tidy bowler. Played in the England under-19s World Cup final against India. Opened the bowling throughout the campaign for them, and there's a few of them. Few young ones in the Middlesex team. Morgan, one of them. And Cracknell standing back to Morgan, who has the ball in hand. Jones on strike. He works it through to mid-wicket for no run. Advancing down again, Jones. He's busy, isn't he, in his crease?
It's been hard work, this, hasn't it, for the batters today? I mentioned the balls that Bohannon faced for his runs. You look at the way that Jennings has had to really battle through it. 124 deliveries for his 55. That's been a scrap. Going to work very hard for runs today.
Caleb approaching Morgan, approaching the crease. Another beauty of a delivery that beats the outside edge.
He was unlucky, wasn't he, this morning? And that, as you mentioned, Phoebe, he bowled superbly, Morgan and Sharma together in that spell. So plenty of deliveries that looked like this through the course of the morning session. There's another gem of a delivery. And probably Higgins, in the end, who got the wicket of Bohannon, probably picked up the wicket that Morgan was very close to getting.
Morgan in again and slightly shorter. Once again beats that outside edge. He's just honing in on that channel, 4th stump line. Jones is protecting his stumps with his bat path. It does well to miss anything there. Back to back, beautiful deliveries from Morgan. Comes in again, 3 dots so far. Shapes away from Jones. It's almost building into a crescendo here. We
feel like something's going to give.
It does feel like something is about to happen. Three slips in play. It looks like they're potentially bringing a 4th in. Yes, they are. They're taking cover out. And going 3 slips. Gully. Morgan in for the 5th delivery. And it bowls him. He's earned that wicket, has Morgan. Cartwheels the off stump. It's been a wonderful over so far. Back into the attack. Takes the wicket of Jones. Jones departs for 27.
Well, you said, Phoebe, it felt like something was going to happen. And the outcome is the wicket for Middlesex, and I think really, really good reward for Seb Morgan. He's bowled very, very well today. He's bowled some beautiful deliveries. And there's another. Look at that. What a gem. Angled into Jones. And it just straightens on Jones. Clips the top of off. Beautiful ball from Morgan, and he has deserved that. He's sent down some lovely deliveries through the course of today. The bowling has been excellent for Middlesex. All four seamers have been terrific, and he deserves his wicket there.
Yeah, very calm, candid reaction as well from Morgan.
It was, wasn't it? It was quite understated, that, wasn't it?
To this say, the graft is put in with the ball in hand. Might have kept a little low. Just watching this back here, as it pitches straightens.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Still the top third of the stumps, but previous deliveries had rised up and above the stump line, so a bit of an indifferent bounce, which can happen here at Emirates Old Trafford, but it brings Matty Hurst to the crease to support Jennings, who's anchoring the ship, but I wouldn't say is looking overly comfortable, but is navigating the situation well. 115 for 4 at Lancashire. Morgan 1 for 12, brings his first wicket of the day.
I don't think anyone's looked comfortable all day, have they, batting?
Comes in for the final ball of the over. Oh, thick outside edge. It runs down to the boundary for 4. Soft hands from Matty Hurst. And I think that might have been a no ball as well. Yeah, slightly over strided did Morgan. So he'll have to bowl that one again. Hurst batting about a foot outside of his crease. It's Morgan in and comes off the pad into square leg, no run. Lancashire 121 for 4. Morgan takes the wicket of Jones for 27, cartwheels the off stump. Well deserved wicket there for Morgan. Just looking at that scorecard now, Jennings 55 not out off 124 balls. Hurst joining him at the crease, 4 not out. Big partnerships from Jennings and Bohannon of 56. And then Jennings and Jones of 41. But apart from that, it's been a tough day for the batters. 121 from 4. Jennings navigating this situation well.
Yeah, he's on strike for Sharma as well. He sets off to begin his next over. As, Jennings just drops it away in towards the offside. There's no run. 121 for 4. Kevin Hann coming in to replace Phoebe Graham.
Hello.
Hello.
It's good, this, isn't it?
I think the two, I mean,
No, I just mean cricket itself is brilliant, isn't it?
Roland Jones and Higgins have taken 3 of the 4 wickets between them, but Sharma and Morgan have been the ones I've enjoyed watching bowl the most. They've been superb. Jennings on strike, Sharma in balls. Jennings having to defend a ball that just, again, with a little bit of movement back in towards him. Good bounce as well from Sharma. He's got the ball to get through nicely to the keeper through the course of that spell this morning.
It's been a long time since there have been bowlers on the park alongside Roland Jones who have excited you more than Roland Jones. And that's, not talking about Roland Jones, that's talking up Sharma in particular, Morgan as well. You really look forward to watching these two bowl.
Sharma's in again. Jones on Jennings rather on the walk, a step down the pitch, and blocks a full-length delivery which bounces out towards cover and there's no run.
Genuinely have to go back to perhaps even Well, I suppose Tim Murtagh, before Roland Jones. I think everybody knows how brilliant Murtagh was. What he did was incredible, but Roland Jones was a player who was standing there just behind Anderson and Broad in the England team at his best. And he's always been that bowler, even though he didn't get back to the England's team, through injuries thereafter.
121 for 4. Sharma over the wicket. Jennings runs it down through backward point for a single, moves to 56, 122 for 4.
He was just always that bowler. He just couldn't wait for Roland Jones's next spell. It's like, Roland Jones's spell's over. You were just, come on, when's his next spell? When's his next spell? You just want to watch him bowl. It always felt like something was going to happen. And Sharma and Morgan are still very young, so you're not on the edge of your seat every delivery, but they are exciting to watch. There's a lot of potential there for both of them. And as I say, you've got Noah Cornwell, young Feldman coming through as well, Blake Cullen, fingers crossed, coming back injury-free. So the bowling ranks are blessed for Middlesex at the moment. I said the difference between Middlesex having a good season and not this year would probably be whether one of the youngsters could really nail down the bowling spot for themselves.
Hurst on strike. Allows that to travel through.
If you've got Roland Jones and Higgins, and then one of these youngsters makes the third spot their own, and then you've got a plethora who can fill in the fourth spot, then it bodes well. As I say, they haven't got Noah Cornwell in this side at the moment. He's exciting too. Left armour, tall, quick. He'll have some fine days to come over the years at Lords. But yeah, you go back before Roland Jones, I guess really Alan Richardson. When he was at his peak at Middlesex before he went to Worcestershire. He went to Worcestershire and became one of the cricketers of the year, didn't he?
Final ball of the over, Sharma to Hurst. Again with that, just enough nibble and lift to beat Hurst through to the keeper. Really probing stuff from Sharma. He's bowled beautifully here to the left-hander and to the right-hander. He's beaten the bat on plenty of occasions. It's the end of the over, 122 for 4.
He had a game at the Oval circa 2010, let's say, Roland Jones, I think. Somewhere around there. Maybe it was, I'm trying to think what his debut year was. And he was still getting, his economy wasn't what it is now and has been pretty much ever since. But even then, I just remember having the feeling about him that you just always feel like something's going to happen. And now with Sharma and Morgan, that you can see that the pair of them have the potential to be that kind of bowler as well. And it's exciting to see. Because obviously they've had Stephen Finn over the years as well. Middlesex and say Tim Murtagh. But Roland Jones, fist and firing for me. He was the one who could just blast through a side in a flash. And Sharma proved he could do it last year at Leicestershire, and Morgan. It's funny, he's still a very slender teenager, isn't he? But he's just got that look about him when he bowls that you feel like he can go through a team as well. As he's in now, bowls. This is wide and cut away to deep backward point, and Faulkner, who we've yet to see bowl yet.
That game at Lancashire that Kevin's talking about, Sharma 4 for 43 in the first innings, 2 for 41 in the second innings.
Yeah.
And then got wickets in the game against Gloucestershire, and then the game against Worcestershire and Northamptonshire this season as well. So he's had a good start to the season.
He has. The Leicestershire game is still the defining one for him. That's the one where he's not bowled badly in the others, but that's the one where you really thought, wow, that was something special. Morgan in bowls. Oh, now that's got to be gone unless there's bat involved. Yorker length, and Hurst was almost tripping over it, but he looks at the inside toe edge of his bat, which has undoubtedly saved him, and Morgan makes that signal with his hand to the umpire just to flick his little finger with his other hand to say it's just got a little inside edge, and a nod from the umpire. But goodness me, I thought he was gone for all the world there, Hurst. That caught him by surprise.
Yeah, just the faintest of little inside edges. Looks like it saved Matthew Hurst.
Morgan, third ball of the over, he bowls, and that one has a little bit of shape away. Just swinging before pitching. And left alone through to the keeper, but yeah, that Hurst delivery angling in and inside edge onto the back foot potentially, but actually in terms of LBW, if it didn't take the inside edge, that was bowling him. I don't think it even would have hit the pads, would it? He was trying to clear everything out of the way and trap that bat down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 as Morgan is in, bowls, and a forward defence from Hurst. Who was pre-Anderson the most exciting bowler for Lancashire for you?
Oh,
it's a long time ago now, isn't it?
Going back to the kind of 1990s.
Chapel.
Yeah. Well, Chapel.
He'd have been there before.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he'd done it for.
Kind of bowler you always thought you've got to watch this spell because something will happen. Morgan bowls short, it's up in the air. Oh, it would have been a stunning catch by Faulkner. He was coming from mid-wicket to square leg, one-handed, full stretch, just out of reach. It would have been a dolly for a square leg, but he had to cover so much ground and then threw out the hand. Had he have got to it, it would have been a screamer.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble there, isn't it? Would have been a spectacular catch.
Well, it's nose and toe stuff here from Morgan to Hurst. He's nearly got him with the Yorker and he's nearly got him with the bumper.
Yeah, it's really impressive, isn't it?
It is. I have to say this is one of his most impressive spells. I mean, he's had many, but there's a rhythm about the pair of them at the moment at either end, the youngsters, as this is left alone outside of the off stump. 42 bowls, 1, 2, 5 for 4, and that would indeed, had the catcher been held, been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And it's been pretty relentless, hasn't it, through the course of the day? I can't really recall any, just the odd little wide ball here and there, but in the main, it's been relentless from the four seamers that Middlesex have used.
I still think that third wicket was key, the Harris one. I think if they'd have got into down at lunch,
yeah.
I think it would have changed things massively. But I think Middlesex themselves as a group would have been thinking, oh, we need wickets here, and you perhaps come out searching for it, you come out hunting for it. You never know how it would have gone, but just before that third wicket, a 2-wicket morning, having not quite done it with the ball on a couple of occasions this year.
Sharma balls to Jennings. It's worked off his pads down to fine leg.
But there's plenty in the pitch, though, isn't there? So
yep.
There is that pressure on Middlesex here to know we've got to come out and bat on this. So not that this is a bad surface, but it is a bowler's surface. It's a good cricket wicket by the looks of it. 42 overs in, 4 wickets down, run rate of 3. It's a pretty even contest. My point being, it feels like we're at a tipping point here. They could do with getting Jennings, I think, because if he goes big, if he can hang in and go big, another hour of Jennings gets the 60 overs on the ball.
They've got Hurst and striker in 4 slips in place. There's Sharma to Hurst, full and wide, and just a little bit of shape away. Taken by Cracknell. Hurst having a wander away towards square leg.
What's going to be definitive about the deciding factor, but I've said for Middlesex, if they're to go up this year, it just feels like one of the youngsters with the ball needs to nail down that third seam spot, and then the fourth, everyone else you can kind of jostle for it. What's it going to be for Lancashire for you? What's going to be the deciding factor that you think this is the bit that they really need to go well if they're going to go up?
Sharma in again to Hurst and balls. It's defended again. The ball just pops a little bit on Hurst, just drops it into the offside, and there's no run. I suppose Lancashire fans would look at how they're set up this season and feel reasonably confident that with the ball that they'll be in games. They've obviously had a significant blow to that with Ajit Singh Dale being ruled out for basically the rest of the season, or at least the majority of it. But still, I think they will feel as though they're able to bowl sides out. Sharma is into Hurst, in behind it, and defends, and there's no run. They may be concerned that they could be a little bit light with the batting. There's a lot expected of Jennings and Harris, especially now with the Wells injury to compound that as well. You would have put Luke Wells in that category. Jennings, Wells, and Harris all getting 1,000 runs last season. So a lot expected of those top 3. So it probably needs contributions in situations like this. Sharma balls to Hurst, following that delivery.
I tell you what, it's a fair slip cordon, isn't it?
And they're in the game, aren't they?
They are. 4 slips 43rd over the innings. You don't often see it. Especially a young bowler in the attack, but it is just that. You watch how late the ball releases for Sharma. It's that whip that he's got at that point that clearly not only generates the pace, but I think for the batters as well, he releases it so much later than most. You watch the whole torsos come through, the right shoulder's come over, but the right arm hasn't yet. Whether that's what the little ingredient is that gives him an X factor that just makes him so difficult. One, because the batters have got to think, hold on a minute, the ball's not coming yet, but then when it does, it comes at a pace.
Left by Hurst and taken by the keeper. End of the over. Good stuff again by Sharma. 126 for 4. Hurst on 6 and Jennings on 58.
Yeah, it's been quite nice for Middlesex to some extent, because for many years, including last, and perhaps excluding the championship year, the batting has been a problem for 20 odd years for Middlesex, and just getting the formula right, the mix right, everybody together. But at the moment, you kind of look at Robson at the top, Holden at 3, Deploy at 4, Geddes at 5. All right, he's going up to open in this game. Higgins at 6. It's a cracking lineup. Geddes is a really good signing from Surrey. It's just he can't get in that Surrey side, which, who's next cab off the rank, which makes him a good player. Is Morgan around the wicket? He bowls. That's clipped into the onside. There was a Cryer catch. I think it was an inside edge onto the pad, wasn't it, which caused it to just leap slightly off the pad, but there was no one at mid-wicket, so a single to Gohar. And then you got Cracknell at 7, who's a brilliant keeper, and then you've got 3 players at 8 who'd all argue they're number 7s. It's so you've got Zafar Gohar, Roland Jones, Seb Morgan, who could well be a 6 in years to come. So got their batting looks good, and if the youngsters can continue to fire and give selection headaches like they are at the moment, as Morgan's in, bowls, this is left alone. You think that Ethan Bosch is not in the side. I haven't checked yet whether there was a late niggle for Bosch or not, which there could have been. But you'd imagine he'd have been in for either Morgan or Sharma, and right now, it's funny, isn't it? If it was a niggle that has just kept him out, and Morgan and Sharma are bowling beautifully. But yeah, Tom Helm, Brooks as well, who went out on loan briefly, back now. Got a lot in the bowling ranks. Just turned into the onside by Hurst off the back foot from Morgan, but the point is somebody's got to do it, and at the moment the youngsters doing a fair job. Fair play to them.
They have that, and certainly today they have been superb, Morgan and Sharma.
But cricket's always at its best, isn't it, when the bowling's just on top of the bat. Morgan in, bowls. It's his turn to mid-wicket off the back foot. And it's fair to say, I think that Lancashire will go out there fancying their chances of being on top of the bat. There's enough grass on this that you think tomorrow morning or whenever it is that Middlesex come out to bat, Lancashire will still be very interested themselves in a bit of seam movement off this, a little bit through the air.
Yeah, well, they've been keen to try and have pitches here that are bringing kind of bowling into the game a little bit more, which has been an issue, I think, for a wee while. The pitch that was played on for the Derbyshire match was a terrific cricket wicket.
Morgan bowls full, straight, pushed to mid-off.
Last season, towards the back end of last season, there were a couple of games here that were played that produced really good 4-day cricket. And Mark Chilton, the director of cricket, had a conversation with him a few weeks ago about that, and everyone trying to work hard to get a pitch here that's offering something that's bringing the bowlers into the game, which is something which certainly from a seam bowling point of view has been tough in recent seasons.
Morgan onto the hip of Hurst. It's clipped out to deep square. End of the 44th one. 28 for 4. Hurst 7 now. Jennings 59.
And a pitch like this, which has obviously got a bit of pace in it and could carry. Jennings has got 59, has stuck at it and had to work hard for runs. And then hopefully brings a little bit of spin into the game later on in the match. Lancashire got 2 spinners in their team in Green and Hartley. So it has been a challenge here as kind of getting pitches that are going to produce results over 4 days. There's a couple of years ago that every match here was a drawn match. But signs are good again this week. Looks like hopefully building up to a good pitch to play a 4-day match on. Sharma bowling to Hurst, and through to the keeper it goes. And of course the challenge with all that is this new regulation where, of course, you can have all points removed in the game if the pitch is deemed to be below average, which is a really interesting article which I was reading from Nick Friend and the cricketer. I think he was speaking to the head groundsman at Worcestershire about that, about the challenge this season of trying to produce pitches that will make for good cricket but also have to be sufficient. Sharma bowls to Hurst, that pops it at Hurst. Drops it into the offside.
Do you think Sharma saw that early enough? Because he never even flinched in his follow through to go after that.
I think it may have just dropped short of Sharma anyway, but it was that extra bounce, isn't it?
Yeah. He's not going to get there,
no,
is he?
Not,
but you know, you just have that moment where you think, oh, but he never did. He never went for it at all.
But he managed to find an extra bit of bounce there. He's got some good carry, hasn't he, Sharma?
Yeah.
From this pitch.
I mean, he appears to have it all, doesn't he? He really does. And like I said, the fact that he's got that slightly unique element to his action as well.
It's a lovely ball again to Hurst that beats him.
Just trying to think who else had that indeed. It's where the whole body's almost come through and then all of a sudden the arm comes through late. The wrist as well. You think of bowlers that have that whip in the wrist as well, but it's just that shoulder. Can't really think of anybody that immediately off the top of my head I have to ponder back.
.128 for 4. Sharma halfway through his 11th over. Balls again to Hurst. Pushed away into the offside off the back foot. Stopped by Morgan. That's no run. 128 for 4.
Let's go back to what you were saying about this passage play. That for me is why it feels, that third wicket before lunch, but even now, this fifth wicket now feels crucial for Middlesex, because if these two can get a partnership going, get them up around 200, and again, get that ball to the 60th over, in what is a game where you feel like the bowling should be on top and is on top right now, they've got to force home that advantage.
Sharma to Hurst. Edged, gone. Taken at 4th slip. Sharma gets his first wicket and reward for his bowling as well. Hurst departs for 7. And Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. 128 for 5. Hurst caught at 5th slip. And Sharma strikes, and he deserves that.
Yeah, and there it is. It was 24 deliveries he was out there, Hurst. So long enough that Middlesex would have, again, just been thinking, okay, where's this next one? It feels like a moment where you've got to keep him coming because you are on top, and Sharma rewarded for the line and length. Just persistence, just good cricket. And, around Jennings now, Lancashire are going to have to try to... It's, again, like that third wicket felt like it made a big difference. This is just before lunch. This 5th wicket now, an hour and 10 minutes into the afternoon. Middlesex will be thinking before tea here, can they go off at 7 down? And rich reward for Sharma, well deserved.
Chris Green is the new batsman heading out to the middle. Their batting strengthened with the addition of Green in this game, who's arrived earlier than planned.
He was in the Lancashire Leagues, and is that how the story went? He was originally playing... Middlesex picked him up. Am I thinking of the wrong Chris Green here?
I think you're thinking of the wrong Chris Green here.
No, this is Green, the Australian.
Yeah?
Yeah, he came into stint with Middlesex.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, I think would it have been Stuart Law that got him in? And he had he was playing in... Maybe it wasn't the Lancashire Leagues, but he was playing club cricket somewhere.
Don't remember in the Lancashire.
And then Middlesex... It might not have been Lancashire Leagues, forgive me. Okay. He was playing somewhere, but it was Stuart Law that picked him up. I'm pretty sure it was Law that brought him in. And he kind of come in from nowhere, having been playing club cricket, but obviously already had a big pedigree behind him.
Yeah, white ball pedigree behind him, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it was signing out of the blue, but a popular one as well, Middlesex.
Oh, he's been great for Lancashire last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
On strike for Sharma. That's left end of the over. Wicket maiden for Sharma. 128 for 5. Oh, Lancashire Green and Jennings together. Lancashire desperately needing a partnership here. Had that one significant partnership of significance, which was worth 56 between Jennings and Bohannon. Something building up between Jennings and Jones, but boy, do they need one here between Lancashire's left-hander and their Australian signing, Chris Green. Still, just the 4 bowlers used for Middlesex today, and all 4 have been excellent.
They have, and they've pulled the runs per over around, haven't they? They're all there or thereabouts at 2.8 together. Here's Morgan around the wicket to begin to Jennings in this over. One's angling back in, tucks him up slightly. 59 of Lancashire's 128 for 5. It feels like we're in for a really good game here. Let's hope the weather doesn't play its part at all in this one. It will, is the nod we're getting from next door. Is that Yorkshire pessimism though?
It definitely is, yeah. I don't think it's too bad, is it, the forecast?
I thought you meant the Yorkshire pessimism. It sure is. Here's Morgan around the wicket. He bowls, and this ball's down towards fine leg, and just a leg bite was off the hip of Jennings. Play to the crowd, Reedy, play to the crowd. I know where I am. They got a big win, didn't they, Yorkies, last week at Somerset?
They did, yeah.
Hammer blow, really, that for Somerset, because had they have won that, it's the table was looking good. It still is for Somerset, but I reckon that's a hammer blow to lose a game like that. Morgan in, bowls. Oh, that's a beaut. Top of off stump. That's really well bowled. Green had to be really tight in his technique on that. Top of off stump. He was in behind it, over the ball. It's a lovely length. He prods away at the surface now because there was indeed a little bit of movement on it. Green awaits. Morgan bowls. That's another good one. Green playing the line of off stump there, much as he did on the last ball, but this one it was shaping dramatically away from him, so passes the edge of the bat by a good 3 or 4 inches. Beautiful ball, angling towards that off stump. Look at that seam. Seams away. Quick game's a good game. It's only 5 down in the first inning. Settle down. Here's Morgan in, bowls again outside the off stump. It's left alone, just shaping away. You can hear the chatter in the field. They're a little bit livelier now with the 5th wicket as well. Not that they were quiet before it, but I'm sure they sense it as well. That 5th wicket just puts them back into a better position of control here. Chance just to get a couple more before tea and feel in a very strong position as Morgan bowls. Little straighter, perhaps overcompensating slightly. It's turned by Green to mid-wicket and there's no run. Green's none from 5. Jennings is 59 from 133 and Lancashire are 129 for 5.
Yeah, tough test, isn't it, for Chris Green as well. His first red ball game since October last year. Playing for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield. Played a ton of white ball cricket in between his red ball action. Was due to arrive for the start of the T20 Blast, but so just drafted in a little earlier with the 3 injuries that Lancashire have picked up in the first 4 games. I think certainly the latest injury for Arav Shetty, who fractured his thumb at Durham. I think convinced Lancashire that they need to see if they can get Green in a little bit earlier, and he was happy to oblige, having played in the Pakistan Super League for the last couple of months. Sharma to Jennings, 3 slips waiting. Sharma over the wicket, wants the LBW. Jennings shaping to work it to leg side. Ball ricochets off the pad. No bat in that, leg by, but maybe the way that Jennings was looking to play that delivery might just suggest that was tailing down the leg side. I may have pitched outside leg stump. Early shout for Sharma. Jennings survives. 130 for 5. That brings Chris Green on strike. 4 slip catches. They've got a deep backward square leg. Point, mid wicket, mid on, and mid off. 130 for 5. Sharma. He's in again for Middlesex over the wicket and bowls to Green. A lovely ball. Through it goes to the keeper.
Morgan had a couple of nice ones to Green, really tested him on the off stump. That's a belter of a first ball from Sharma to him. I mean, that's putting some serious, not so much doubts in the batter's mind, but he'll be thinking hard right now, Green, how he lines this up. Jennings has just come down to have a long chat with him.
Well, he sent down a couple of deliveries like that to Josh Bannon in the morning session, which were beauties. He sends a terrific ball down first up to Chris Green. He's in again to Green. Green driving but a thick edge. Down towards third man. He'll get some runs for it. His first indeed for Lancashire this summer. He gets 2. Squirted down to third man. 132 for 5.
It feels like he's bowling like the wind at the moment, doesn't it? I don't mean just in terms of express pace, but because he's got such a good line and length, because it's doing a little bit, it's just gliding off that surface and through to the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, that's been one of the enjoyable things watching Sharma bowl, isn't it? The way that the ball's carried through to the keeper through the course of the morning and the afternoon.
As we said, all 4 slips in place and all 4 of them in play right now.
132 for 5. Sharma to Green, just back of a length to Green, up onto his toes. Drops it into the offside, no run.
This is how he was bowling at Grace Road last year. If anybody wants to know that 4-for against Leicestershire, this is what it was. And I think there might have been a little bit more bounce in that surface. This one's a good seamer's surface. There might have just been a fraction more bounce in that one, if memory serves. And with that, you could imagine, almost whippy as his action is, with that extra bit of bounce, it just felt like they were fending him off almost. I think he and Cornwell are the quickest 2 at Middlesex, both about 88 they've been clocked at. One of them will tell you it was 90, but probably no Cornwell.
Green waits, Sharma's back in over the wicket. Green gets right in behind it and defends. Pushed to mid-off and there's no run. It really has been a brilliant contest between bat and ball. Ball's been on top all day.
It's a pleasure to watch, isn't it? It really is.
Good, yeah.
It's exhilarating cricket.
It
always is when the ball's just on top of it.
It is, yeah. And it's equally the way that Jennings has fought through it at the other end.
And the fact they're youngsters as well. The fact that it's 2 youngsters doing it, it just makes it that little bit more exciting, because you see that potential. You think, goodness me, if they get even better than this, they're going to be a handful, these 2.
Final ball of the over. Slips to crouching down. Green is driving a lovely shot through extra cover from a full-length delivery from Sharma. It's probably the biggest boundary on the ground, that. And Green has driven it firmly through the offside for 4 runs. He moves to 6. It's the end of the over. 136 for 5. It's the conclusion of the 47th over of the Lancashire first innings.
Yeah, you got to put the bad ones away, haven't you? And that was a bad one. Just over-pitched, wide and driven away. Oh, are you late for your update? 3 o'clock, quick. Go on. He's going to have to move like Sharma. Here he is. I've seen a replay of that Green drive. Yeah, it was juicy half volley outside off stump. And accepted with relish by the right-hander. Here's Morgan starting again as Phoebe sits back down alongside me, and He's around the wicket, 2 slips in place. Short and just almost steered around the corner. It felt as though it didn't get up, actually. That's Jennings. He was almost on the front foot, steering it around. 137 for 5. Where have you been watching from? Downstairs or?
Just again from
straight on.
The media box, a couple of doors down. It's a great view behind the wicket. We're just a few strips across, so angled view of the strip.
Morgan in. Oh, that wobbles back in towards the off stump, having looked for all the world as though it was going to shape away, and that's exactly what Jennings thought. My apologies, Green thought when he lifted the bat up in the air and left well alone, but his heart would have been in his mouth, as I dare say off the surface has just come back and nearly gone over the top of the off stump.
Yeah, he's getting it to move both ways.
It was late swing away. I thought there was when I saw it first time, and just confirming it now, seeing the replay. Late swing away and then it seemed back in. Good luck, Green. 4 slips behind Morgan. He's in again, bowls wide on this occasion and punched off the back foot. 138 for 5. They will get a single. It bounces off Roland Jones. He did clobber it off the back foot, Green.
Yeah, I think when it's so difficult with bat in hand, if anything is short and wide, you want to make full advantage of it. So Green just punching that straight to cover. Be disappointed with that.
Morgan bowls, and this is run down to deep backward point, deep third really. It's deep backward point coming around Faulkner. 139 for 5.
Slowly chipping away a Middlesex at that wicket column.
I was just saying to Scott that, you know, I think we were on together, weren't we, just before lunch when the third wicket fell? Or maybe it was Scott and I can't remember. But, you know, the third wicket felt big for me going in at 3 down rather than 2 down. Similarly, right now, what are we, 35 minutes now until tea, but it was about 50 minutes to tea when the 5th wicket fell. It's Morgan bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. It felt like a crucial moment to drive home the ascendancy that they've got at the moment in terms of they are on top of the batting with the ball, as they should be. First day, won the toss, bid in the surface.
Yeah, it stayed overcast all day, hasn't it? It's not a huge amount of wind around, but the pitch is moving both ways at the moment. Morgan bowling really, really nicely.
Morgan bowls. Oh, squared up. Green, he gets an edge up towards the shoulder, down towards deep third. He has 4 more. He's on to 15, 147 for 5, but that could have gone anywhere.
It really could, and he had a gully in previously with the movement that he's getting off the pitch. Taken that out, goes through that region. Once again, squares up Chris Green. And that one moving away off the surface, so when the ball's wobbling around off the pitch, it's really, really tricky. 143 for 5. Sharma, his partner in crime, with the ball at the other end. And Sharma coming over the wicket to Jennings.
First look at these two for you, Morgan and Sharma.
I actually commentated on Morgan in the Under-19 World Cup final. Sharma in and Jennings left alone, and in a couple of the semi-finals as well. So I was really impressed with him there with the new ball. Had a lot of control, and they had some quick bowlers to accompany him, but you could see Morgan was the one that anchored that ship and held a lot of control and got movement off the pitch, which, yeah, I was really impressed with him there. A majority of that Under-19 team had played first team cricket, which he had at the time, but not county championship cricket, I don't think. Sharma in and worked off the legs beautifully by Jennings. It'll race away out to the boundary rope. That takes Lancashire's total up to 147 for 5. And then obviously debutant Caleb Faulkner scored that 115 in the final as well. So there's a lot of noise around Thomas Rue leading into the final. Also more noise after the 100. And I was actually really impressed with Faulkner as a batter and how he played throughout that innings. Sharma in shorter, but pulls out to deep square leg for a single, does Jennings. So yeah, you've got some good youngsters coming through the ranks. That's a really positive sign.
Yeah, it's
for Middlesex.
It is really exciting because, as I say, that's the area at the moment where you've always got to look at a side and think at least a season, perhaps 2 ahead, haven't you, in terms of where is this side, where is this squad. Yeah, for Middlesex, there's a slight gap in the bowling at the moment in terms of because they're so young, but in this match they're both on top form.
Sharma striding in from the Statham end and the beautiful delivery that beats the outside edge.
I mean, look, if anybody's here watching Sharma bowl like this, you can't help but think this boy's got the world at his feet.
He sort of hyperextends in his action, which is why the ball comes in beautifully, and then he gets that angle away through the way that the seam position moves through the air.
Sort of saying to Scott, his torso's through before his arm, isn't it?
But when everything's behind it, so his wrist's behind it, that's when he gets that beautiful shape in and away. You can see his just hands and arms sometimes don't all line up as he's in, and Green works that through gully, and it's going to race, but not quite to the boundary ropes. You see some of the best actions when you hyperextend. If you can get your wrist behind it, I know Will Williams, who played here for a few seasons, that's the 150 up for Lancashire, 150 for 5. Got a lot of shape in the air because of his wrist position and that hyper extension in the action.
Where is he now? Gloucestershire? No.
Gloucestershire,
Williams.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire.
So
he played at Lord's earlier this season.
Sharma in and driven straight back to him by Green.
I was trying to think of a comparable at international level, though, that for a listener just to put into their minds, I can't really think of one where that, as you say, the hyperextension, the late release. I'm racking my mind to think of somebody at international level that you'd compare it to, or of days gone by even. But I can't really
has
think
a little bit of hyperextension.
Yeah, I suppose he does, doesn't he? Yeah.
But it's a very
so
different
distinctive,
action. But his point of release. So if you imagine a clock, rather than being at 12 o'clock, you're at 11 o'clock with your release point. So your arm's coming round. It sort of doesn't come at the natural windmill 12 o'clock point. It's 1 o'clock point, and that's where often bowlers with hyperextensions can spray it, but if you can keep that arm and wrist position strong, you get extra movement in the air. So Bumrah does have that hyperextension, but his action is so distinctive.
Yeah. But you're right, though, that would be a current equivalent in terms of the hyperextension for sure. Here's Higgins replacing Morgan, and immediately on the spot this ball's pushed by the left-handed Jennings to point, bowling around the wicket from Higgins at the moment to begin. But yeah, I just can't think of anybody really. His action reminds you of the international level. It might come to me, but just trying to paint the picture for the listener of so often you can, but then it's also cruel, isn't it, when you start saying, oh, he's a bit like.
That's nice. He's got a distinctive action as I knock the binoculars over.
It's all right, it didn't work anyway. Here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's pushed to point, 150 for 5. Typical Scott. Brings along a pair of binoculars, doesn't even work.
Takes a while for you to adjust your eyes to the binoculars.
I'll be honest, it's me. I'm always useless with binoculars. I can never get them right. Jake
Whether it makes
looking
commentating easier or harder, I'll let you know.
Here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's shaping away in cutaway out to deep points.
you've got to choose which area of the game that you want to watch. So if you want to focus in on Chris Green in the crease, then I'm going to keep my binoculars there or move over to the umpire.
Oh, who's that kicking the helmet around? Cracknell. He took a catch the other day and they hadn't put the helmet back far enough and he was backpedaling. And I thought for all the world it was going to end in calamity. He just kicked it with his heel, but fortunately didn't step on it, as this is outside the off stump and swinging away from Higgins to Green through to the keeper. Oh, Scott's come back with some cake or something. What's he got? He's mopping up his hands with a napkin. What have you had? Porridge. Orange.
Very healthy.
He's had the chia seeds this morning, isn't he, and his overnight oats.
Brings his own lunch in. He's an athlete, really.
You soaking your oats again tonight, Reedy? It's his. Higgins bowls, and this is pushed to mid-off. There's no run.
It might have been a drop catch, actually. It went straight to mid-off. Just symboled it.
Oh, Higgins bowls outside the off stumps, left alone by Green. Through it goes. Do you think it carried? I wasn't sure. We might see again on the replay. 151 for 5. Did it go straight to... It did as well. Blimey. I have to admit, it looked so soft that I didn't think it did. But it was a put down.
Opportunity. That would have had Lanc 6 down before going into tea. We should have put Middlesex in a dominating position.
Yeah. How long have we got? There's 14 overs left of the session. Roland Jones returns, replacing Sharma.
Roland Jones coming in from the Statham end. Change of bowling from Starmer. He comes round to Jennings. Worked into the onside. No run. Comes over, in fact. This is what caused a breakthrough last time. A build-up of pressure from Sharma and Morgan. And then Higgins was able to get the breakthrough of Bohannon. We'll see if this happens here after there's been a build of partnership between Green and Jennings. Oh, and it is. Big, thick outside edge.
Oh.
Celebration, but not given. Jennings points down at his pads. Watch that back. Angles across him. Got it in slow motion here.
Bat pads.
The celebration from... Ooh, could have been bat and pad there. Need the ultra edge for that. I wonder if can we get the ultra edge on for that? So Roland Jones comes in again, advances down. There's Jennings, drives straight to cover.
Yeah, there was talk about it, but Reedy's pay rise put pay to it. Ultra edge and Snicker was in the offing, but he'll be back in a bit, Scott Reed.
Got quite a few in today at Emirates Old Trafford.
Good, isn't it? Well, you were saying
Nice
about
atmosphere.
that ripple of applause earlier. Rippled around the ground.
Roland Jones in and defended by Jennings.
It is. It's a unique feat. I say unique. It's a nice feeling because at Lords you've got either the top end of the ground is closed or the bottom end of the ground is closed, depending on where the pitch position is. So you could have the grandstand completely empty for 4 days, or tavern and mound. But yeah, it's lovely having them sprinkled around all of the ground here. I think it gives a nicer atmosphere, doesn't it?
Roland Jones turns round and approaches the crease. Advances down again, does Jennings. Just works into the onside. A lot of movement from Jennings now. Advancing the ball, trying to negate the movement off the pitch. Lancashire 151 for 5. It's been an anchoring innings from Jennings, 67 from 147 deliveries. As Roland Jones approaches the wicket for the last ball of his over. And there is an outside edge there, and he's gone. That's the ball he was looking for. And after a big appeal, the third ball of that over, he finally gets the scalp of Keaton Jennings, who departs for 67. Middlesex have Lancashire 151 for 6.
Well, I tell you what, he's still got it in him, isn't he? I was saying about it with Scott just a little while ago. It's the first time in a long while that there's been a couple of bowlers in a lineup that excite you more from a Middlesex perspective than Roland Jones. But goodness me, as he rolled back the years with that ball, that was a beaut. Nearly had him a moment ago, and then that one just a fraction short of a length, pitching in line, and just across him, taking that edge. I mean, it would have gone over the top of middle and off, wouldn't it? I reckon. We'll see the angle from behind now. Absolutely gorgeous line and length, and yeah, there you go. It probably would have been top of middle and off, just passed over the pair of them. Just a fraction short of a length, so he wasn't full. That, as a result, wasn't fully forward switch Jennings. But the reaction of Roland Jones, the anger in celebration at this, he just really gets pumped by it, and I think he probably has been bending his back in this spell. It looks as though he's pushing it through that little bit more. I think not having got Jennings a couple of deliveries back as well, but you can see he's fired up at the moment.
Well, yeah, I think he believed that third delivery of the over did tickle the edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. I think on the replay it was bat and pad, but that fires a bowler up. It fired him up, and you can see that through the reaction of the wicket there and the big wicket of Keaton Jennings, who's done well today. He's never looked fluid, but it's looked a really difficult, gritty innings.
Here's Higgins beginning a new over, 151 for 6. Hartley out there at the non-striker's end now to join Green, who's whipping at that one with a cut that was following a ball that was swinging away from him. He was almost swinging it into an uppercut, wasn't he, the flourish that he had at it in the end, but a dot it is. And yeah, fired up. I think with any players, as time goes on, obviously you haven't quite got the same relentless fire and firing on all cylinders. So here's Higgins in, bowls, and this is swinging away again. But Roland Jones, it was a game a week or two ago, I think, where somebody said to me, it looks at the moment as though he just needs something to fire him up.
Well, that was it.
Yeah, exactly. Years gone by, nothing ever needed to, but now probably he's at the stage of his career where, yeah, if the fire's in the belly and he's running in full pelt. Here is Higgins, bowls, line and length, 151 for 6.
Well, we said, didn't we, going into lunch, if Lancashire are 6 down, then it'll feel like it was Middlesex's session. It certainly does now. 3 wickets since lunch.
Well, like I said, I think that 5th wicket, when they got that one, I mean, we've still got 12 and a half overs to tea. When they got the 5th, it just felt like it's a big moment, because now they will really be thinking 7 by tea. Higgins in, bowls, forward goes Green, pushing to mid-off.
I think with the loss of Wells as well, this is where you'd usually see Balderson in this role, number 8, who has had a lot of success in the lower order for Lancashire. It just exposes the batters a little bit earlier through bringing Balderson to the top.
Higgins. Oh, now that has come back in sharply off the surface. We saw one a couple of overs back from Morgan that was, as confirmed by the replay, late swing away, hit the surface and jagged back in towards the off stump. This one, similarly, how much away swing there was, but look at how much it comes back. Angling just outside off and almost like an off cut of that. 3 slips go down. Higgins bowls again. Just fuller. Hits high up on the splice of the bat though. Defended by Green. 151 for 6. You can't take your eyes off this game. I don't know, it feels like they've been at it all innings long, but for me it feels like they're at it even more now. And well, the youngsters have been backed up here fully by the old folks, Higgins and Roland Jones.
They have indeed, and looking down that scorecard here, you can see how difficult it's been to score. Yeah, the real scores on the board from Jennings, just departed by Roland Jones, and then partnership-wise, it's been hard to establish any sort of partnership. 56 between Jennings and Bohannon, 41 later down the orders. Roland Jones comes in, and that's a lovely drive straight onto the stumps. And with that, Roland Jones sends his square leg out into the deep. Still 3 slips in place. Point. Cover, mid on, mid off. Deep square, deep fine. Lancashire 151 for 6. Tom Hartley on strike. He's facing his second delivery of the day. And he defends on the front foot. And in partnership with Chris Green, 13 off 26. The Aussie international brought over early before the T20 Vitality Blast that he's played in for Lancashire for the last few years. He's sort of part of the club's furniture now, is Chris Green. Him and Harris have had success over the last few years for Lancashire as Roland Jones comes in, and that's a lovely drive down the ground. They do take the single and make it back in the end comfortably. It held up in the ground, did that, and probably created a little bit more anxiety between the two batters than was needed. Watching back the replay here, it was a lovely drive down the ground. He set off early, did Hartley, so he would have been safe if it was a direct hit. A good piece of running in the end. Roland Jones back to the right-hander in Chris Green. He scurries in and it's defended, and it goes all the way down to third. They'll come back for the second. He just angles his bat there to go through gully. Roland Jones took the wicket of Keaton Jennings in his previous over. Huge wicket for Middlesex that, as he comes into the crease. And it's defended off the back foot by Green. Keeps the momentum in their half, doesn't it? Keeps Middlesex chipping away. It's been a long graft for the bowlers. 52 overs of seam we've seen so far today. It doesn't feel like we'll see anything other than seam today. It's been doing a lot off the pitch. There's Roland Jones running in. Green steps forward but leaves that alone. That's the end of the 53rd over. Lancashire 154 for 6.
I was pondering on Josh Carey's missing out on this one, whether they might have made a mistake with his second spin option as a off-break bowler behind Zafar Gohar, but as you rightly say, 4 seamers at the moment with young Faulkner backing them up as a fifth seamer if needed. Well, he's not needed at the moment, and the rate that these are bowled, it's almost a case of it's difficult to take the ball out of only one of their hands. And yeah, Zafar Gohart will have to wait his turn for the Lancashire second innings, you'd imagine, unless Green and Hartley can get a partnership going and get this deep into the 60s and the 70s. This ball is 53 overs old right now. 3 slips down as Higgins is around the wicket. He bowls to Hartley, left alone. Fourth ball for the left-hander. Ten to tee after this over. There's a quietness again about the bat there at the moment, but I fancy that's a focus more than anything else as Higgins is in. Bowls, catches the cry as it's driven back to him. He threw down a right hand to try and get to it, whether he got a fingertip to it or not, and whether it actually carried to that right hand. It drops before it gets to mid-off, comfortably before. They do scamper through for a single, but he was through it too early, Hartley. Did it carry to Higgins first of all? No, just dropped short of him.
Felt like one of those slow motion ones, didn't it, where it was just going to continue and carry into the hand of Higgins. See that quite often when the ball just stops on players.
Over the wicket he bowls again, and this is punched into the covers now on the front foot by Green. Just an offering of the bat, really, a firm offering. And he'll take 2. 17 from 30 now, Green. Capable of some huge hits, as my memory serves, from his time with Middlesex.
Yeah, both Green and Hartley can hit a long ball. And you sometimes think on wickets like that, is that the best approach, to just counter the seam movement with aggression and attacking?
Higgins wobbles one past the leave of Green outside the off stump.
Certainly an option. You've got Cracknell standing back at the moment, so I think until he sees either of these players really advancing down, using their feet, he's quite comfortable stood back with the movement that Higgins is getting.
Higgins once more, 5th ball of the over, a forward defence from Green.
But they've created pressure by Cracknell coming up to the stumps, being back at the standing back, but coming up, and with Higgins consistently hitting his area, Cracknell's able to stand up if the batters do decide to move and use and advance the feet, like we saw both Jennings and Jones do earlier in this innings.
Higgins, length ball defended by Green, end of the over, 157 for 6. And 54 bowls. Oh, time for me to go. 157 for 6 it is. Green 17, Hartley 2. A few words from Phoebe and we Scott.
Yeah, this has been Middlesex session so far. Getting the breakthrough wicket of Jennings, but they've been persistent all day with the ball. It was a brilliant toss to win. Put Lancashire into bat. And now 157 for 6 with 54 overs gone. Starting to rebuild here with Green and Hartley. Green 17 off 33 and Hartley 2 from 5. And I'm rejoined by Scott Reed.
Good afternoon. There's Toby Rowland-Jones into to Tom Hartley. It's down the leg side. Keeper trying to get to it. One-handed load down to his right. Gets just underneath his glove. There's no bat on that. Just deflected off maybe Hartley's thigh pad. It's gone for 4 leg buys. So the score moves to 161 for 6. Swung down the leg side a little bit from Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, it just kept going, didn't it? Did the ball there. But yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones had the bit between his teeth, the over he got Jennings. There was a appeal for caught behind. The 3rd ball of the over wasn't given.
Comes around the wicket this time to Hartley, looking to drive off the inner half of the bat. Just deflects out towards deep backward square leg for a single, 162 for 6.
And then produced a beautiful seed over the wickets to Jennings, the left-hander. Came across him and straightened up. Just found that outside edge. I think if it'd have left that alone, it'd have cleaned his off stump anyway. So it's a great piece of bowling by Roland Jones, the veteran in the Middlesex attack.
Just saw that delivery there that Roland Jones sent down to Hartley, the first ball of the over. And he's into Green. Beats Green through to the keeper. No run, wasn't too far away from hitting the helmet behind the wicket keeper. 162 for 6. So Green 17. It's got a little bit gloomy as well. I saw the umpires just on the radios before, maybe wondering whether the floodlights might not be too far away from coming on. There's Roland Jones into Green. Green swings away, clears extra cover down towards the boundary. Kind of plugs a little in the Green outfield. Just doesn't skip on to reach the rope, but well, a bit of real aggression being shown by Chris Green. It's worth 2 runs for him. He moves to 19, 164 for 6.
Well, the members enjoyed that. And it was fuller, so putting your hands through it with players in the ring is a safe option.
164 for 6. There's Toby Roland Jones in from the Brian Statham end over the wicket and bowling to Green. Just drops it into the onside. Wasn't sure whether there was a single there or not. Needed some help from Tom Hartley at the other end. He was keen to make sure he stayed where he was, Chris Green. So no run. 164 for 6. We're into the afternoon session on this opening day. Got 41 overs left in the day's play after this over from Toby Roland Jones. So quite a decent chunk until the tea break. Lancashire is 6 down. Roland Jones is into Chris Green. That's left and through to the keeper. And there's no run. For the benefit of listeners or viewers who have just joined us, just picking up on what's happened today. Well, Middlesex winning the toss and putting Lancashire into bat. And the 4 seam bowlers that Middlesex have used so far, Toby, Roland Jones, Higgins, Sharma and Morgan, have all bowled beautifully. The early success for Roland Jones and for Higgins, and the 2 youngsters, Morgan and Sharma, in the morning session, backing up their work superbly. Every ball has chipped in, Phoebe, for Middlesex. They've been a really impressive display of bowling.
Yeah, they have indeed, as Higgins comes into the attack and just beats the outside edge of Hartley. Yeah, you've had a really nice combination of seam bowling in Higgins, Roland Jones, and then the young 20-year-old Sharma and 18-year-old Morgan complementing the seamers. But there's been some serious movement out there on the pitch. Higgins comes in again, defended by Hartley. They've barely missed a mark.
Yes, they have. They've been outstanding, haven't they? The 2 senior boys and the 2 young lads kind of supported each other really well. We've seen Keaton Jennings, who's had to scrap out 68 runs. But it's been hard going. It's been a very, very tricky day to bat. The ball's been on top through the course of the first couple of sessions.
It has, and Higgins gets Hartley. Just as we say that, it takes Hartley's outside edge, angles it in, nips it away. Another wicket for the Middlesex attack. Higgins, his 3rd victim of the day. Lancashire 164 for 7. Another brilliant ball that gets Hartley. They'll look back on these deliveries and they've been very, very good balls. Again, if Hartley hadn't have played at that, it would have taken top of off stump.
Yeah, it's a really fine piece of bowling again, isn't it, by Higgins? And it'd be interesting to get the view from both camps, from a batting point of view, from a bowling point of view. But from what we've seen from the first 55 overs of this opening day is that it has been a very, very tricky day to bat. But that shouldn't and must not take anything away from the quality of the seam bowling that we've seen from the 4 bowlers that Middlesex have used today. The conditions even trickier now. The floodlights are on. We can see quite thick cloud cover behind the floodlight pylon. There is a suggestion there's a little bit of very, very light rain just starting to fall as well. Whether that's just something that might kind of blow through, but it's certainly, well, it hasn't been easy to bat all day on the evidence of what we've seen, Phoebe, and now you kind of factor in the floodlights being on as well. This continues to be a real challenge for the batters.
Well, Tom Bailey approaching the crease, and I think he's one player that will love to have the ball in his hand at some point today if he can, just to get the ball moving off the seam. Both him and James Anderson will be disappointed that they batted first, because it has offered a lot for the seam bowlers, and they've bowled exceptionally. Higgins coming over the wicket to Bailey, who plays an expansive leave, bat above head. I think with Balderson opening the attack, it does leave them a little bit more vulnerable down the bottom. Obviously playing a role that he's not used to against a new ball, but when Balderson comes in at 8, it does always feel that little bit more comfortable, as Higgins in and beats the outside edge, that pops off the crease. Keeper takes it up shoulder height, does Cracknell. Had an extra bit of zip off the pitch, did that.
Yes, it did, yeah. And as we said before, the all 4 seamers have really exploited the conditions here and have bowled beautifully on this pitch.
Higgins in and driven beautifully through the covers. Bailey will look to come back for 2, which he does. Morgan doing the work out in the deep. Well, another good over for Middlesex. Lancashire 166 for 7 off 56. Another partnership starts again, Scott Reed.
Yes, it does. There's been a few of those kind of rebuilding situations for Lancashire. Only one partnership which has reached 50 in this innings, which was between Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. But a couple of starts, 41 between Jennings and Jones, a 23 between Jennings and Green, but yep, it's been tough going for batsmen on this opening day. Toby Rowland-Jones 2 for 40. He's going to continue from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips and a gully in place. Chris Green's on strike. There's Green defends. Just smothers the ball up towards Leas Deploy, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. He must be delighted, Leas Deploy, that he won the toss and elected to have a field first, inviting Lancashire to bat, and his bowlers have not let him down. They've backed up that decision pretty emphatically. They want to make sure they don't allow Lancashire to wriggle off the hook here. Lancashire be desperate to try and get some kind of partnership going at the back end of their innings. Green gets in behind it and defends the delivery back to Toby Rowland-Jones, and there's no run.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Green start to play some expansive shots here. Batters left are the wicket of Tom Bailey, Stanley and Anderson, and actually if Green can get a quick 30-40 here, it might be a better total to defend than if he plods along and some danger happens at the other end.
He's on 19, just bends his knees and waits for Rowland-Jones, who's in and bowling. He defends to mid-on. We'll take a single, actually. Ball just angled in towards his pads. He'll push it to mid-on and jogs through for 1. Moves to 20, 166 7 for 7. We saw that one shot, didn't we, up and over extra cover a couple of overs ago from Chris Green, to maybe just a little insight as to maybe the odd kind of calculated risk from Green. But it's interesting to see how Lancashire's lower order, their tail will try and adjudge this and try and play this. What will Bailey's approach be? Here's Roland Jones over the wicket to Tom Bailey, clipped into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, 2 full from Roland Jones there, hungry for the wicket. You can see that he's searching now against Tom Bailey. Just needs to hold his length. Dividends will come. 2 for 41 off his 15. Lancashire 167 for 7.
2 balls left for Toby Roland Jones. He's into to Bailey, again hopping in behind it and defending. Ball bouncing out to mid-wicket and there's no run. It is increasingly gloomier, isn't it? We can see the floodlights, the shadows being that's been cast from the players from the 4 floodlight pylons. So light isn't great, but Middlesex were on the wrong end of a game against Northamptonshire a couple of weeks ago, where the umpires I think took them off for bad light, which may have been a little earlier than what they should have done, and resulted in quite a lot of time being lost in that match. Full again by Roland Jones and driven firmly by Bailey, and just jabbing at the ball, bouncing back down the pitch beyond the bowler, cut off by Sharma coming round from mid on to field, and there's no run. End of the over. So yeah, where possible you want to just keep playing, don't you? You don't want to be losing so much time for bad light. Fair enough for rain, there's nothing you can do about that, but the bad light element to it, if you can try and play, stay out there as long as you can. 167 for 7.
Well, like you say, the floodlights are on. It's been a grey day throughout in Manchester, which is surprising. I haven't seen many grey days in Manchester.
No, you don't
before.
Get to see
you
them.
don't.
No.
It's normally blue skies.
It is.
So unusual weather conditions here in Manchester. Grey skies as Higgins comes over to Green and driven into the offside. But yeah, we had the schools day here at Emirates Old Trafford earlier today, so over 1,000 kids participating in lots of fun activities. There was a silent disco, which apparently was a serious favourite of the kids. Rock climbing,
right, okay.
axe throwing.
Axe throwing?
Higgins in and plays with soft hands, does Green down to third for a single.
Did the parents sign off for that?
Apparently it's inflatable.
Ah, right.
Yeah, you can
Goodness
see
for
that. That does work with 8 and 9-year-olds.
I'd love it if some of the kids went back home and said, yeah, we've been axe throwing today, Mum. I beg your pardon, what?
Well, there was a fire engine, there was cheerleading, batting stations, bowling stations, so a great way for kids in Lancashire to access cricket. Higgins in again and squares up Tom Bailey. Almost dances round that as the ball beats the outside edge. Too good for Tom Bailey was that delivery from Higgins.
To be fair, he's not the only batter. The ball's been too good for a few of them today, hasn't it? It's been pretty torrid batting conditions at times.
It's when you dance over and stumble over your own feet, you know it's very good. Often happens with the lower order batters as Higgins comes in once again and just drives that down and almost takes off the off stump on the bounce. Bailey survives once again.
Survives and finds the whole thing quite amusing. Where's this ball going? Oh, where's it going? Oh, where are we? Oh, just about. And then a bit of a giggle on the face of Tom Bailey.
Higgin approaching the crease and bounces Tom Bailey. That's the first bumper we've seen of the day. No one's gone to the bouncer plan when the ball's been moving everywhere, but with Tom Bailey dancing round the ball the previous 2 deliveries, Higgins has thrown one in at his head.
Maybe he's watching those kids in the silent disco.
I think he's at a silent disco right now, is Tom Bailey. And with that, he plays and misses. Survives once again, does Tom Bailey. Another brilliant over from Higgins. 168 for 7 after 58 at Lancashire.
Yes, it's all a little quieter now, isn't it? It was a lovely sound of fun being had. Can't have fun at cricket grounds, it's outrageous. When the kids are in, there are all sorts of activities. Then certainly the highlight was the mascot race, wasn't it? That seemed to get a big cheer, did that, at the lunch break, was the mascot race.
And one of your favourites won as well.
Bertie B, yeah, Bertie B was the winner.
From Burnley
from
Football
Burnley,
Club.
Yeah, Burnley Football Club, yeah. So yeah, it was quite popular at lunch. Well, let's see Sharma continue. The clouds are rumbling in, aren't they? Some dark clouds above us. Floodlights taking quite a clear effect now as Sharma's in and bowling to green. It's left. Shapes away from green. Taken by Cracknell, the keeper. He's diving across first slip, low away to his right.
I've had a message come through from Kevin Howells saying that we're on Sports Extra, not to mess up.
Oh.
So if we are still on Sports Extra, we welcome those listeners into the day at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 168 for 7.
And we'll do our best to mess up.
And we'll do our best to entertain you.
Sharma in and balls to green. That's defended to mid-off. And there's no run.
I'd say it's a day to be a fast bowler today. It was a toss to win, which Middlesex did win early on and stuck Lancashire into bat. And I'm sure the likes of Tom Bailey, who's navigated some good 10 deliveries, 2 from his 10, would like the ball in hand on a day like today when it's seaming around and moving laterally off the pitch.
Sharma for Middlesex. Balls to green. Steered off the back foot. Down to third man for a single. Takes him to 22, 169 for 7. Do you not think Tom will be enjoying batting in these conditions?
Chris Green just going to have a chat with him now. I swear I did wonder whether at some point Chris Green we saw an expansive drive up and over the covers a couple of overs ago, and I thought that might have been his note to start going. There's 4 slips in place at the moment for Bailey.
It's Sharma into Bailey. It's in behind it and defends. Hopping back and across. Pushing it back to Sharma, and there's no run.
He has scored runs before as Bailey, hasn't he?
He's
had a couple of 50s.
I think he's into double figures, isn't he, for first class 50s? A score of 70-something, 70-odd in a game at Northamptonshire a couple of years ago. He's got 11 first-class 50s to his name. Tom Bailey. Sharma in to Bailey. Back and across. He's thickish edge off the bat, going down into the ground beyond the reach of fourth slip, down towards third man. Bailey jogs back and runs 2. So he moves on to 4. Lancashire 171 for 7. 1 ball remaining of the over. For viewers on Lancs TV, you can sense from that angle, I think, just how gloomy it's getting. Tom Bailey illuminated by floodlight, but I'm trying to keeping him out there if possible, if the light is okay. Keep going. Pushed away by Bailey. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. It always seems frustrating, doesn't it, to go off for bad light when you've got floodlights on, but I understand the reasons behind it. But yeah, the umpires, it would appear, no concerns at the minute. There's no conversations being had between the 2 umpires. Sometimes they kind of get together, don't they, have a little natter about these things, but even with those darker clouds above and the floodlights on, the umpire's happy for play to continue. 171 for 7.
Yeah, the shadows are casting on the pitch. But even with the grey skies on a Friday night, a few of the hotel rooms are buzzing, doors open, people sat outside watching the cricket. I always do wonder if people booked for the cricket, or is it a pleasant surprise, do you think, when they book into their room at Emirates Old Trafford and the cricket's on?
I don't know. So are Manchester United playing at home this weekend? Could it be kind of combining a bit of football and cricket? I don't know.
It's always good to know that, isn't it? As Morgan comes into the attack, and there's a swipe from Green. It's much shorter, so he tries to get that ball away, but it just follows him. This might be where we might see Green start to accelerate. He's 22 from 46.
Be a good contest, this, wouldn't it, for Morgan up against Green, especially if if Green tries to play positively. He's bowled beautifully today as Morgan.
Yes, he's striding in, and Green punches that to cover. It's a good piece of fielding.
Who's been the pick of your for the two youngsters, Morgan and Sharma? Can you find a one that's better than the other from today or not?
I think when Sharma gets it right, he's bowled some unbelievable deliveries. We've spoken a little bit about his hyperextension in his action, which has been able to get some as Morgan in and left alone by Green. He gets beautiful shape on the ball into the right-hander, and then because of how he presents the seam, the ball then moves away and nips away off the seam, so off the crease. So I've really liked Sharma. Sharma feels like he's got more potential, more to work with. Morgan looks a very controlled, tidy bowler. As he comes in, and it's defended by Green. But yeah, two brilliant bowlers. Morgan 18, Sharma 20. They've got great careers ahead of them. But Sharma seems to have a number of those wonder balls that just seem to beat the outside edge. We've seen a few of them from Morgan as well, so tough pick. I'm going to go Sharma though, as Morgan comes in. Ooh. And it just manages to beat the outside edge, the off stump, everything of Green, who's left squared up.
How much has that come
stuck
back
on the
in?
crease.
That crossed the inside edge. Oh my goodness, yeah.
It's just cut through him. He just, rolls his hands over that as it moves in. And he can move the ball both ways, can Morgan, even though I've picked Sharma as my number one pick. He's in, and that goes across Green, and he's happy to leave it. 171 for 7.
Yeah. It's been great fun watching these two young bowlers, really enjoying the conditions and the pitch. The umpires are getting together here now. Oh, I've got the old double teapot. Look at this. Hands on hips from the two umpires. The double teapot. Oh, that looks a bit gloomy. What do you reckon? Can we play on? Are we going off? We're going to play on.
We're going to continue, yeah.
That was a classic. Oh, if you framed that little image there and printed it out and asked a cricket fan, what do you reckon they're talking about? It almost certainly would be bad like that. It was the bad light look from two umpires, that wasn't it? Hands on hips, looking up towards the skies.
It's the fact they've both still got hats on.
There's Sharma, edging towards tee. It's back of a lengthish delivery to Bailey. Clips it off his hip. Away to square leg for a single. Moves on to fly, 172 for 7. Yeah, we're 4 overs away from the tea break. If we can get these overs in, the light holds. I think what little rain we had, and it was only little. Actually, is that it? Are we going off? Well, we are. So we had one ball of the 61st over, and the light was all right 30 seconds ago. Not even that, 15 seconds ago. But 1 ball into the over, and the umpires have decided that, yeah, it's just... It's gloomy. There's no doubt about it. It is pretty gloomy. And there's the umpires taking a meter reading, so that is what we'll work on for the rest of the game. If it reaches that level, then we'll be off again. But it is a bit gloomy, and the floodlights have increasingly taken effect.
Yeah, bit of a shame because there's no rain around. It really is just dark clouds on a gloomy day at Emirates Old Trafford. So the play was stopped in the 60th over. At the moment it feels like it's been Middlesex's day. Lancashire 172 for 7. Picks of the day, Jennings 67 off 148. Green at the moment 22 not out. But a brilliant display of bowling from Higgins, 3 for 48. Roland Jones 2 for 41. Morgan and Sharma, the young seamers, have taken a wicket apiece. I think we'll be leaving you for now. T has been taken. Thank you very much. Signal for tea there,
Signal
and that makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it?
Signal for tea. Tea on day 1, 172 for 7. Whether we come back after tea remains to be seen. But off for bad light, tea will be taken, and we'll take another look in about 20 minutes. We'll catch you then.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail the year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You'll work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, entrenched in tradition, heritage at Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I act like you know how this goes.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind the scenes access to mini documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
So the good news is that the delay wasn't too long at all. A little bit of bad light took us off early. Tee has been taken and the light is good enough, thankfully, to see play resume, Kevin.
I haven't had tea. Has tea been taken? I missed it.
You're too busy being distracted in the back of the box. Green on 22 and Bailey on 5.
Don't drop you in it.
172 for 7. Do they look a little bit brighter, those skies? I think a little bit.
A lot, yeah. The
Good.
dark stuff over the... That is the city centre over there, isn't it? Or heading that way.
Where those big buildings are to the right. Here comes Sharma then. He's in and bowling to Chris Green, that's left. And through to Cracknell.
Titty not. The biggest buildings in London are not in the city centre. They're in Canary Wharf or in mini Manhattan, aren't they?
Are they? Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand London. It's confusing.
It'll be good when they finish it.
That's definitely brighter. That does look a lot brighter now. And that's where the weather comes from. So that's encouraging. So maybe those darker clouds have been and gone. 172 for 7. Green on 22. 2 slips in the gully in place. The deep backward point. Sharma ball just back of a length to Green. He's in behind it. Defends to mid-on. No run. So he's 22 from 53, Chris Green. Has been a right old scrap today for the batters. Middlesex have bowled beautifully, the four-seamers that they've used.
You just can't find your way out of Piccadilly Circus when you come to London, can you?
Oh, I don't go there. That is definitely too confusing. Far too many people.
We were there last summer.
Were? See, I don't even know where I was. You could have taken me anywhere.
You love it.
And I wouldn't have a clue.
You love it.
Sharma balls again to Green. It's off the back foot. Just drops it into the offside for a single. Green moves on to 23. 173 for 7. No trip this year to London.
I'm sure you'll find a way to make it work, Scott.
Well, no, actually they do play. They play Surrey in a T20 match in a couple of weeks' time, actually. So there is one trip to London.
Friday night as well, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely is, yeah.
You know where you're going afterwards. Oh, what date's that then? Let's have a look.
So there is one match in London. These two teams don't meet in London, do they? In the reverse fixture. Forward goes Bailey. He runs this, squeezed away through backward point. And he'll come back for a couple. Takes Bailey to 7 and the score to 175 for 7.
Weather's a funny thing, isn't it? We play cricket all day, we go off a bad light, and for the first time today now we've got sunshine.
Yeah, it is actually quite
sunshine
bright.
all day.
Yeah,
so we've just gone off a bad light.
It's quite a contrast. The skies towards the north, quite menacing looking, but they're out in the distance. They're not coming our way. It does look a little bit brighter. The sun creeping through. Here is Sharma in and bowls. Bailey defends again. Well, that is the end of the over, which started just before the early tea break and concludes after it, with Lancashire now 175 for 7. Green has 23 and Bailey unbeaten on 7.
Will the sun bring better fortune for Lancashire? I mean, what they'd give for another 100 runs from here. And they've got batters who can do it. As you said, Bailey's batting credentials are there to be seen, and Green likewise. And the great thing here as well is the amount of times that Middlesex have seen it with Roland Jones, for example, over the years. Were a couple to go, Green would just tee off, wouldn't he? As potentially Bailey would as well, if
Yeah,
they
I think
couple
so.
to go at the other ends.
Yeah.
And then it could be fun with the short boundary. So to say what they'd give for another 100 from here is not the daftest idea in the world, but ball's 61 overs old. They just need to get themselves in again now. As Morgan is into his 12th over, 1 for 30 so far. Right arm over, he bowls a bit of a way shape again outside the off stump. Seams and then angles back in. And then the umpire holds out his arm to call no ball. So they'll do it all over again anyway.
Yeah, Mitchell Stanley, James Anderson, the two batters to come for Lancashire. So Green and Bailey, they can try and get something going here, even nudging it north of 200.
Morgan's midway through his run-up. Bowls now and length ball, which is eased back up the track. No run. Everybody's still in by the looks of it. We haven't filtered out for the day just yet. Why would you? 4:30 Friday evening, best conditions of the day. Straight to the pub when you're finished. Where would you go in between? Why would you leave now? How far is the city centre from here? What's it, 10 minutes in the taxi or
the tram? Hop on the tram.
Oh, exotic. This ball's run away down to deep third. Beautifully played by Green off the back foot. Holden comes around, they'll pick up a couple. He's at deep backward point, Max Holden. Robson had retreated from slip. He was another one with a damaged finger last week, but okay for this week.
Where you're staying, he's probably nearer to the tram stop than it is to the commentary box. The tram stop's just right at the back of this stand, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I've taken the tram when I've come up here to do football games.
Okay.
Yeah. You make a good point. I probably should have taken the train up for this one, given how close I am to the station. Morgan's in, bowls, and this is worked down to long leg off the back foot by Green for a single. 1 to 26, 180 for 7. Come on, Morgie. Roland Jones is at mid-on working on the ball. Morgan awaits. Did just keep a fraction low, the wicket he picked up. Off stump knocked out of the ground. He's in now. Bowls. Onto the hip again. Cry of anguish from somewhere as they'll take a couple here down to long leg. He's not quite good at going in this over as he did earlier. 182 for 7. Floodlights are on, but absolutely no need for them at the moment. The sun casting long shadows from the players. A sunny Friday evening. How far through this game will we be by stumps tomorrow? 61 overs bowled. We have not lost any today, have we? As here's Morgan in, bowls and edged, but all along the floor in front of third slip, and it'll most likely make it for 4. Hard chase being given. Leas deploy. Wow, he didn't give that up. And a swift slide to flick the ball back to Holden, and they have run 2. They have run 2.
Yeah, we took tea a little early, but since we resumed straight after tea, haven't we? So we've not lost any time in this day.
So is the moral of the story I need to bring tea tomorrow? Oh, I forgot to bring Jake his cup of tea. Oh, I'm going to hear about that all night, aren't I? Need to do a session now without his cup of tea and his 2 sugars. Here's Morgan bowls and Bailey is beaten outside the off stump. 184 for 7 into the 62nd.
Yeah, well, they got on with it pretty quickly, didn't they? I think we're half expecting it might be kind of just eating a little bit into the evening session, the delay, but
yeah,
both umpires came out and said, no, let's
get on with it.
Yeah, crack on.
Well done, umpires.
Must be warming up. Tom Bailey's taking his jumper off.
Who's that running something out?
That's Holly Sutton, I think.
I almost looked pink, the bobble hat. I thought it was a Middlesex T20 bobble hat, but it is actually red now. He makes it right.
184 for 7. Chris Green's on strike. Sharma. Impressive day today with the ball. 1 for 45. Perhaps don't quite do him justice. Got 3 slips in place. He's in and bowling to Green, and that nibbles away past Chris Green into the gloves of Cracknell.
That's pretty much where he left off earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I think both bowlers have done that well, haven't they? Where they're kind of the first ball of an over. They don't often get I think maybe the first ball that Morgan sent down today was a bit loose and was put away, but from then on in, they've been right on it, these two young seamers for Middlesex. 184 for 7. Sharma to Green. It's guided down to third man. There's a chase on here towards the boundary rope. Morgan does well to scoop it up and prevents it going for 4. They've run 2, so he's saved a couple for his side. Coming round from deep backward square leg to fine leg. And deep backward point to third man, actually. Saved 2 for his side there, Morgan. Green moves to 28, 187, 186 for 7. Sharma backing over the wicket and bowls, left by Green. The 3 slip catches in place, the deep backward point and the fine leg. And then there's a deep mid wicket in front of the hotel. Cover mid off and mid on. Sharma sets off again from the Brian Statham end. He's in now to bowl to Green. Fallen driven by Green. There's runs here for Chris Green. Just got to the right of cover, to the left of mid off. Lewis deployed to catch up with the ball. But Green, in the meantime, runs back for 2. He moves on to 30, 188 for 7. Plenty of pigeons fluttering around. A dozen or so just sweeping in front of the media centre here, gathering out towards the point boundary. They are fluttering into screen there as Chris Green was tapping his bat. It's in behind this delivery and defends. Full face of the bat. Back down to Sharma. And there's no addition to the score. Walk out towards square leg, Chris Green. Don Bailey nutter to the umpire at the non-striker's end. Both batters in short sleeves as Green thumps his bat into the ground. He just bends his knees. He's set now as Sharma is in again. Green defending. Drops it into the offside. Up comes Morgan from point to field, and he'll remove his cap because he'll have a go from the James Anderson end. It's the end of the over. 4 coming off it, 188 for 7 Lancashire. Green on 30, and Bailey is 11 not out.
Well, this was pretty much the point when the 5th wicket fell that we were saying, what would Lancashire give to get to 60 odd overs? 4 wickets down, 5 wickets down. That's why I felt the 5th was crucial, just to keep them rattling along while the bowling was on top. And there is the chance now to try and put some runs on the board against the softer ball. As Morgan's in, 4 slips, he bowls, it's wide outside the off stump, and Bailey throws everything at it. Has he nicked it? I think he has. A little fine edge, and through it goes. Well, there was no reaction from anybody, so clearly the noise was enough for all of them out there. The deflection wasn't huge, but there was enough of a noise that there was no doubt from anybody that an appeal or a celebration or anything else was needed. Green about turns, chances to himself as he walks off. It was a bit of a loose one from Morgan, but how often does a bad ball pick up a wicket? It shapes away from the cut and takes the finest of edges through to the keeper on the way. And it's 8 down, 188 for 8.
Yes, there was nothing from anybody, was there? Barely any reaction from Morgan. Not a lot really from the keeper or the slip catchers, and then Bailey just decides to trudge off.
Yeah. All the beauts of deliveries that he bowls in, but how often does a bad ball take a wicket? It wasn't a wretched ball, but it was short, it was wide. And what really did for Bailey is he was chasing it because it shaped away from him, and the back foot, I think, possibly even planted after he played the shot. It was off balance and stretching. He was unable to get in position. So Stanley makes his way out at 10 to join Green on 30, and we are at the stage now, I'd suggest, where Green may have to think about pressing that big flashing gamble button.
Well, it's probably worth it, isn't it? I don't really see a case for him not doing that now, with Stanley out there to join him and Jimmy Dew in next.
All the biscuits have been topped up.
Phoebe's come back with plenty here.
3
plenty
packs.
of supply.
4 packs. Who gets 2 though? There's only 3 of us. She hasn't bought one.
Jake.
Oh, an offering. Ooh, thank you. Here's Morgan to Stanley. Bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Phoebe's absolutely praying now that you don't take the other chocolate biscuit that she's brought up.
I've gone for the
she's made
oat crunch.
She's made a school child error there.
What have you gone for?
Oh, well, I went for the chocolate. You've gone for a crunch. You are a weirdo, aren't you?
Well,
every press box, in every sport, in every ground, in all of the world,
I like an oat
the first
crunch.
pack of biscuits, leave your oats out of it. The first set of biscuits that always go with the chocolate ones. Here's Morgan in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track to mid-on, and there's no run. 188 for 8. You still haven't told me. You're having chia seeds again in the morning? You're going for the soaked oats overnight, chia seeds, blueberries, yoghurt?
No, I don't think so tomorrow morning. No, I might treat myself to something a bit naughty.
Oh. A Chinook.
Yeah, they've come for you.
Yeah. They've heard there's chocolate biscuits on the go. Here's Morgan to Stanley. Defends on the off stump. Where's that coming from and where's it heading to? It's the city centre that way, we've established. The big tall buildings.
Yes,
the city
big
centre.
tall buildings over there, Kevin.
Yeah.
There we go, look at that. Nice. I don't know where it's heading to. I've not got a clue.
Where are all the sites and around here? Where's the bases?
I don't know.
Oh.
Our colleague from the northeast, he would have an app that would tell us where that's
Yeah,
heading
but that's
to.
just sad. There's knowledge and there's apps, isn't there? So when you're at Uxbridge, you know RAF Northolt's around the corner, and indeed Merchant Taylor School, you'll get the delights of the Chinooks and all the rest.
Lovely.
Here's Morgan in, bowls outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper once more.
Is that the name of the children that go there?
The Chinooks.
The Chinooks. the Chinook family send their kids there.
I told you Bob Hunt's great line was when a helicopter flew over Merchant Taylor's in a Gloucestershire game once. He said, Timmy's being dropped off for school this morning then.
Is it posh? Is it quite posh?
There's 8 cricket grounds.
Is 8?
8.
Oh my goodness. It's very posh, isn't it?
Morgan bowls just outside the off stump. Oh, Cracknell takes that above his head. Now it might have hit the crease and gone that one. It was very, very full because it exploded up above the head of the keeper, who did well to grab it, but it wasn't a length ball by any mean that's exploded. That was right up there on the crease. Although Stanley's prodding away with his bat on a length at this very moment. 188 for 8. Yeah, and then when you're at Lords, you know the helicopter pads around the corner in Battersea, so you always see him taking off from there.
I'm not sure that's landing on the roof of a building in Manchester, that helicopter that just went overhead. $188 for 8. It's a Sharma to Green. In again and balls. He runs here down to third man. He's got that fine enough. And will be cut off by Morgan. He'll come back for 2 though, Chris Green. Moves on to 32 not out. Second top scorer in the innings this. Keaton Jennings 67. Josh Bohannon 15. Michael Jones 27. Chris Green 30. Or 32 now. Barely 11. And the other batter to reach double figures. 190 for 8. Sharma for Middlesex, right arm over the wicket. Bowls driven by Green, bouncing up to Deploy, who's at mid-off. And there's no run. It's first trip to Merchant Taylor's School for me. I'm not sure how many times. Well, I've been covering Lancashire for 16 seasons and they've never played at Merchant Taylor's School before. So I don't know when the last time Lancashire would have played. It's at least 20 years. I reckon.
At Merchant Taylor's?
Yeah.
Oh, this will be a first then, because it's only been a venue for
right,
Middlesex,
okay.
yeah.
Right.
It's kind of taken over from Uxbridge and Southgate.
And again, come Sharma, balls to green. That's clipped down to fine leg for a single. 33 to Chris Green now. 191 for 8. That's a bit off that, isn't it? I think it might be September time, maybe. Too much cricket to think about between now and then.
It goes by too fast. It feels horrible that we're nearly halfway through the season already. Championship.
Yeah.
By the end of next week, that's it.
Well, we were
Halfway
chatting
there.
before, weren't we? But when Middlesex next play a championship match at Lords?
End of September, after next week.
Something similar for Kent, isn't it? Canterbury
Yep.
as well. Sharma bowling. Stanley clips it to mid-on. There's no run. Lancashire are not back here in a championship match until the end of August. We've got the home games at Southport and Blackpool to come. They're at Southport next week against Worcestershire. And then at Stanley Park in Blackpool in, I think it's in June. 4 slip catches with Mitchell Stanley on strike. Sharma on the hunt for his second wicket. Balls, it's full and it's left. Just angles away and through to Cracknell. All sorts of rumours at lunch that Cracknell had damaged his
When
fingers.
you say rumours, I went confidently with this rumour that you yourself, and I believe Phoebe, presented to me.
Well, it's what we were told downstairs in the press room, yeah.
But by whom?
Well,
sources.
Our friends and colleagues.
Trusted sources?
I don't think anyone's
No
trusted
longer.
downstairs.
No longer trusted.
Nobody's trusted downstairs.
Are you sure they weren't winding you up?
It's very
Which
possible.
in turn has done for me.
191. He certainly took a pretty nasty blow in the morning session on his left hand. Sharma in, balls. Oh, that's down the leg side. It's gone beyond the reach of the keeper. I'm not sure it's come off anything. No, it's gone for 4 byes. Speared in the way down the leg side. And missing the whole lot over the rope in towards the spectators on those little wooden benches. That's the end of the over. 195 for 8. Watching this delivery back. Yeah. Speeding away down the leg side, way beyond the reach of the keeper. And Lancashire will take the 4 byes. 195 for 8. End of the 65th.
I'll take anything they could get now for sure.
Definitely.
Green versus Morgan. Is this the matchup? Is this where Green thinks about taking things on? He's got 3 slips, a deep backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. But all the way around in front of deep backward point looks attractive to me, and he punches off the back foot, but it's too straight and straight to deploy at mid-off. That was sweetly struck. There just wasn't the room for him to open the face and angle that. But you could almost feel the force of the blow from up here. It sounded sweet.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it when you were on with Phoebe before. When he gets going, he's great to watch, isn't he? Chris Green.
Well, get going he might. 195 for 8. Ball into its 66th over, so a new ball in 14 overs time. No point prodding around, surely. Get out there and have a bowl tonight. As this is leg side from Morgan and taken by Cracknell.
He had him for 4 championship matches last season, Chris Green. It was his second season this year. Of course, signed mainly for the T20 Blast, but featuring in 4 championship matches last year for Lancashire. Picked up 2 centuries in those 4 games, highest score of 160.
Morgan hits the crease, bowls full onto the legs. It's clipped down to long leg, just a single. They've run it hard the first one, but they're not going to get back for the second, which I wonder is Green frustrated at that. He might have been pondering, big boundary as it is away to our left, that there might have been 2 in it.
I suspect one of the most popular overseas signings that Lancashire have had for a few years, Chris Green. He's really well liked by Lancashire, by the players, by the staff, supporters. It's a bit of an infectious personality and brings a great deal of energy to the team.
Now comes Green and comes Morgan, and this is run down to deep third for a single. I was once interviewing him at Canterbury when, just as you're getting towards the end of the interview, it was filmed, so it wasn't just on radio. Just as you get into the interview, they turn off all the lights, all the floodlights go off at the end of a T20 game. Oh, Chris, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to do it all again. Can we find somewhere else to do it? He saw the funny side. I think I actually still have the clip on my phone somewhere.
The light's going out on your career.
I mean, it says it all, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. Here's what career? Here's Morgan outside the off stump. Green leaves it alone.
He's a cracking lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the middle of all that, he's some player, isn't he? With bat, with ball, and in the field.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, he was called in primarily to help that championships blast side. I'm not sure if he actually did play a championship game in the last. He might not have. Morgan again. Past the umpire, he bowls. Lovely length ball through to the keeper. They went up behind the stumps. Morgan joined in and the umpire says not out. He beat the inside edge. Maybe just clip to the hip on the way through. 197 for 8. Here's the replay. Probably from the other end we might get a clue. This one might just tell us it's really jagged back again off the surface, isn't it? And yeah, probably just clip that trouser pocket on the way through.
Seen lots of deliveries like that, haven't we, that have moved off the pitch like that this morning and through the course of this afternoon. Like I should be hoping, if it turns out to be the case that Middlesex are batting before the close of play tonight, that continues. This one coming back in again.
Again, that kind of leads or lends to get on with it. No point hanging around now. Martin Emerson was banging the drum last week that it was the declaration on the third evening to have a bowl at Durham when the bad light prevented that happening that actually ended up setting up a generous chase on the final day.
Yeah, Lancashire fancy bowling in that, and I think they were under the impression that the light was absolutely fine to do that. Toby Rowland-Jones comes into the attack and bowls Mitchell Stanley. Rowland-Jones gets his third, and Lancashire are 9 down, and the prospect of Middlesex batting in the not too distant future is he's right there now, 197 for 9.
Well, we've got the best part of a session to go. There are 30 overs remaining today. Lose a couple for the change of innings. I mean, Lancashire might not even make it out of this over. Rowland-Jones, we're trying to wrap this up quickly, and it's a sizable chunk of cricket to be played today. They can really get their teeth into it, one side or the other. See the replay and spearing in towards middle and off from Rowland-Jones, and through the gate it goes. But this is why I always think 2 down, no matter how good your number 10 is, if you're at the other end and you got some runs on the board or you are a big hitter, you may as well get on with it, because it could all be over in 2 deliveries, no matter who your number 10 is. And now you've got the prospect of 5 balls remaining of this over for Rowland-Jones to try and finish this off. Green at the other end.
Yeah, just going back to that, as Jimmy comes out to a lovely round of applause from the supporters inside the ground. Yeah, I thought last week it was a really good declaration, because the conditions were.
I don't think he was saying it was a bad one. I think he was just saying it was unlucky in a way that.
Yeah, well,
I get the impression. I don't know the full ins and outs of the game, but from what I understood, he was saying, well, they declared to have a bowl at them that night, and then they never got to bowl at them that night.
They did. Yeah. So I think they were under the impression that the light was good enough, and then it would appear that in the 10-minute interval between innings, the light deteriorated to the point where we couldn't then resume the day's play, and Lancashire's prospect of having 7 or 8 overs bowling at Durham didn't happen. But the man on screen there will be having a bowl at some point in the not too distant future, you would think. Can he hang around for a bit longer and try and help Green push Lancashire a little further over the 200 mark if they can? Here's Roland Jones to Jimmy Anderson. He wants to run straight away, just clipped out towards the leg side and darts through for a single. Jimmy moves on to 1. Lancashire to 198 for 9. And, well, how's Chris Green going to tackle this?
2 former teammates. I'd suggest he gives himself a little bit of room one way or the other, whether it's clear the front foot to go into the leg side or whether it is backing away, open up the off. There's 3 slips in place. You'd be very surprised if Green wasn't trying to target the very short cow corner here.
Yes, the boundary to the leg side for Chris Green. Right-hand batter is the shorter of the 2 by a distance. Up towards the hotel. So they're going to position a few extra fielders on that shorter boundary. There is a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. 198 for 9. Green's on strike. Here's Toby Roland Jones. In and balls to Green. Green works it through the leg side. Just be a single. 199 for 9. Brings Anderson on strike. 3 for Toby Roland Jones. Bowling has been wonderfully shared out, with 3 wickets for Roland Jones, 3 for Higgins, 2 for Morgan, 1 for Sharma, but all 4 have bowled superbly today. Roland Jones to Anderson, trying to find a gap through the offside. He can't get it past backward point, and there's no addition to the scores. There's 2 balls left of the over. Will Anderson just try and see this over out now and allow Green to be on strike for the next one? See if we can try and push Lancashire and beyond that 200 mark. There'll be a change of angle from Toby Roland Jones to James Anderson, having gone over the wicket to the left-hander. Now come around the wicket to Anderson. And bowls, Anderson plays and missing. Through to Cracknell, so he's got 1 ball left of this over, and then maybe Green can have a bit of fun from the other end. As Kevin was saying, there's 29 overs left. You'd lose a couple for the change of innings, but that's still a big, chunky session of cricket if the light holds.
Actually, it's such a big chunk that the Middlesex openers right now would be probably thinking, come on, wrap it up and we'll have a good go at this. Yeah, it's a session. It's not a horrible little 3-over spell.
Final ball of the over. Roland Jones to Anderson. Drives away through the offside. He's got 1 and he'll turn and come back for 2. It's worked out pretty well. Couple for Anderson. That pushes Lancashire beyond the 200 mark. Green will be on strike for the next over. And Lancashire 201 for 9.
What do you reckon? Is the wicket going to fall before one of us makes way for Phoebe? Who's off? Are you going?
I've got an update to do.
Oh, you're going? Go on then. He doesn't hang around, does he? Dock him an over. That's what I say. So it will be Morgan to Green, and will this be the moment? He's surely got a tee off, hasn't he, Phoebe?
Absolutely. I would have quite liked him to have teed off a little bit earlier. He's played an anchor late in the innings, 35 from 73 deliveries. With the ball nipping and seaming around, it'd probably be nice to see him go a little bit explosive earlier, but maybe he's teaching us something that's really tricky to do.
Morgan in bowl straight and clipped to deep square and single rejected. First time he's rejected the single.
Yeah, James Anderson was doing a few stretches after that first quick single. It's not what you want to see after Ball's been seaming around and moving laterally off the pitch. The only bowler in the world you want to then see take the new ball is James Anderson.
Morgan past the umpire, he bowls and length ball, bowls him! Top of off, Green's bowled for 35. Nice for Morgan that he finishes it with the set batter as opposed to number 11, because that's a fine 3 for 41. And he and Navya Sharma in particular were a real highlight of this innings. Higgins got it going for Middlesex, Roland Jones played his part, but Morgan finishing it off. It was he and Sharma really, I think, that got the tempo going, certainly got the blood flowing of everybody watching it, and I'd imagine the batters as well. 201 all outs, and having won the toss this morning, I think Middlesex Fair would have taken that, but 28 overs to go tonight. This really could go anywhere this evening.
Yeah, it's a great toss to win, and they've bowled well of Middlesex throughout the game. All the seamers taking 3 for apart from Sharma, who just took the 1, but Morgan bowling brilliantly. The young 18-year-old for Middlesex, Sharma, the young 20-year-old, were outstanding throughout today. And only really Jennings that stood up and scored some runs, 67 off his 148, Green 35 from his 75. Lancashire all out for 201.
Yeah, so we'll have a 10-minute break with Morgan 3 for 41 and Roland Jones 3 for 45. Higgins 3 for 48. All 3-fers. I didn't realise that, but it was Higgins that got the couple going, didn't he? And Sharma, well, he deserved more than 1 for 52, didn't he? But there we go. Phoebe, is that the shortest stint you've ever done? Because we're going to take a break. But when we come back, it'll be you and I with a cup of tea and more chocolate biscuits.
Happy days. We'll see you all shortly. Well, play to resume here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire have been bowled out for 201. We've got 26 overs remaining today. And I think it'll be an interesting final session after what's been a brilliant bowling display by the Middlesex seam attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon it should be fun tonight, one way or another, because if Middlesex get in and do well, then it's fun in the sense that, wow, they are defying a very good attack, or it's fun that Lancashire get on top of them and stay on top of them, the same way Middlesex pretty much were. Mostly through that innings, it was only really Jennings, Green, but they were well tested all the way through as well, but fair play to them, they stood up to it, and that's what clearly someone will have to do for Middlesex. And, well, Ben Geddes is up to open. It'll be Robson to face the first ball, but it'll be Geddes out there because there's no Josh DeCaries for this one. Faulkner given the nod, but it'll be Jimmy Anderson with the ball in hand. The heavy roller is still in the middle, so we have time, folks. We have time.
It's making its way off the pitch.
Feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
But yeah, I think the way the ball's been moving around today, I think James Anderson will be pleased to have that ball in hand. But as we speak, as Lancashire go out in the field, the sun breaks through what's been a gloomy, overcast day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Has become the best part of the day. Floodlights are still on. James Anderson coming from the James Anderson end. We've got 4 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. And there's a ripple of applause from the members' stand as James Anderson strides in from the James Anderson end. And it beats the outside edge first up.
Tone set, I would suggest.
Robson watches that beat his outside edge. Has that had an extra bit of zip and carry than we've seen this morning?
From ball
afternoon.
One, it's hard to imagine Jimmy Anderson will leave that spot. Bailey and co likewise.
Yeah, star-studded attack here for Lancashire as Anderson in and once again beats that outside edge. His Burnley mascot won the mascot race this lunchtime with the Schools Day at Emirates Old Trafford.
I was about to say, that's no way to speak about Scott Reed.
Over 1,000 kids in today, and it was the Burnley Bee that beat and won that race. Look at that ball from James Anderson, wonderful, angling in, nipping away. We've seen it before. He's defended off the front foot from Robson. We saw that beautiful piece of bowling from Morgan, who was getting the ball to shape away, shape in. It's been a seam bowling masterclass day, and it'll be the master himself taking the ball this afternoon. Anderson approaches the crease once again. Defended off the front foot. They're lively out there, we can hear them, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be thinking serious wickets this evening. You've almost got to look at this. The way the ball's played today, the light's fine at the moment, but it won't. You'd imagine it'll get worse again, and before, hopefully it doesn't take us off. But if it does, then before it does, they'll surely be saying to themselves, you've got to look at this like a morning session. You've just won the toss. Get out there and get in amongst them.
Absolutely, as Anderson in and defended to cover.
My thought would be, if you're the skipper walking out there right now, you're saying, look, we know the ball's doing a lot. That doesn't mean we're going to take it for granted, but we are going to go out there and think of this as the first morning, and we're going to try and take 4 wickets before lunch. So that would certainly be my thought. 26 overs, get in amongst them tonight and really, you know, all of a sudden make 200 look like a decent score. And it isn't a bad score, we have to say. Because of the amount that ball was doing today, that's not a bad score.
Anderson approaching the wicket past the umpire and driven beautifully through mid-off. The ball's not going to race all the way as Bohannon chases that to the boundary, and they'll take 2 runs. 2 from the first. Middlesex 2 for no wicket after the first over.
He's in very good nick at the moment, Sam Robson, and Middlesex will need him to be. That was a lovely planting of the foot and a full face of the back and just a gentle push. But everything looks right at the moment for Robson, and he's going to need it to, because it's going to be a test. And it'll be a test now for Geddes. Opening up, having moved across from Surrey 2 winters ago, a very strong Surrey squad and first 11 that the extremely talented Geddes couldn't break into, not really through a fault of his own. You know, if there's players there and they're set, how do you get in? But Middlesex, under Richard Johnson, the former coach, his second 11 coach at, sorry, I'm not sure that's quite right to say second 11 coach, because he was bowling coach there as well, but over at Middlesex now opening against Tom Bailey, who's right arm over, bowls, oh, what a ball, that is first up. Has he got him? Everybody's gone up, they believe they've got him, the umpire says no. Geddes stands his ground. I must say, Geddes did not look like a guilty batter at that point. The head did not snap around. There was no real jerk or movement, and there's not a great deal of disappointment after what was a very, very good appeal.
Yeah, just watching this back on Lancs TV in slow motion.
Oh, that's ball of the day, isn't it? I mean, that's got to be hitting middle stump before it moves. At least middle.
It's an unbelievable ball.
He's in again, Bailey. Geddes is leaving alone outside off stump. That was not as confident a leave as the ball before, when he confidently thought, no, I haven't nicked that, I'm all right. There was a judder of the front foot there, wasn't there, from Geddes? But the ball before, absolute beaut. They were imploring the umpire. Bailey had a little word with Geddes. What was it? Maybe there was a little nick. Maybe it was the inside of the bat on the pad, or offered a noise. But
great appeal if it wasn't out.
Yeah. Here he is, bowls, another beaut, beats the forward defence. It's a no ball, but goodness me, we were waxing lyrical, and rightly so, about the way Middlesex have bowled earlier. Lancashire have picked up where Middlesex have left off. And as I say, Tom Bailey may have just bowled the ball of the day, first up to Geddes there.
We've seen a lot of those, haven't we? That angle in, straighten up, nip away. It's been tough out there. And even batters like Jennings, who scored 67, it never looked fluid, did it?
Yep. Here's Bailey. Bowls straight a ball, which Geddes is able to get in and behind, and he defends on the back foot back to the bowler. Every single delivery right now feels like it's got a wicket in it. It's been that kind of day. It did feel that way for Middlesex, but even more now, there's a claustrophobic feel about the square out there right now, I'd suggest. What a way for Geddes to be promoted to opener.
They're going to make it difficult, aren't they, out there?
He likes to feel bat on ball, Geddes, I'll say that. As forward he goes now, pushing at one outside off. Through it goes to the keeper. He was drawn somewhat into a drive there, wasn't he? That was a real play at that one.
I mean, you can't not play at that. Watching it back on Lancs TV, it's coming down middle stump line.
Gee. I mean, Shane Warne would have been proud of that. That has jagged away from him. When I say drawing into playing it, you know, it's one of those where you're really searching for the ball, you're looking for it, so it looks like you're driving at it. But you see the replay from behind there, he's just searching, isn't he? Bailey in, bowls, fuller but wider, and left alone happily by Geddes. I say he really likes to feel bat on ball, he's a positive player. You know, we talk about not... when I say Navya Sharma, who can we think of that has that late release, that hyperextension of the arm, and you don't want to put a name on somebody, but if you were to say he was the ilk of a player that likes to feel bat on ball, it is like Peterson. So at this point, you know, he's not a man. He's not a man who, in that ilk, you know, that likes to get on with it. As his full delivery, and that's driven down the ground, and that's a beaut from Geddes, and a really good response from the young man. Pushed up the top order, that'll feel an awful lot better. Out of the middle of the bat for 4, and Middlesex are 8 without loss.
Well, he had the earpiece in then, listening to your coverage. And with a slightly fuller delivery, he plays that wonderfully down the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. You've just made me look good as well.
And with style as well, like you say. Very stylish shot for 4.
Yep, well, it's a test. Now here's Robson and Anderson again. This was a similar test in a different way, wasn't it?
Yeah, as Anderson approaches the crease, and it's driven off the front foot. Robson gets into a solid position there. What we've seen throughout the day is those balls that are moving, the line that they're coming down is middle stump, off stump. They're having to play at them. Apart from Harris's dismissal, you'd say all the balls have got the batters out, which you don't always say when you look down a lineup and your team's been bowled out for 201. But we're seeing good balls being bowled today as James Anderson comes, and that's flicked down the legs and it'll go away for 4. And right on cue, he sprays his line, does James Anderson there.
Former England teammate, of course. 2014 it was for Sam Robson when he had those tests. And had the best post-Strauss record opposite Sir Alistair Cook. Never got another go after 2014, though.
The players that always feel hard done by, don't they, in the elk of international career, as Anderson comes in and it's defended off the toes by Robson, particularly when they're looking at the likes of Crawley, Duckett now, who have just had endless chances in the international team. That ruthlessness has changed a little bit, but we'll see how that changes once again ahead of the England-New Zealand test this summer. That'll be the first chance we'll see the squad line up and whether this county championship season has counted, as Anderson is in again. It's defended again on top of the bounce by Robson.
Has Marcus North officially been confirmed yet, or is it still... We know it's him, but it hasn't been officially confirmed yet. Not just yet, apparently.
No, it feels like we've seen a lot of news across social media and on the BBC Sport website, so I think it feels like it is confirmed. But yeah, having an Australian pick the England team, but very, very credible cricketers. Anderson beats the outside edge. Fabulous delivery, and done really well as director of cricket up at Durham.
No, not finalised yet. Set to be.
Yeah, I know they had the national selectors meeting this week and then released almost instantly that it was Marcus North, so I can see why the paperwork hasn't quite been done yet. As Anderson strides
it's just I's and T's, isn't it?
Past the umpire and defended again. Squares Robson up. Another good over from James Anderson. Middlesex 12 for none after 3, and the ground staffers starting to run on with the stomper and the brush and bucket, so just sorting those footmarks out for Tom Bailey, I think. Favourite bit of cricket kit for most people, isn't it? The stomper.
Yeah.
Or they've got... It's more of a shoveler, yeah.
Well, shovel the loose bit off the top, isn't it? And then scrape the loose bit off the top. Have they got the stomper? I'm not sure they have, actually.
No, it's more of a shovelling approach to...
Scrape that top bit off, and my goodness me, there's a divot there by the looks of it, isn't there?
It's such a hard surface at Emirates Old Trafford as well. But yeah, big footmark there. Exactly where Bailey comes in and bowls. It's just getting them to dig up even more. I don't know whether that's going to be helpful or not, really. I wonder if they'll put some sawdust down to cover. But you can see how abrasive the surface is there. And that's why you get the movement off the pitch at Emirates Old Trafford, the wobble ball being so successful, cross seam in T20 cricket and ODI cricket, or one-day cricket being really successful at Emirates Old Trafford because it sticks in the pitch with the wicket being so abrasive. A little bit of green on top of the wicket as Tom Bailey strides in.
Bowls, and this is full, straight, and defended by Geddes, pushed back up the track. Much fuller ball, which allowed him the comfort of getting forward to that one, so let's see if he gets back on the spot Bailey for the next one. It's a fine first over.
That first ball was outrageous, wasn't it?
Well, you just felt as though that's going to be it. Rinse and repeat for the entire evening session. And it should be. And you'd back both Bailey and Anderson, obviously, to fine track records as he's in now. Bowls and just a little too straight. So Geddes gets in behind this and turns to mid-wicket. But it's a spot that they will not want to leave this evening. Make the most of every single one of the 22.4 overs that remain, light permitting. You come again in the morning with the... and I'm sure that won't be lost on them. You know, the ball in the morning will be 28 overs old, so that means you've got the morning session to finish it off. Because if Middlesex are still going tomorrow afternoon, then they too, as Bailey's in, bowls leg side through to the keeper. They too will be thinking then, ball 60 overs old after lunch tomorrow. If they can get to lunch tomorrow, not too many down, then there'll be an afternoon's fun to be had against an older ball. So I think that's why this evening now, even if they could get 3 tonight, I'm sure they desperately want 3 this evening. But if they were to get 4, or indeed more, then you're almost thinking wrap it up in the morning.
Yeah, it's going to be an important hour's play for Lancashire in particular.
Bailey bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, no run. Yeah, I think so. But like I say, even if it's 2 down tonight, they'll say to themselves, all right, look, it was basically 2 down at lunch today, and Middlesex came back and went through them, didn't they? So, you know, they just got that third just before the interval, Middlesex, which evened out the morning session, and then the afternoon and evening obviously turned out to be Middlesex's, with Lancashire all out with just 200 on the board. 201 to be precise. Sun's out at Old Trafford, which is wonderful news, as Bailey's in, bowls, and slightly squared up on the back foot. Geddes defends to point. Oohs and ahs once more.
Yeah, Geddes does seem to get quite square in his defensive shot. It's already, with his 12 deliveries, he's been squared up a couple of times now. Whether it's a little bit intentional as well with the way the ball's moving away from him.
Bailey, last ball of his second over. Hits the crease now, he bowls, and again right in behind this. It's defended by Geddes. 4 from 13 he has, Robson 6 from 12. 12 without loss, Middlesex in reply to 201. Phoebe Green alongside myself, Kevin Hand. Scott Reed will be back with us in an over or so time.
Yeah, the challenge for bowlers in this circumstance is you've seen the ball move around all morning, all afternoon, and you can go searching for it a little bit. And I think what we've seen from Anderson's and Bailey's first few deliveries, just hitting that length is so important rather than trying to search. It's in and taken in the slips, juggled by Harris. Great catch in the end.
Barely a celebration from Anderson. Just about broke a smile at the end of it, as if to say, well, there you go.
Add it to my collection this season.
There's another one.
Wicket number 24.
And this is why it should be a tough night. That's the big wicket for Robson, at the top of the order for Middlesex. The biggest name nowadays for Middlesex is Deploy at 4, but Robson's the kind of guy that can really hang around and grit it out. But that was daggered in towards the off stump, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and I think it might have been Jones with the juggling. It was almost a rinse and repeat of what we saw the previous over. Angled in, nipped away, little bit of juggling there from Jones.
Actually, that's probably why it took him so long to smile, because he was ready to get grumpy, wasn't he? He probably thought, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, and then third attempt he grabbed it.
You could see Hurst there, ready to jump in at any point. He's ready for the rebound. 4 of them in there. Jones took it in the end. Just added to the drama, didn't it? 12 for 1, Middlesex. First wicket of the day for Anderson. Adds to his collection of wickets this season. He's been outstanding.
Yeah.
He's the second lead wicket taker in the country at the moment.
He's got 5 balls this over against Max Holden.
And Max Holden, the left-hander, in at the crease, and he leaves that alone. Four slips in place, backward point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket.
21 overs to go. How many down are you going for tonight?
I'm going to go 4 down. Sanderson over to Holden. Oh, and he flirts with it and lets it go through. Producer is saying 8 down.
Reedy, how many down are you going? 3. I'm going 2.
2? Like it. You should just go 1, really, shouldn't you?
Don't tell them what I really went for off mic.
Kevin actually 10 he said. Middlesex fans, as they've
genuinely
packing the slip corners.
Exactly, there you go. In all seriousness,
There's
Lancashire will be
5
very disappointed if it's not 4 or 5 tonight.
Now as Anderson in and Holden picks the bat up above his head. Having a bit of fun in there. So in the slips we've got Hurst as keeper, and we've got Jones, Jennings, Hartley, Harris. I think that's Green in at 5th slip. It almost looks like a fielding drill, the way that they're set up there, as Anderson is in and Holden defends off his toes. You almost want to get just 1 more in just to add to effect. 5 slips. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. And they're here to attack a Lancashire as James Anderson comes in and Holden drives that to cover for no run. Anderson breaks through, first wicket of the day. Ripple of applause from the members. There's a few in today at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 12 for 1.
I think I'm off, but Scott Reed's messing around with his tripod, so I'm not sure. Am I going? Are you coming? Yes. Yep. See you in a bit, folks.
I will be joined by Scott Reed, who looks like he's setting up his media station for later today. And it'll be the question, who does he bring in for interview? Tom Bailey comes in from the Statham end, and it's hooked round the corner to Finlay. There'll be a diving stop. No, there won't. Races away to the boundary. Passes Balderson. It's a wayward delivery there from Tom Bailey. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Phoebe. It's definitely a day for the bowlers, isn't it? They've been having some fun, the bowlers on both sides. Not as much fun for the batters.
No, it looks like it's been difficult out there as Bailey approaches the crease, and soft hands guides that down through third. They look to come back for the second, but it's a good piece of fielding from Green, who chases that down.
Interesting to see how the pitch play is going into tomorrow, and indeed days 3 and 4, and how things will pan out. But certainly today has been the ball on top, which is made for good viewing. It's made for a good day's cricket. It's been a real scrap.
Bailey coming over to Max Holden, who plays that off his gloves. It gets that extra bit of bounce and carry. I also think it's maybe not a bad thing that Lancashire have ball in hand for this last 20.3 overs of the day, because you do have these weird and wonderful days where the ball is just doing all sorts for seamers, and then the wicket seems to flatten out and it can get easier quite quickly depending on conditions. So Tom Bailey, ball in hand, Holden defends into cover.
Yeah, which what further makes this as a no ball, actually just overstepped there, Tom Bailey, which further makes the this kind of 20 over little session here, depending on how long we go for, really important, isn't it? Because you're not quite sure how you get into a second day, how things might just alter with the nature of the pitch we're playing on. At the minute now, you want to be kind of bowling, don't you? And Lancashire know they've got a great chance here if they can get a couple more out before the close of play.
Bailey in and just worked through the covers by Holden. Well, yeah, and it's been dark and grey all day, hasn't it? We're actually just starting to see those light grey clouds, a bit of blue sky breaking through, but it's not been the most pleasant of days in Manchester. So even when the ball got older for Middlesex, it still held its swing, didn't it, in the air? As Bailey approaches the crease and defended off the front foot by Geddes.
Yeah, and just like the Middlesex four-seamers, the two bowlers that Lancashire have used so far, Bailey and Anderson, have been pretty much on the money again, haven't they? That ball that Bailey sent down first up was outrageous, really, wasn't it? It was a fantastic delivery.
You could almost bring together a compilation of all those sorts of balls that haven't taken wickets today. Bailey in again and played off the front foot by Geddes. That'll be the end of his third over. Middlesex 20 for 1.
Yes, plenty in the morning session. We saw a lot, didn't we, through the course of that morning. Josh Bannon got some belting deliveries. He seemed to be on the wrong end of quite a few of them. It was from Sharma and from Morgan as well. That opening spell when those two were together, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins, got things going for Middlesex with the new ball. But the Morgan-Sharma spell from the two youngsters was great fun to watch. Here's Anderson, 20 for 1. In and bowls the back foot Holden, and that's slapped away through point. That'll run away for 4 to move Middlesex to 24 for 1. Lancashire on the attack with, I think they've got 5 slip catches, and therefore some gaps through the offside, and he's picked one out.
Yeah, also Middlesex feel a little bit like they're on the attack as well. I think if there's any width or any stray with line, they're taking full advantage of it. Holden was able to get his hands through that and guide it to the boundary for 4.
Anderson to Holden, he's bowled him. 2 down, Middlesex. 24 for 2. Anderson gets his second. And Holden departs. Ball by James Anderson, his 26th wicket of the season. Middlesex 24 for 2.
Well, it's a day for James Anderson. If anyone else wants ball in hand, another beauty of a delivery, beats the inside edge, sends the stump cartwheeling. But yeah, always been successful against left-handers. Finds that gap between bat and pad and angles in through the gate. What do you think, getting back in that England team, Scott? It's too good for this, isn't it?
Well, Lancashire didn't play last week, so before last week's round of fixtures, he was the country's leading wicket taker, as you rightly pointed out, because Durham and Northants played last week when Lancashire didn't. There's a couple of lads that have gone ahead of him, but he's now gone back level with them. So he's joint top of the charts in the country in leading wicket-taking charts.
Well, here he is on the eve of the first day to go top of the pops, number 1. James Anderson. Can he do it again?
As you described there, Phoebe, that ball just nipping back in beating Holden between bat and pad past his inside edge.
And we don't mind that Louis Deploy is a left-hander, do we, here? Because he's so good against the left-handers, is James Anderson. It's that late movement when the ball straightens. So good, so hard to play.
He's over the wicket to Deploy. And that's nudged away into the onside. They've scampered through for a single. Bailey with a shy at the stumps. Well, he missed. It's hard to tell from here if he was short or not, but it certainly was a frantic single from Deploy, who, well, is safe because the shy at the stumps from Bailey didn't hit. If he does hit, boy, it's close.
James Anderson having a word as well. What are you running that for, Deploy? Do you need to run it? Well, it's still there. Some athleticism from Tom Bailey as well. That was good to see. Doesn't make it in the 5-band slip cordon, but he finds himself at mid-wicket.
5 down to 4 with Geddes on strike. Anderson in and balls. It's dropped into the offside. And they take a single, which is good from Middlesex. The previous one may have been a little tighter than they would have liked, but I suppose you need to try and run where possible and keep things ticking over. I think this is the run out chance, isn't it? So he's worked up towards mid-on. Throw comes in towards the stumps. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's way out. Yep. Direct hit, and he would have been run out. Deploys back on strike. Anderson in and balls again, tucked into the onside. Gathered at mid-wicket by Balderson. There's no run. Interestingly as well, they had 5 slip fielders for Jimmy in the previous over, and indeed at the start of this over as well, when Max Holden was batting. They've actually dropped 5th slip, which is Chris Green, to a deepish gully position. There's 4 slip catches.
It's like fly gully, isn't it? Almost.
Yeah. 4 slips and then Green in that position. Oh, it's a lovely ball that beats Deploy from Anderson. Somehow not kissing the edge of Deploy's bat, but fabulous work from James Anderson. Collects his cap from umpire Graham Lloyd. 26 for 2, Deploy on 1, Geddes on 10. And there's still 19 overs of this highly entertaining first day to go. I say that because now the umpires are actually taking a light meter reading. So we know the meter reading it has to be at to carry on playing, and it's not got to that point yet, so we crack on.
Well, yeah, I think at that point James Anderson has to slip the umpires a fiver, doesn't he? Or something. I'm bowling unbelievably here. You cannot take me off, Graham Lloyd.
No.
Your dad's been my mentor for a number of years. I need you to look after me here. Anyway, they're still on. And with that, there is some blue sky, and it's brighter than it has been throughout the day. But a change of bowling from James Anderson. He wants to get his fast bowling merchant on, Mitchell Stanley, who I think is a contender. If they're not going to take James Anderson seriously in this New Zealand upcoming series, I think they will take this young man seriously. Mitch Stanley with a ball in hand as he strides in to Deploy. That's worked off his hip for no run to Geddes, sorry.
Yeah, Matty Hurst with the gloves just dropped back a few extra yards, hasn't he? He's rapid, isn't he, Stanley? He was in the game here against Derbyshire. He was at 88, 89 miles an hour when he got himself into his spell.
We haven't seen that sort of pace today, so whether the wicket will suit 90 miles an hour or whether you actually want someone like Bailey who kisses the surface and gets movement in and away, as Stanley is in, and it's defended into the covers. They do take a quick single.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, the run out, obviously, or the run which could have produced a run out with a direct hit, would have been viewed as being rather daft in this situation. But I do like that there is a degree of positivity between Deploy and Geddes, that they're not just kind of standing there and trying to absorb it and you kind of defend, you block, you leave, and that's all you're thinking of. They are trying to be positive, and they've tried to keep the runs just ticking over where they can.
Well, you want to try and put bowlers off the line as well. If you're constantly bowling at a left-hander or a right-hander, it helps with rhythm. So that's why singles are so important. Here, Stanley hits middle of the bat of Deploy.
Yeah, that sounded pretty good, didn't he, off the bat?
Yeah, it did. Hear it from up here there.
Hit it pretty hard, didn't he? I don't think we've got the speed gun in this game. We had it here for the Derbyshire match. But, when he gets in full swing, he's some side to watch, isn't he, Mitchell Stanley? Back-to-back games for him, albeit with a break in between. Lancashire not playing last weekend.
Yeah, a big one for Stanley will be fitness. There's a big swipe from Deploy. Taken high from young Matty Hurst.
It's one way to play it.
I think when wickets are so tricky, if you get width, if you get the ball strained down the leg side, you want to take full advantage of that. So it was a wide delivery, but then it came with an expansive waft into the air from Deploy. Stanley starts his approach again, calmly runs in and hammers the ball into the ground. They take another quick single. There'll be 2 off the over from Stanley, and there'll be 1 more to come as well.
Yeah, we're in that borderline area now, aren't we, with the light, because you can see the shadows again being cast. But at least there's no discrepancy here. It's now down to how to the light meter reading having left for bad light just before the tea break. But I suspect they'll have another look at the end of this over.
Stanley in and beats the outside edge. It's a lovely delivery. That's 8 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford. Middlesex 28 for 2. And I'm certain James Anderson will continue.
It's that type of delivery, isn't it? That last one there from Mitchell Stanley, which, because he's bowling that at pace, but he's not shy of pushing it a little bit fuller rather than just kind of banging it in back of a length. That's that fuller delivery at pace from Mitchell Stanley. That's the final ball of the over it's what I think helps to get England and the Lions and the bowling coaches around the country excited when they watch him send down a delivery like that.
Well, he still finds top of off stump, doesn't he? Even though he's coming in from such a tall height.
Here's Anderson to Deploy. It'll drop and go. Again, that's excellent from Lewis Deploy. It's pushed into the offside. In fact, they'll come back for 2. The throw coming in from Bohannon. They'll actually come back for a second as it went beyond Matty Hurst. By the time it was picked up by Balderson, Deploy moves to 4. 30 for 2.
Sometimes when you're coming in from a tall height like Stanley, I think it's about 6'4", 6'5", it's easier to go into the pitch, hit the splice of the bat. So to be able to push the ball fuller and find the top of off is where you just create so much more doubt, much more challenge with the ball.
Anderson to Deploy. He's on the walk. He plays a lovely shot to his credit, but he's a step down the pitch to James Anderson. Is Lewis Deploy driven firmly back beyond the Lancashire bowler towards through straight mid-off for 4. But here he comes, a pace or 2 down the pitch, cracks it in between the legs of Ben Geddes at the non-striker's end. And takes 4. He moves to 8, 34 for 2. Still got the 4 slip catches and green in this deepish gully position. Anderson around the wicket, balls to Deploy, that's defended. It's pushed through quickly from Jimmy Anderson. Dropped into the offside by Lewis Deploy. This has been a great battle, this really has. Between bat and ball. Yes, the ball has been the winner. The ball has been on top through the course of the day, but it's made for some brilliant viewing. Because you're having to scrap to 200, which yet might well be a very decent score. Anderson to deploy. Oh, it's a good stop by Anderson off his own bowling. Punch firmly back towards him. Anderson feels low to his right and then shapes to shy at the stumps, but this is good reaction, low to his right. Ooh, have a bit of that.
Fired up,
good
isn't
from
he?
Jimmy, yeah.
I like it though, he's countering the punches, his deploy here, and he's finding a way to score and to counter some very good bowling from James Anderson.
He's in again to deploy. Little shuffle forward. That's a lovely shot for 4. He'll get a bit from James Anderson, I'm sure, as he gets through. But that is a terrific shot by Leas Deploy, and it really is a brilliant battle to watch. What a lovely comeback from Deploy. Little shimmy down, punch through the covers. Moves to 12, 38 for 2.
You can see how early Deploy decided that he was going to advance down the crease there to take Anderson on. Anderson changes nothing with the field.
Final ball of the over. Anderson in. Deploy clips it away off his hip. Fielded by Mitchell Stanley at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Middlesex are 38 for 2. Leas Deploy, where he can, trying to counter-attack here. He's on 12. Ben Geddes on 11. And hopefully the light is going to be okay again, because we've still got 17 overs left. And it will be fabulous to watch if we can get all 17 in.
Well, I think they'll check the light radar every over with the fact that Stanley's bowling 90 miles an hour, and actually there's no risk that you can take there.
I think we're going off.
Grey Void having a word. It looks like they will be coming off for light.
Well, that's a shame, because that was... I'm not saying this in any way negatively against the umpires, because the light meter reading was taken earlier on before tea, and it was gloomy then, and it is gloomy now, but that's a shame, because that was brilliant fun to watch. Fabulous cricket. Love the way that Deploy tried to counter-attack it and took it back to Anderson, who was certainly fired up. Made for great viewing, that.
He did, and he was striking at 100. We haven't seen that today. 12 from 12. It was a great battle between Anderson and Deploy, 2 brilliant players of the game. And we wanted to see more, but it doesn't look like we'll see any more this evening. Lancashire all out today from 201. Middlesex on the reply, 38 for 2. I think that might be it, Scott Reed.
It could be. But I did feel that we might be in for a decent delay at the tea break, and then it seemed to brighten up a little bit. So fingers crossed it brightens up quickly again. Certainly got plenty of time left to try and get more overs in if we can. The umpires at the minute are staying out there just to take a look at things, but we're off for bad light. 38 for 2 Middlesex in their first innings. We'll take a break and hopefully catch you for some more live cricket soon.
So the umpires are back out with their light reading check. Graham Lloyd taking a look at that now. I think there could be a little bit of drizzle in the air. The covers are out as well, making the decision as to whether they call the game this evening due to bad light. Came off around 10 minutes ago. Mitchell Stanley was about to bowl his second over, firing in at 90 miles an hour, and with that the umpires have been checking the light reader. A few looks at the sky, it's not got any brighter, so the sensible thing to do is to call the game for the evening, but cricket is never that sensible, so we'll see what does happen. 38 for 2 at the moment at Middlesex, chasing 201. Just waiting for an update.
So the news is that is it for the day. The poor light, which brought an early end to the day's play, hasn't improved, and the umpires have been out to check again. I'm afraid bad light has brought the opening day to an end, but a thrilling opening day. 12 wickets to fall on this first day. Certainly a day to enjoy if you're a bowler. It's been tough going for the batters, but it's helped produce a fabulous opening day's cricket. So we'll catch you again tomorrow morning, day 2 from Emirates Old Trafford here on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. We'll see you tomorrow morning.